I'm upset.
Welcome to the Blue Roots Podcast, where Gore's upset.
I'm
That'll
upset.
be the title of this episode.
I'm
Gore's
upset.
upset.
Yo, watch
Gore has a
Whiplash.
sad.
Yo, watch Whiplash. That part where J.K. Simmons is yelling at the little boy, throwing chairs, saying, "Hey, are you upset?" And then he goes, "I'm upset." That's me right now.
It reminds me of when that one episode where we talked about nothing. So all I did was take your quote from the beginning.
Oh, the last 50-some episodes. You mean?
No, where you, the quote where you're like, "I'm gonna do a bad thing." I was like, so I put
This
the
episode,
title.
I'm gonna do a bad thing.
Gore wants to do a bad thing.
No, I'm gonna
Oh
be
yeah,
upset.
you're. I'm gonna do a bad thing.
I'm gonna do a bad thing.
Welcome to the Blue Rupees Podcast.
Yeah, welcome to the Brew Rupees.
The Breweries Podcast. We
The
all
breweries,
drink.
yeah.
Hell yeah, I'd be down for a fucking alcohol podcast. Let's go.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Gore will be on it.
I'll pretend. Oh yeah. Mold
Oh, you don't
and
drink?
stuff. No.
Have you ever had a drink?
Not an idiot. Huh?
Have you ever drank anything?
Yeah, I have, but I'm not gonna fucking. I'm not gonna have a no.
When?
No.
When?
Stop peer pressuring me.
When do you have a drink?
I'm not drinking. Leave me alone.
When?
We're not asking, did you go on fucking
Leave me alone.
wild campers?
We'll
We're
call
just
my mom.
asking, have you had a drink before? Jesus
Yeah, I have.
Christ.
But what?
Yeah,
You
how,
can
I-
drink
I
without
have.
being alcoholic.
Why you peer pressuring
how
me?
long ago was that?
Oh no, it was like 10 years ago at this point.
Oh yeah.
So it was before I was supposed to be able to drink.
And let's just say I don't drink anymore.
Hell yeah.
Bad things happen, bro. I drank it. I went, yuck.
Nobody's warned me that Orloff is
Nightmare.
basically pipe
So
cleaner.
now everyone's mission is to go through the catalog of Gore the Movie God videos over a decade ago and find out the video he was drunk
Find out
on.
when
I'm Adrian. We got David here. We got Gore here. The usuals.
Hey.
You can find this podcast every Thursday. We post it up. Audio podcast goes along with it. I'm trying to put them up. If I edit them right after the podcast, I try to make the episode go up at noon. And I schedule for both the audio and the video to go up for that. Hopefully that stays. I stream now on Sundays with David. We do fighting games. What was it we're gonna do? We're gonna do Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite this week.
I thought we were going to look at tournament footage this week.
Yeah,
Or we're gonna
we'll do both. Like we're gonna.
All
go
right, we'll
through
do
them.
both.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we actually had a decent time playing Power Rangers, so we're gonna go back and do that the following week again and look back into it so we can get a little more into it.
It was fun.
Yeah, it was pretty fun. And we had someone else come to the stream, Corn Cob. He came in and kind of educated us on stuff, which was fun. I like when people just randomly show up on the stream like, hey, I don't know you guys, but let me educate you guys because you guys are idiots. And we're like, hell yeah.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice having someone from the community show up and represent their
Yeah,
game.
slap your e-penis right in my face, please. Oh yeah, I'll massage it with my nose. Oh yeah.
I think I'm going to stream Smash on Tuesday nights. That was kind of fun. So I might do that. And then we're going to probably watch more stuff on Saturdays.
Oh yay.
Hell yeah, more Hell's
Or-
Kitchen.
Yeah.
Just marathon the
Gore-
whole series.
Gore hated it, but I think everyone else liked it.
I love that trashy shit. I don't know. I love cooking reality shows.
You don't like. Well, Gore liked one character on there because she just shit talked everyone else.
Yeah. But she said fuck everybody else.
Chris
All
is
these people are fucking idiots. I'm like, thank you.
yeah, they are. And
Yeah.
you know what's funny is because the stream chat was like, "Yo, fuck her. She needs to chill." And Chris was like, "Nah, hell yeah,
Chill. Oh, why? So they can go on their eighth backyard fucking like hiatus thing where
Hey,
they just go to some fucking field and pretend like it's the Bahamas or some shit. Like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I liked it. What was it? It was like we're gonna go to the beach, and everyone's like, "Hell yeah!" And all they went to was like a private pool.
Literally, the next one when they said, "Yeah, man, we're gonna hang out somewhere,"
At a-
they
at a-
literally
at a
were right
vineyard.
next to it. They were vineyard. They were literally right next to a fucking road.
Yeah,
Like, wow.
I swear, like they didn't actually pay to be in the vineyard. They were just on the road on the side.
And some wine guy showed up. I'm like, "Hey, I'm a wine guy," and everybody's like, "Yo, it's the wine
Oh.
guy." I'm like, "Who the fuck is
but-
this guy?"
But then they
Yeah,
had
that
to,
was
like,
Marino. He was
up.
Gordon's longtime maitre d'.
But
Oh,
I like
what-
how they had to like the people who obviously they're like, all right, we gotta film reactions, so let's film your reaction. Like, hey, who is that?
I'm like, who the fuck is this? Everybody's like, "Yo, it's this guy, it's wine guy." I'm like, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
And then someone comes in and says something cringy every 10 to
Hell-
15 seconds.
Hell's Kitchen is like, all right, it's fun when Gordon screams at people. That's about it. But
Yeah, but
Kitchen Nightmares is what we need.
He does that. He does that in Kitchen Nightmares way more.
We need that in Kitchen Nightmares.
Like, and he doesn't even own that place.
We need. Dude, that's the fun part. He just runs in there he runs there with his actual dick and waves it around.
When he goes into the like people's refrigerators and shit, he's just like, "Oh my god!" And there's like cooked meat right next to raw meat.
What? No, he doesn't say that. He's like, "What
you
is
fucking
this?
donut!
What is this?
You're gonna kill somebody.
That's Hell's Kitchen when he pulls out
kill somebody.
I've seen that part in Hell's Kitchen where he keeps pulling out fucking like fucking giant bowls of noodles and shit. He's like, "What is this? What is this?"
So good.
He loses his
You
mind.
don't need to pre-cook this much pasta.
So the second like Kitchen Nightmares is on Watch Party, like that's the permanent thing that I will watch every day.
Yeah. Great.
But
Amy's Baking Company is
the classic. That's a classic.
No.
That's just a classic. But yeah, so we'll do that, and we'll probably watch some other stuff soon. They have Pawn Stars on there too, which I kind of want to watch just to.
Pawn Stars on there?
Yeah, Pawn Stars on there.
Oh, we should watch that instead. I'd rather watch that.
I want to watch Hell's Kitchen until Sterling's out, and then when he's out, I'm down to move to Pawn Stars. Like he's the only one.
We already know he lasts the entire season, so I don't know why we're fucking.
It's true. I got spoiled. I'm really upset about that.
So what's the point? Just watch Pawn Stars now.
Yeah, so I probably will watch Pawn Stars, but yeah, we'll do that on Saturday nights. And that was fun still. Like that worked out.
Pawn Stars is only 30 minutes, right? Isn't it an hour?
It's 30 minutes.
I only watched so
it's 30 minutes. We could blow through like 3 or 4
2
episodes.
I was thinking maybe do 1 episode of Hell's Kitchen, and then 2 episodes of Pawn Stars, because I'll just be combine 2 episodes of Hell's Kitchen like we did last week.
Yeah, I'm down.
Or
we can do that.
4 episodes of Pawn Stars and not do Kitchen Hell or whatever. Hell's Kitchen.
And then when Kitchen's Nightmare comes in, just do all that.
Hell yeah.
Or we can watch actual quality content.
Like Bone Tomahawk.
What about the King of content? We could stream that.
I really want to watch a movie, but the thing is that because people come in randomly throughout it, which is that's the hard part to get someone to want to watch when you're halfway through a movie that we want to watch. So I kind of like the idea of we're watching just trash and we can just catch people up.
The cool thing though is when it starts and you have to sign into your Prime thing, it actually starts off right where we are. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It continues because I didn't start watching with you guys until 2 minutes into the episode, and it was 2 minutes and 12 seconds. It jumped right to it, so nice. I was all right, cool.
That's a cool feature. I like it a lot.
So, watch Punked on Twitch.
Yeah, if you have Amazon Prime, twitch.tv/Depunked, we watch that Saturday nights. Don't be like David and play Last of Us while you're watching Hell's Kitchen, because that ruins everything.
Yeah, it was really weird when Ellie said, "What the fuck, you donut?
What are you doing with this meat?"
Yeah, and then she's just like,
that is applicable.
What was that one really cringy Sterling moment? Where he kept singing. I was like, I had to look away for a second.
Had a farm. Oink 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 oink.
I had to look away.
I was like, Sterling, you were killing him, and then you just did that.
Oink 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 oink.
Yeah, that had the.
Everyone's got their dorky moments.
Corny ass motherfucker.
Hey, when he got in that one guy's face last episode, though.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Because he was chill, just.
Oh, I hated Santos. Santos could fucking.
Yeah, Santos a piece of shit. And yeah, I could tell the second I saw him too. I'm like,
He's just he looks like someone straight out of the Jersey Shore. I don't like him. Anyway.
Right. But yeah, so do that on Saturday nights. I'm just streaming a lot. If you follow me on there, you'll see me just streaming now randomly. I got nothing else to do. And then what else do we got? Games Gone By schedule. Today's episode is gonna have The Last of Us, which was Gore's pick. On May 14th, Gore's pick again. That was the fan choice actually. With Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons.
Oh yeah.
Following that on May 28th is Chrono Trigger. That's
Hell
David's
yeah.
pick. On June 25th is my pick with Nier Automata.
Oh yeah.
On July 30th, I know where this on July 30th is Gore's pick with Shadow of the Colossus.
Hell yeah.
And then August 27th, Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne.
You're gonna love it, Gore. You're gonna come out of it and go, you know what? That was way too long, but I had fun. I enjoyed it.
Yikes.
But and then we'll probably have another community pick in there if we're running good on time, because we have a lot of stuff to play. So we'll see how that goes. And then after that, I think we're still considering it. I'm still gonna talk to these guys over, but we're considering doing a fan pick in September. The problem with that is because it staggers it into 13 months. Therefore, the following year, fan pick would be on October. So I guess we could just pick between.
I think we should do a fan pick in July, to be honest, because Shadow Colossus is like an 8-hour game.
That's fine though. Like I kind of want that in the middle of all this stuff.
So
because now we
have
there's
like 2 things in July.
But now we have
things.
Ghost of Tsushima.
Yeah. So that's 1 game. That's like halfway through July. I think we could do a 3-hour game.
We'll see.
I think we could fit a 3-hour game in
We'll
there.
see how we're all doing on our backlogs and how we're playing.
Well, I mean, take this in consideration. He picked an 80-hour game.
Yeah, but see, I'm gonna be playing that stupid
80-hour
game.
I win.
In July.
I win. We're doing one in July.
All right.
I'll be playing Ghost of Tsushima and Daily Premonition too. What? No, I said it right. I said the title right. That's how you pronounce the title. Ghost of Tsushima.
But anyway, that's
I'll be playing Daily Premonition 2, which I'm sure is gonna be long because the first one was fucking long. So
that's our schedule.
Yep.
With that said, all right, Gore, what you been playing this week?
There's a dog.
Yeah. All right. Anyway.
That just ruined me. I forgot what I was.
I forgot everything I did.
The dog ruined my whole career.
I played Last of Us. I didn't finish it because I already beat it a couple times, and I've watched so many playthroughs that I picked that game.
You played a little bit of it, right? You said you.
No, I played a lot actually. I got all the way up to a really crucial moment between 4 characters. I'll say.
A really crucial moment between your main character, and the daughter.
Yeah, I got pretty far. I played on easy though, so it was like I was just going through it.
Is it running guns?
Yeah, no, not running gun. Only run and gun when not running gun, but like only get into the action when there's human characters. I feel when there's the clickers and the regular like the fuck, what are they called, the
clickers runners. And the runners.
No, the runners, but what's the other one? Stalkers and stuff like that. Then that's when you fucking. That's when you do your stealthy, but
we'll get into that. At least the game's gone by.
Even on normal, I think you should fight the humans because I feel like it's really interesting to fight characters that will also use cover and try to flank you and stuff. Besides just fucking stealth of killing all of them.
Also, we will say is that Dave and I did finish Left Behind, so if you want to talk about that too, Gore, you can. If not,
oh, okay, yeah, I didn't. Obviously, I didn't even finish the regular remastered yet.
Maybe we should.
I will finish it actually now because I've been actually really enjoying it.
Maybe. So I know David wants to clear it from the hard drive because it's a pretty hefty boy. We should play that multiplayer soon, and we'll stream that.
Sure, sounds good.
Cool. What else?
But anyway, Last of Us. I played Disaster Report 4.
I saw you had a playthrough of that.
Yeah, I'm not doing. It's not a playthrough. I just did 2 parts. It's one of those games where like it's really janky. But it's kind of fun. It has like a charm to it because you can. It's all set during a disaster, obviously, and you just have to like survive. There's fires everywhere, but it's all really, really over the top. Like you could just like walk towards a building, and just because they don't want you to progress further into the city, the entire building will just like come down and stuff. But I always loved the original Disaster Report. I thought it was great. Even Raw Danger I liked. This one, it's fine. It's exactly what I expected it to be. It's a game that was like, I think it started development in 2011, and then they stopped development. I think that's when that tsunami hit Japan, or was it an earthquake? I can't remember.
Probably both, honestly, because the earthquakes.
I don't think it was 2000. I don't know. I don't remember what year, but whatever year that happened, they stopped development, and they. I'm surprised they actually even picked it up and continued developing it. But yeah, it's fun. It has a goofy charm to it where you can actually sit there and like talk shit to characters. Like they'll give you like multiple choices to talk like to certain characters, and like one of the first choices you make in the game is you're on a bus before the disaster hits, and there's an old lady just standing there while you're sitting down, and you can decide. It all ends with you giving the seat to the old lady, but you can either be really nice about it or you could be a fucking dick about it. So, and it's over the top and it's really like cheesy. It's fun, but yeah, it's not great. It's not a great game, that's for sure. What else did I play? I played more Overwatch. I played some Stardew. I started Chrono Trigger, but I didn't get very far.
FF7.
I played a lot more FF7. I'm up to chapter 10, I think. No, 9. I'm still on 9. I'm going through that slowly though. I'm not rushing through that. I have no need to rush through it. But I also played a few games of Predator Hunting Grounds.
Yeah, we tried to.
Yeah, we tried to, but I played a lot.
Yeah,
on my own.
I really
I found games really easily. I don't know. Like the longest I had to wait was 3 minutes for a game.
It's probably just borked when you're in a party.
Yeah, when you're in a party.
I'll be right
but
back
I didn't play Predator yet. I haven't played Predator yet. But oh, he's gonna go strangle that dog. I haven't played Predator yet, but playing the Marines is pretty fun. You just go around shooting AI while the other player who's playing as the Predator is trying to kill you, but it feels like the Predator is kind of underpowered right now. You have to really get used to him and understand how to play him, because right now every game I play like 5 games. Every game we won. Like which when it comes to like Friday the 13th, that almost, I mean, that does happen, but Friday the 13th, out of the first 5 games, I think maybe we won once. So
oh shit.
So yeah, so like Predator is, I feel like, is maybe not underpowered, just you have to get used to him. You have to really.
Granted, they buffed around where Jason was in Friday the 13th, and by now apparently like
it's easy to fuck.
It's apparently like it's hard. Like people don't want to be Jason because it's so easy for the survivors at this point. Granted, I feel like in those kind of things it should always be harder for the people. Like I get when Jason's like super OP, but like Jason needs to be OP like somewhat. Like it's fucking.
Yeah, he's fighting
Jason.
7 other people, and they're all scattered throughout the map, and he has, 15 minutes to fucking kill them all?
And it's fucking Jason Voorhees.
Yeah,
what the fuck? Like, yeah. Oh, he's just led, like,
all
5
these
people.
movies where 7 people crowd around him and just start beating him with pipes.
Yeah.
That's how every Friday the 13th ends. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's one person usually beating his ass, but usually Jason.
But, yeah.
Jason doesn't get ganged up on him.
I really want to play that game. It'd be nice if I can.
You can play it right now.
Yeah,
I
still want to play like on a party though.
Play it on Switch.
Let's try that. Hopefully, maybe after A Way Out when we're done. We'll see.
Maybe Friday the 13th or Predator.
Yeah. Predator.
Yeah, Predator's fun. So yeah, no, I mean, there was one game where the Predator was really, really trying hard to get this one guy I was playing with on my team because he kept lagging behind. And I would always see him in the trees, because you can still see him when he's camouflaged. You can see like a little like kind of, if you've ever seen Predator, you can kind of see him. But he's close enough where I'm like, I see him right fucking there, and I just start shooting him. But he always jumps down and tries to get this one guy that always fucking like was lagging behind. So I was just like defending this one dude the entire game while everybody else was doing the objectives. And it's
playing healer.
Yeah, kind of, I guess. It is really easy though right now. I feel. I mean, I haven't played in a couple days, so maybe now Predators are really good at the game. But
it's hard. I feel like it's harder to get the hang of Predator, at least in the tutorial that I played, versus Jason. I feel like Jason at the beginning, Jason was kind of easy. You're just like, all right, just chase them, and you get like an instant kill if you get them.
Right. Right now, it's getting about the same reviews that Friday the 13th got, which whatever, like 6s really. But Friday the 13th was a lot of fun. I don't really care. I know it glitched out for you, but we had so much fun with that game. That
was our game before Overwatch really kicked in. It was
it was like Overwatch for a few months, and then we went to Friday the 13th. I think we went Overwatch for the first couple months, then we took a break for a few months, then we went back to Overwatch, and then Friday the 13th came out.
Friday the 13th came out in 2017.
Yeah,
and then
Overwatch 16.
Yeah, because we didn't get into Overwatch. I remember we played it at the beginning. I was like, all right, cool. Yeah,
first couple months, I feel like on again, off again. Not really like
we didn't kick into it until Anna showed up, like the first character.
Yeah, and Anna was already out for a little while.
Yeah, and then once that happened, then that's when we started staying consistent with it. But for the first couple months, we didn't play it too much. But yeah, I think one of the breaks that we did take was Friday the 13th, because that was a lot of fun, and that was fun even when it was glitchy, but. Granted, I wasn't able to play a fucking character for a while, but...
Well, you couldn't play Jason, whatever. Now Jason gets his ass beat, so you don't want to play him anyway. So, I found the more fun to be when you're a survivor anyway.
But it sucked when it was...
It was always like, just fucking, like, where's the keys? I don't fucking know. Did you find the keys? Did you find the radio? I don't know.
Well, it was
I found
fun.
gas.
It was fun until that's all you played for months.
Yeah.
Granted, I have some of my favorite moments are there with random voice chat with a good group. You know, that was like smart and tactical and kind of like, but also kind of funny about it too.
Right.
But that's hard to find usually. I wanted to play that with our group, but like in an actual voice chat where it's like we don't just
now.
But like, you said, you wanted to play with a good group that was tactical.
No. Like because because it's still not like if you play Friday the 13th with us like in Skype chat, that's different than if it's with in voice chat, because in voice chat once they're dead you can't talk to them, whereas if you kill them and we're still in this call, you're like, all right, I left something over there, as opposed to like, all right, you have to say your stuff while you're still alive and do that, and then like the farther apart you are, you can't talk together.
If someone's in the Skype call that's Jason, then you'd be like,
that's stuff not fun part either. So
people don't talk. I feel like we should kick people out of the Skype for that.
Well, right? That's what I'd agree with, but at the same time too, like I said, like it's fun because like you have to get together to talk to someone if you're nearby them. If you're not nearby them, you can't. You never played it, did you, David?
No.
It was very, very fun. It was it was proximity chat.
Would you say it was better than Hello Neighbor?
Yeah, Hello Neighbor
sucks. Or the Secret Neighbor one?
No, that game sucks dick too. Both of them suck ass.
There are some amazing moments in there. One of my favorites was not pertaining to Friday the 13th when we were playing, and I was yelling, "Get the car" or something. I forget what.
You swapped to dirt too.
Yeah, I forget what I was yelling. I was saying something like "get to the car" or "I got the keys" or something like that. And for whatever reason, my Connect read that as Xbox played Dirt 2. And so randomly, like they're like, "What the fuck? What happened?" And I'm like, "Guys, I got kicked out of the game because like Xbox loaded Dirt 2."
You must have said something about dirt, right?
Or I might have said I left the keys in the dirt or something like that.
Someone flirt with them, and then you heard dirt.
But dude, it's so much fun when you're just getting a good mojo in there, and when you know the maps really well too, so you can start pinpointing shit. That was super fun. But Predator, I'm hoping that I play it some more. I want to get more games in. Hopefully,
Predator's fun.
Hopefully they balance that out though too.
I haven't played as Predator yet. I mean, I played him in the training, I guess. So, but
which is all they trained you as.
Yeah. To be fair, playing the game, it's very, very simple. Like you have a gun, you have two guns you can pick. You have like a grenade
it's
and
an FPS,
but
one guy is all different controls as Predator.
Yeah, Predator, like you need a tutorial for sure. Oh, someone's calling.
The fuck?
Boop boop boo.
Boop, am I getting a Skype call on this thing?
Boop, boop,
Who's calling you?
Boop, boop.
It's a good
It's
question.
me.
Let me find out.
Oh look,
Who's
I
that
see
guy?
his face. I like his face.
Actually, I should change that in case any work stuff comes up.
Classified him. Shout outs to our
This is our new theme song, though.
yeah. I like how it calls it doesn't end.
I like he puts it closer to the microphone.
Shout outs to speaking of classified, one of my favorite stories about our friend Samuel is when he accidentally walked into that Microsoft Skype meeting.
Oh yeah, when Microsoft was buying Skype. he got the
actual scoop on that just by accidentally walking in.
That was funny.
Oh
he should have just sat down and pretend he was supposed to be there.
Hey,
I bet he was all dressed up too, so he could probably did it.
What are you doing here? Who are you with? I'm with Crass Cat.
I'm with and he looks around.
Some random spam bot was trying to call me on Skype. What the
you
fuck?
should answer. We should have had him on.
You should have answered it. Yeah, what the fuck? What a dick.
Oh, yeah, what a dick.
What a dick.
Cool. Anything else you been playing?
No.
All right, David.
Don't ask me that ever again.
I
do want to bring one thing up. I tried to play the fucking open beta for that Ninjala game. And they do the thing where like you could play during these times.
I hate
yesterday
that,
and
I get it.
Yesterday and today. It didn't work any time. Like it said I think 8 p.m. Eastern or something like that yesterday, and I tried and it just didn't connect. I was like, all right. I think it was 8 p.m. It was sometime right there, around there. Then it was like early today, like really early today, and it just didn't work. So I was just like, all right, well, I can't play the game. So I'm sure it's fun. So, but I can't play even when the time says that you can play it now. But there you go. Just a shout out to Ninjala, or maybe it's Ninja Law. I don't know. Fuck it.
Yeah, go fuck yourself,
Ninjala. Yeah, Ninjago or whatever. Lego ass bitch. It's not that. It's not like it's not that Lego thing. It's that game we saw during the Nintendo Indie. It actually looks pretty fun. It looks like Splatoon except you're a ninja. That's it.
Hell yeah. All right, David, what you been playing?
So I finished up The Last of Us. I'll go into my thoughts in detail during that segment, but all in all,
Just save your thoughts. Save your thoughts.
Yeah, all right. So I'll save it for then. Been playing more 7 Remake, almost done the game. I'm like halfway through chapter 17 right now, so I got a chapter and a half left to go. Yeah, I still got mixed feelings on the game. There's a lot of little details that they add to the game, which are gorgeous. They are such a great attention to detail and such an interesting way to expand the lore. There's some things that they changed that were welcome additions to the for changes in terms of the story. We'll get into that because we plan on possibly doing like a big FF7 discussion at some point once we've all played it. I think that was the plan. So I'll go into it a little bit more then. But there's one change with the introduction of a particular character that I'm kind of glad they changed how that character's introduced because it was really fucking weird in the original game. And then there's changes where, man, it still bugs me to know when they have a lot less impact. And then there's also little details that are missing. It's not really a spoiler, but in FF7 originally, when you played through the game, in the area that I'm at now, when you're going through the building, you would find this microphone inside of a locker in this little break area, and your character's like, oh, hey, what the fuck would we ever need this microphone for? Whatever. But then you realize that it's basically the ultimate weapon for a character you get later on in the game. It's like, oh, and there's like this revelation that goes to, oh, we're probably going to go back there then. Which was a nice little detail in the original, but that's kind of missing from this, which, I don't know, it's kind of sad to see that little kind of attention to detail kind of missing, and also, again, considering what I know of the ending, we'll be curious to see how it goes. But all in all, I'm still enjoying the game, just I have very mixed opinions on it. And then we played Power Rangers Battle for the Grid. Had a lot of fun with that. Was not expecting to like it as much as I did. It's very rough.
Killer Instinct.
Yeah, it's very rough around the edges. But it's good. It is definitely a pretty solid little fighter. But very, very streamlined, very basic. But it's a lot of fun.
Yeah,
it reminded me of Killer Instinct a little bit. It was just like the way
like
they move and the combos you had to do.
Which is something I really want to play. I really want to play Killer Instinct soon.
Hell yeah, I'm down for that.
You can play as a Arbiter. And
are you gonna want to jump in on that, Gore?
Pimple. No, it's 2 players. Why would I do that? I don't play fighting games. That's not even fair. What the fuck?
All right.
Oh, come over here and play farming games with me, bitch.
Okay.
Farming with Gore every Monday.
Every Monday. Farming with Gore. Yeah, that's right. I'm about to go fuck these turnips up.
Yeah, you should do it on Sundays. You start with your turnips and you move on to every game that farms all Sunday.
Yeah, and I'll be like, look at this. Oh, man, I just sell these turnips and they give me money. Unlike those spoiled pieces of shit in our game. Not going to mention that I don't play anymore. Animal Crossing.
Oh. All right.
You're looking confused. I'm like, you keep talking about fucking turnips.
Animal Crossing, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and I played a little bit more Animal Crossing.
Animal Crossing, like, all my turnips are never spoiled, but they never go up in price, so and I don't want to look around for anybody selling them, because I don't give a shit enough, so I'm just like, fuck it. I haven't played Animal Crossing in like 2 weeks, though, so. Are
you done, David?
Yep.
Speaking of Animal Crossing, I've been doing that. I have been doing all the turnip stuff, and it's kind of a hassle, because you gotta, like, sift through Twitter and go through there. Shoutouts! I found someone. Let me see if I can find who they were. Her name was Alicia. She had a good price, and then let me on there for 3 times. I was able to pay off my house in full, so I got the attic, the basement, all the rooms. That was cool. So now I'm gonna get to upgrading everything. Hopefully, do terraforming now. Yeah, there's a lot of shit on fucking Twitter now where. You know those fucking Korean fan cams that everyone always posts?
Yep.
I hate those. But now all they do is spam. Hey, I have good turnips. Retweet this, and obviously just trying to get videos on their fan cams.
Fan cams.
It's when you see the Korean dancers that when people post, when there's always like a top tweet, there's always like some sort of like unrelated tweet that's like, but look at this dancer, and it's some Korean group. Have you not seen that on Twitter, really?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
That's wild.
You look up Animal Crossing, and you're seeing Korean dancers.
In anything. Literally, look up any like.
Popular... I don't give a fuck. See, this is the thing. I don't ever look up Twitter shit, but I still get spoiled by Last of Us fucking shit. So. I don't ever look up anything.
No. But I'm not even saying look it up. Like if you,
I'm sure like there's Korean dancers. Yeah, whatever. I don't give a fuck. Like, what does it matter?
No, I'm just saying that like any tweet, if you see like anything that gets like if you see a retweet and it has like however many thousand, there's always someone.
Some gif of Korean dancers.
Yeah, because they always want.
I get it.
Yeah, that's all it is. But
I've never seen it, but I understand.
Yeah, I'm shocked you've never seen it because I swear to God,
I don't click everything that it says like trending. I'm like, cool.
Oh no, I'm not.
And then I just keep scrolling.
I'm not even looking under trending. It's just like look at my.
Oh,
my
I thought
feed.
it was trending. I thought you said like top tweets.
But if I look at my feed and like someone like one of my friends retweets something of like that's
really?
funny, any tweet like any funny viral tweet or anything is literally there.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, that's
maybe I have seen it, but maybe
you have, but you haven't actually thought about it yet.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck. So maybe I just skip that and go to the funny memes in the comments or the replies.
Someone did post
cool Korean girl dancing. How about
one of my favorite comments I saw last night was it was one of those accounts that does all that, but instead of posting a Korean fan cam, it was a gif of that one black dude, the one that's dancing, the big black dude. You've seen it, I'm sure you have.
Well, I've seen the coffin one. I love the coffin one.
But he's just dancing. He's a big black dude, and
I'm sure.
And someone responded back was saying, "This is the only fan cam I'm okay with." But yeah, all I do is just spam that, trying to get followers on there. So that's kind of annoying. I have to sift through that. I went in on Overwatch a lot. I got to GM in Open Queue, and that game is like a different game. I was telling Gore, it's like,
yeah,
it's fun. Everyone heals you. I'm a Roadhog. I don't even have to use self heals a lot of times. I just dip my head in, and I just get healed right up. I'm like, oh, this is nice. Ooh, this feels good.
It's a different game.
It's
sometimes. I guess when he's playing.
You have no idea. I went
ain't no different game when I'm playing.
It's dumb as hell, and I think maybe I got lucky on a person.
Yeah, I agree there.
I got lucky on a couple of them finding good teams, but after a while, dude, it felt good. So I got the GM. I'm stopping though. I'm not gonna do anything else. I want purple coins. All I give a fuck about in comp. I just want gold guns. What else did I do? I'm playing FF7. I'm on chapter 7 right now.
Yeah.
Making my way through it, and it's fun. It's so weird how it plays though. Like, it feels. I've never played a game like it. Maybe that's because I don't really play that genre of it. But man, it's wild how many things you have to balance in your head in any fight. Because if you go through, because that game almost feels like a hack and slash almost. When you start the game, you're like, oh, you can just mash attack and just go after them, and it works for the first couple of fights. But if you don't learn it, you get fucked up in some of the fights too. Especially the ones. I was getting fucked up on chapter 6 where it had the flamethrowers and the missiles and all that. I died a lot, and I'm like, what the fuck? So then I had to learn. I was like, all right, so I gotta chill out his Barret. I gotta maximize his AB. I gotta hit him with Thunder. I gotta heal his Tifa, or I gotta get a couple of hits of Tifa, like cure that with it was just managing a lot of stuff that I wasn't really imagining at first. But a lot of fun so far. I know I'm missing a lot when I play that game. I know a lot of it is like nostalgia, like
I feel like I just played the first part of Final Fantasy VII again recently, and I know there's a lot of stuff in this remake that is from later parts of Final Fantasy VII, but all the stuff I've played has been stuff from the chunk I played of Final Fantasy VII for remake. Everything I've played for remake has been that so far, with little hints like, oh, this is definitely something for later.
I will say with this game, there's
a lot of moments that I can feel that I'm like, it's that thing I have.
Like what? You could say.
I can't think of anything in particular, but it's like, it's when the music hits on a certain moment, or like a flashback or something, and I'm like, I know, and I know the flashbacks are new.
Some of them are. There's like one.
Because David's bitching about Sephiroth showing up so early. I'm like, well, obviously that's. New.
I was even surprised by how quick they showed Sephiroth. It was like the first 40 minutes. I'm like, damn, he's just there, fucking with Cloud in alleyway. I'm like, all right.
Yeah, so with David's bitching about that, I knew that was new. So I'm like,
I
this
was
is new.
fine. I don't give a shit.
I
I mean, Sephiroth's in every single fucking thing now, so I'm just like, yeah, he shows up in Advent Children, and I can't understand how, like, what the fuck even Advent Children's about. So, like,
but there's moments where like you can tell they're going for an emotion there, but me having literally no connection to Final Fantasy VII whatsoever, aside from like playing the first like hour and a half, like how many years ago, just like, oh, I should try it. I'm like, all right, this isn't really what I'm looking for right now, but it's cool to try it. I can see the moments that are supposed to be connecting with people that make them love this game, but they're just normal moments to me so far.
There's some man,
there are
it's hard
moments in game, so
it's one of those things that this game actually, now that I'm at where I am, it really is better to have honestly played the original and then play the remake.
At least the first right now.
Like, I'm sure. Like, and
actually playing the whole original.
I'm sure the whole game would work, but the whole game is 40 hours long, and the first part is like literally like 6, 7.
Yeah, so. and the problem too is that even though I wanted to do that, I was considering. I was like for a little bit considering maybe doing that because that's what you did, Gore. And you were telling me about that a while back. You wanted to do that. I was considering doing that too, but I feel like that game,
the whole game,
has a resonance with people that have played that game however many years back. Me playing it months prior to the remake, I'm not going to get that same feeling regardless. I'm like, oh, that's cool. Like, I'm not going to resonate. That's a long time people have been wanting this game, and I'm not going to have that. So I figured I kind of want to just go against the grain and not play whatsoever and see if I can give a different opinion with it completely.
Yeah, because I will say there's things that happen that I've been saying in our group calls, and there may be like one listener that understands what I mean by this. But this game definitely goes into Rebuild of Evangelion territory, where you think it's an entirely new thing, and then you realize it's not. There's things that go on that you realize you're in a loop. So it's one of those things that playing it without having played 7, I'm interested to see your feedback at the end of this when we have the conversation, because there's a lot of things that are hinted throughout that you realize that this is all a loop. It's not actually a remake, it's a continuation.
I don't know what that means, but
I feel like that was a spoiler. It's like,
yeah,
I don't know.
I gotta watch out with David sometimes. Sometimes David just has stuff.
Because I'm getting hints of what he's talking about, but because there's a lot of like I'll just say the cloud headaches I'm getting, because you're not that far behind me, and you're getting the cloud headaches, right? Whenever cloud like ugh,
yeah,
and those happen in the original game, but those happen in the original game, but they didn't happen as frequent as in this game.
Yeah,
this does it like every fucking 30 minutes. You're like, oh my head, and then he has like a little flashback.
But being the first entrance, really in Final Fantasy too.
This is your first Final Fantasy period?
Essentially, like I've dipped the most I've played any Final Fantasy is Dissidia.
Fair.
That does not count.
Sucks. That's like Crystal Chronicles only.
I like Dissidia a lot though.
City is fun. The first one.
City is.
So
I played the PSP. The first one. This is the second game on PSP, right?
So far, So far, this feels like just a super solid game, and that's it. Like I'm not getting any like feels about it. I'm like, oh, those characters are cool, but I'm like not getting any.
You wouldn't really. Yeah, it is.
No, and that's
definitely
and I kind of like. That's how I feel like, and I want to know. That's why, and alternatively, which me and David have been saying, I'm excited for you to play Royal. Because Royal, you get a lot more mileage out of if you played the original P5. You'll still love Royal, but like the moments that you get having spent 100 hours in P5, and then you're like, oh fuck, now you spent another 100 hours in P5, but now there's extra stuff that like go even beyond that. And you're just like, oh, this is like really paying off, and like really makes you want to.
Yeah, I'm starting that up as soon as I'm done 7 Remake.
Yeah, as soon as I'm done with Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne.
I've been talking David into playing Royal faster so I can have someone else to bounce off of. But yeah, no, so far 7, it's fun. I'm having a good time with it, but it's not like, oh, this is game of the year, amazing. It's like, oh, this is fun.
The combat's really good, though.
No, the combat's a lot of fun.
Oh, that's solid.
But so far, I'm just not getting anything out of the story. Like, and maybe and we'll talk about later with the we don't know how many parts this is. I'm curious as to what that means for people like me, because
Well, I'm sure the ending, from what I heard, I haven't heard any spoilers, but from what I heard about the ending, just a little bit, I'm sure you won't find it weird. It's just gonna be weird to people that
I like
know how Final Fantasy VII
you know what I
ends,
hate?
I guess.
I hate that you got spoiled
The
for a
actual
game that's not out till June, and yet.
Well, there was no leak for Final Fantasy VII Remake. Also, it's a remake, so.
Well, actually, there was leaks for 7 Remake.
But yeah,
from the
no, there
demo.
was, because it came out like a week early or 2
No,
weeks early.
people data mined the demo and found basically the whole fucking game in there.
But that wasn't as big as Last of Us, where literally some asshole at Naughty Dog's like, and he just like put. I mean, he had a reason. I guess.
We'll
but
talk
still.
about that. We'll talk
I'm
about
not.
that.
I'm not just saying he was
Yeah,
in a
we'll
dick
talk,
for no
we'll talk
reason.
about it.
Still, I'm not happy with that guy right now.
Speaking of Persona, I've been like I had an incessant need to want to replay P5, but I'm like, I'm not going to, because that'd be stupid to play while I have all these other things I really need to knock out right now. So instead, I started up Dancing in Starlight, and that's super fun actually.
I almost bought those because they were $15 the other
yeah,
day.
and hell yeah, and that's a good ass deal. They don't have that much songs in there, but I mean, for the price that I paid, like, fuck yeah. But it's cool. It's got moments with characters again. It's got all the same voice actors and awesome dialogue again. Great remixes. It's nice to like just delve back. It's like putting my toe back in the water, like, that feels good, and then I'm just out again. So I'm like halfway through that game with all the songs and doing all the social stuff in there.
Yeah, I need to finish the Persona 4 one, Dancing All Night.
You need to finish ripping that soundtrack.
That one. I got all the way to the end of the game. I just stopped. That game was really fun.
You know what? The cowards at Atlas refused to put. I think it might be Sony too. Actually, they refused to put the other Persona
Call
games.
them cowards. They'll definitely do whatever you want now.
The cowards. They haven't done it since 2017. I don't give a
The
fuck.
no balls having losers. Atlas.
Either Atlas or Sony, because I don't think they discount PSP stuff anymore, really. But
no.
There's just no Persona 4 Golden went on sale today. Nothing else, though. Nothing prior to that, which sucks. I really want to play the other ones, but specifically 3. But I will play the duology. What else have I been playing?
If Atlas had balls, they'd put Persona 5 on Switch. So
if they had balls, they'd put the entire Persona collection on Switch.
Now, let me ask you this:
Persona 4 definitely will come to Switch.
So if they port P5 Vanilla to Switch, you're playing P5 Vanilla then?
No, I'm probably gonna play Royal soon. I don't really care because I really want to play it. So
that's fair.
Yeah.
Because there was that survey
I guess
this
is the only month where I can really start it, because Chrono Trigger is a 30-hour game, but besides that, there's nothing else coming out this month. So
you're gonna love it, dude. It's so good.
Even though I did get another game that I do want to play, so I don't fucking know, bro. July, I guess, would be a better time too. I guess I don't know.
And then, yep, that's it. That's all I've been playing.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Gord, speaking of stuff that you just got, what'd you get?
All right, I got some stuff. I got. All right, so I got some more of those fucking. Best Buy was selling those Disney Blu-rays for cheap. I got a couple more. These were only $8 each. I got Sleeping Beauty, of course, classic.
I kind of want to get The Lion King in hindsight now, but I'm like, whatever, I'm fine.
And 101 Dalmatians. There you go, classics.
Yeah.
$8 each.
Yeah, because they can't sell anymore. Because
maybe they're 10.
I think they're 8.
I think they're 8 too. I think I bought something else, but I didn't get.
No, you know what? Those are 10.
These are 10.
Those are 10, but the games that were on sale recently were 8.
Yeah. Well, a lot of the Blu-rays were 8 also, but I think these ones were 10. I think I bought. I forgot what I bought. I bought something else that was, I think, 8, but it didn't show up yet. So I got that. This is the other game I was mentioning earlier that I do want to play. I got the remake for Trials of Mana.
Oh hell yeah!
Hell yeah!
I just used the rest of my GameStop fucking credit for that because
get off that ship.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here before they go under. But anyway, I don't know. It seems like they might reopen soon. Anyway, seeing that this is the quarantine's lifting pretty soon over here, I think. It seems like it. I don't know.
Yeah,
That's
they
what it
extended ours till the end of May.
Not when I say soon, I don't mean like tomorrow. But,
yeah,
well, we were set originally to open tomorrow, and then they're like, "Yeah, we'll extend it to May."
See, around here in New York, I think it's gonna probably.
The big one everyone's trying to hit is like May 15th, but some people are pushing to May 30th, but I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think it's a good idea, but whatever.
I don't
But
either.
anyway, Trials of Mana, I got it. I want to play it. I heard it was good. I never played the original, obviously, because it never fucking came out here. I guess it is out now, Collection of
With the
Mana.
collection, yeah. I want to get that collection at some point soon because I'd rather play the originals
I
first.
always like Mana, and do you know why? Mana,
Hmm.
Mana, however you pronounce it. I always say either or. I always say Mana and Mana. You know why I like that game series?
The co-op?
Because it's not turn-based.
I like how you're gonna
like a certain game that we're gonna be playing in the future.
Persona
Dude,
5.
I can't wait till
Shadow
we
of
get
the
to that
Colossus.
point.
Persona 5.
Where I can't wait till we get to this point where every week it's gonna be
I
like,
love it.
all right, what do we play? And Gort's gonna be like, fucking
Fuck
more
Nocturne.
Nocturne. Been playing more Nocturne.
Put a gun in both my ears,
I think I see both your mouths.
both my mouths. You don't want to know what the other one is. But anyway, got this. I heard this is a fun, happy little JRPG, colorful. It's a great supplement to that dark, dreary shit I'll probably have to play soon. So
I
there
want
you
to
go.
get that. I feel like it'll go on sale for like 30.
It was already $50. I mean, come on.
It was 41 on Amazon.
That's true. But I had a $25 coupon also, I should say, because I sell a lot of shit to GameStop, so I acquire a lot of coupon reward point
Let's
things.
see if Best Buy will price match that maybe.
But I also got, you showed this off last week, Adrian, and I was like, you know what? I was going to get it, but I didn't know if I really wanted to get it.
And now
And
you
I
got
saw
it.
And I watch other unboxings too, just to see it like in more like a higher quality.
Damn, it's sold out at Best Buy.
And I got that Cyberpunk controller.
Hell yeah.
So I used the rest of my GameStop credit for this.
It's a
and
nice controller.
It's funny. I used my credit for this awesome controller and a game I can't play.
But have you held the controller yet?
It is really, yeah. No, I already opened it.
It's a little
I
weird.
just put it back in the box. It is weird, but it's okay. I haven't
I've got
played.
used to it already, but it's
I
a
haven't
little weird. at
played
first.
anything with it yet. I was gonna play some Overwatch yesterday with it, but yeah, I'm already kind of used to it. It has like this, like you said last week. It has like this.
It's matte on one
matte,
side. And
it's
slick
like
on
a
the other.
matte finish, and then this is like a really, really smooth plastic. A matte's like kind of like a rough
Hey,
kind of feel.
that No Future looks good though. The way it's
It
carved
does.
in.
Yeah, it is cool.
Anyone
There you
is shit on that controller, you're wrong.
Wait.
And I still kind of want to dip on that controller, but man, I can't
You
for
know
that
what's
price.
funny? So my Xbox randomly just turned off the other day. It's not like 3 times like in the last couple of years, but it just randomly turned off the other day. And I'm like, oh, the first thought I came to my head, I was like, guess I'm buying that Cyberpunk Xbox.
Any excuse.
Yeah, that's the first thing I thought. I didn't even think about turning it back on or refreshing.
I don't know. My Xbox is kind of looking dusty. Got to get a new one.
Yeah, that's literally. I didn't even think about turning it on. I was like, guess I'll buy it.
Yeah, your Xbox like glitches out once on the menu, like, or has an update, and you're like, gotta get a new one. New one has all the
hold
updates.
on. I'm gonna chill.
New one has all the updates. Don't need to download those. You get the Xbox, it downloads an update. Fuck. But yeah, no, that console looks great, but I'm okay. I just got my Xbox One X last year, so I'm all right until the Series X comes out. But anyway, it's really nice, and the thumbsticks feel different too. Like I have a brand new controller that I haven't used yet, so I definitely didn't need to buy this at all. But because I have like 4 or 5 Xbox One controllers that are still in really good condition. But like I even like messed around with that one, just like, and it like feels different too. Just like the thumbsticks feel different.
I was thinking about stuff I had to do, and I forgot that.
I didn't hit record.
I forgot that I had. We have Xenoblade coming out next month.
Yeah, no, that's at the end of the month though, so that's like the last 2 days of May. So I wasn't even counting that. I'm counting that for June more than anything. But that's the only thing I think coming out. It's not, no, that's June. Never mind. I was gonna say SpongeBob, but that's June. I'm sure there's something else. I'm sure there's something else. I guess Streets of Rage comes out tomorrow, which I heard is really good, by the way.
Yeah.
And that's pretty close to May, if you want to count it.
Hell yeah.
I count whatever comes out at the end of the month. That's the next.
That's on Game Pass.
Yeah, I know.
So that'd be
Which
fun.
is awesome. When I heard that, I was like, "Oh, cool, bro! I don't even." But I'm definitely getting on Switch now,
Hell yeah.
baby. But
Right.
anyway.
Anything else?
Oh no, I got a couple more things. I forgot I was even doing that. I got Predator. There it is. Look at it.
Look at it.
I like that
That's a
box
good
art.
box art. Yeah.
And I also got this on OfferUp. I bought one of these before, like I think a few months ago, and it came in like shit condition, so I sold it. This one, I don't know. Like I bought it. I'm looking at it. I'm just like, do I even really want to keep this fucking thing? I bought it for pretty cheap, so I might just get rid of it. I got this 2DS.
I told.
It's actually.
Did you see my story about the GBA I almost got?
No.
How someone was selling a GBA SP for 25, and I was like, "Oh, I'll offer you 20. I'll go there now." She's like, "All right." Well, she's like, "I have someone waiting for it," and I'm like, "All right, cool."
Yeah, you told me.
Yeah, and I was like, "If they show up, cool." But then they didn't. And she's like, and she asked me afterwards, she's like, "Hey, how much would you have sold that for?" I was like, "Probably like 25 or 30, maybe, depending on the condition, maybe a little more." She's like, "Oh, I sold it for 10." And I was like, "Good job."
Whoa. I thought when you said story, I thought you meant that Facebook story shit.
Oh, no.
Can you do that? Yeah, no, you told that in the chat. Yeah. Is that the thing, right? Facebook stories?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Instagram stories pretty much.
Yeah, YouTube has that too, I think. Everybody has stories. I want to hear fucking anything from your mouth. Not from anybody.
All right, what else?
I went to the food market today and there was no toilet paper. Wow, fucking glad I read that. Anyway.
Oh, Lord.
I have one last thing. Not video game related, but I had to show it because this is important. About 2 weeks ago, maybe we randomly were in a call and we're talking about 35 millimeter.
Oh yeah, you got it.
I didn't get the one you think I got. Well, maybe no. I don't know. Wait, what's the one you think I got?
The Thing?
No, not that one. Not yet. I did buy that one though.
Blade.
It's not here. I got Blade, baby.
Oh hell yeah!
Hell yeah! Blade.
We were randomly in a call.
It's just a trailer. It's just a trailer because this is definitely not a movie. This looks like a fucking like one of those things, like a washer or whatever. Right? What is that?
Have you looked at it yet?
Yeah, it's Blade. Because obviously it starts off at the end, so I have to like go through like fucking so much, and then the first thing I see is Wesley Snipes' face. I'm like, hell yeah!
I hate that. Like literally, like this time last week, there was never a thought in our mind that we'd ever own that kind of stuff.
Well, I never wanted to collect them, but I never ever thought they would be like cheap. I thought they would always be like expensive, especially for like even semi movies like Blade. Yeah, well, I mean, not even. I just never even thought that anybody would ever sell these because I didn't think anybody gave a fuck.
I never thought that I'd ever have. Yeah, I bought one as a joke.
I got the Blade trailer, baby. Oh, this is trailer number 2, so that means it's better. Anyway, I don't like that the label's kind of messed up. You can't really see the fucking label.
That gives it authenticity.
Yeah. Well, I don't mean like because it has the edging problem. It's because whoever puts the sticker on it is like it's all fucking lopsided.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's Blade. The first thing I see besides like the preview thing and the fucking the whatever
that was fun because we were in a call. It was like 3:00 in the morning, and we were just thinking of random movies that would have because it has to be like 2010 or prior for them to actually be filmed.
Yeah.
And so we're just thinking of random movies that we would like that would be decent enough because some the more popular ones are obviously more expensive. But
yeah.
But you can find some pretty good movies on there that just happen to have like a couple of it available too, which is nice.
I got the trailer for The Thing, which I'm still a little worried if it's the 2011 one.
It is. But, it is.
It says 2001.
No, I'm sure it's that one I'm saying.
Yeah. The 2011 one?
No, it's the original one.
Yeah, but like it says 2001 on it, and it says remake, which the original is a remake. Well, obviously not the original, but the 19 what is it? Yeah, it's a remake. Because the 2011 one's not a remake; it's a prequel technically.
Yeah, and it's a cult classic on there.
Remake of the 1982. Yeah, it is cult classic. Yeah, the 2011 one is not a fucking cult anything, and definitely not a classic for fucking any form of the imagination. But I don't remember there being a 2001 like re-release, so it's a little weird that it says 2001 on it. But maybe there is one. Maybe it was like a really small re-release. But that's fine with me. I got a trailer for The Thing. It's coming. It's cooking. Anyway, I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. Oh, I bought this like a month ago, and it just showed up. It was really cheap. Speaking of mana, I got Heroes of Mana for the DS.
You and that mana, man.
The manual and I bought this like a month ago, so finally showed up. And I got this for like $6. So
oh yeah,
it's not an expensive game, but added to the DS collection. Didn't come with the case, obviously. But anyway, I'm done.
All right, Dave, what'd you got?
So speaking of eBay, I'm waiting on some shit to come in from eBay with this whole COVID situation. Your mileage may vary on when shit actually shows up.
Yeah.
But hopefully this Saturday I might be getting everything in from eBay, but we'll see. I only got digital stuff this week because Humble Monthly came in and a couple other free games came through. So I got Hitman 2, the newer one, not the original. I got Turok 2, Shopkeep 2, Opus Magnum. This is the Police 2. What the hell is this game? Moloch Sintez. Trubberbrook. I think that's how that's pronounced.
Oh, yeah. It's like that claymation kind of looking thing.
Yeah. Driftland, The Magic Revival, Capitalism 2, Shogun 2, Total War, and Grease.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
So you don't have anything with you right now?
No, I don't have anything visible to show off.
All right, let me tell you what I'm gonna have.
Yeah.
All right.
Should. Hey, COVID, man.
There you go.
COVID got his package.
Kobe.
Yeah,
Shout out.
No. Shout out to Kobe.
All right. Digitally, I forgot to mention like how many weeks back I got digitally. I got whatever Shin Megami Tensei sequel is to that Overclock game I have, because that was like
Devil Survivor.
Yeah, it was like $10 on eShop randomly.
Yeah.
So I grabbed.
Why?
Why not?
I heard the Devil Survivor games were pretty good. I still haven't played them yet myself.
Digitally, I showed these guys earlier. I got was Deadly Premonition.
Yeah.
I wanted the physical copy, but it's like $40.
Yeah.
And digital copies are 15. I'm like, okay, no, I'm good. I'll save. 25.
Yeah, but the collector's editions comes with some sweet buttons.
The
nice.
collector's edition is $50.
I think it's like 46 right now.
Either way,
$4 off. Man.
Yeah, I'm not gonna spend on that much for this game that I'll probably think is quirky, but who knows? I could also probably not like it too. So.
It's I wouldn't just describe it as quirky.
I know it's very divisive, so I'm excited to see.
I describe it as fucking insane. So.
It's like playing a jank version of Twin Peaks.
We'll see, because I still don't know where I stand with Swery, because like
Swery's great.
I did not like the missing.
Well, the missing's different though. That's an actual story and stuff.
Yeah, I thought the story behind it was interesting, but I did not like playing the missing, and that's why
I don't know if you'll like playing Deadly Premonition.
That's why I hear about Deadly Premonition is you're gonna like it, but you're not gonna like playing it. So I'm
but you like Resident Evil games, and it's pretty much just a really shitty version of Resident Evil 4.
Yeah, so we'll see. I'm interested.
Shitty's hard. It's a really low budget.
It was $20 when it came out, which is funny because now it's more expensive.
Yeah, I will say that's the thing about Swery.
Watch I bought it 2 days before it even came out. Because my GameStop had it. My GameStop had it 2 days before it even came out. So I had it. I might have been the earliest when it comes to people buying it. I think I might have been one of the first.
Because I didn't pick up Steam until after Jim Sterling gave it a 10.
Yeah, Jim Sterling. Hey, shout out to Jim Sterling. Because I didn't give it a 10, but I totally would if I wanted to make a statement.
Yeah, Jim Sterling is arguably one of the reasons why that game is getting a sequel.
Yeah.
Is that game go for a lot sealed? The original copy?
Probably like $50-$60.
I imagine so.
Yeah. Well, the PS3 version goes for a lot. That's the director's cut. That's what the Switch version is.
Right.
I never played the director's cut. I've never even seen I've seen one cutscene of the director's cut, and that's it.
I have because I have the PS3 version, the PC version, and now the Switch version.
Yeah, I have the PC.
For the Switch version, they did take out the extra cutscenes.
Yeah, because apparently it might contradict what the sequel is doing.
Okay, that's good.
Also,
yeah,
Streets of Rage is available on Game Pass right now.
One cutscene. I was on Game Pass right now. Cool.
Yeah.
A little early. Yeah, it was just a little, really weird. Didn't Gears Tactics come out also? How come I didn't see that on Game Pass yesterday?
PC.
No, it's on 360. It's on Xbox One also. It's supposed to be, unless it's coming out later.
I think it's coming out later.
Maybe. All right. Well, I'm not getting that right now. It's definitely coming to Xbox. So
if it's on Game Pass for PC.
Yeah, Xbox One later this year.
All right. Well,
I heard it's very good.
I wasn't gonna play it anyway, but I was just wondering.
I'm excited for it.
Then what else? So
yeah,
did I get anything else digitally? I'll look really quick. Digitally on there. I thought I got a PSN game recently, but I might just be going crazy. Physical games. You also got Predator. Talked about that. Found this for $20 on Facebook Marketplace. I got Ni no Kuni on Switch. Came out with a really fucked up box, which is why I was asking Gore if he had any extra boxes. So I had to swap in out my Sushi Striker box for Ni no Kuni because I need a new box on that. Got a copy of Punch Out. The game is he said he tested it, but he advertised it as a scuffed disc, which it really is very scuffed. But I'm sure if I run it through a buffer, it'll be fine.
The game's scuffed.
Yeah, but it was $10.
What's the point?
It was $10, so I figured I'll take a try.
Yeah, it's $10.
I got the Metal Gear Solid Legacy Collection.
How much you get that for?
$50. So.
Yeah, that's how much it goes for.
Yeah. Because I got it from a pawn shop, $50. But the case is really gross too. I need a new PS3 case. I hate when people give me gross ass cases.
I don't know if I have replacement ones for those, but I'll see.
I'll look around. I think my game shop probably has one.
I might have a few.
Also, so I told David this. I kind of want him to guess. Maybe you can jump in on this. I bought a PS4 game that I was not expecting to buy. I didn't even know about this game. I think I'm sure I've heard about it, but I never even gave it a second thought. Remake, a PS2 game that came out on PS4.
Shin Megami Tensei. No, they wouldn't remake that dog shit.
So it's a remake of a PS2 game?
Yes. I'm fairly confident. It might not. I mean, let me go check.
It's not a Kami. That wasn't really a remake.
No.
Anyway.
PS2.
I already know you've been picking up, or at least looking at you picking up Yakuza. Is it Yakuza?
Mm-mm.
Oh, Yakuza.
Like, he definitely knows those got remade.
A game I did not think about.
Did it come out this year?
No.
No. Okay.
It's a couple years old,
I
believe.
Last year.
It's a couple years old.
It's a remake of a PS2 game. Oh, Odin Sphere?
Odin Sphere.
Wow, okay. Odin Sphere is kind of fun. It's similar to what's that fucking one with the big titty? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, same company. Remember when we were like, who the fuck is Vanillaware? It's those guys.
That's the same people? Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. That makes sense why it looks exactly the same.
So,
I didn't have the PS2 game, but I've seen gameplay.
I didn't know what the fuck Odin Sphere ever was, and I saw there was some deal of it posted not that long ago. So I looked it up and thought it looked gorgeous, and I was like, oh, this looks fun, and it's like an action side scroller. I'm like, fuck yeah, I'll do that. So I bought that. So I'm actually looking forward to getting to that. I never knew what it was. I never even heard about it. Like I said, I was not a PS2 guy, so all fresh territory to me.
Yeah, I don't think Odin Sphere was like a huge game back then, though.
No, it was definitely good. I need to actually pick up that PS4 version of it at some point soon.
Then I think that's it.
Everything?
Cool. Hell yeah.
All right. So we're going to jump into trivia here.
I forgot.
Oh my god. It's Doom Guy.
Where's Isabel?
She's
missing something.
She's cooking right now.
I got that. Shout out to Gore's reaction on that music video. He just has a joy in.
Yeah, that music video is really good. The full song's really good too. So
it's
only like a minute longer, but still good.
So for trivia, shout out to Nick. He gave us some trivia again, but because I have the setup for that, we're gonna record it at the end of this podcast.
Okay.
So I want to do it now.
Nope.
No. Oh fuck.
So cutting now. Welcome back. This is the trivia. We're doing this. Now it's time to see who reigns supreme this week on trivia.
I like all the pictures of coin flipping.
Hell yeah. Well, you gotta have the right technique to it.
Shout outs to Nick once again coming in clutch with the trivia. He gave me a choice on Twitter as to what we wanted between this topic I picked and then something else that were similar. I like this one a lot more. I think this one a lot more fun.
Yeah, shout out to Nick, our number one true fan. We should have him on as a guest one day.
Shouts out. I was doing shouts out. Shoots out. Anyway, go ahead.
Anyway, we're going to do a coin flip to see who stays and who goes.
All right.
So, Gore, as winning, you get to pick.
Tails.
All right.
Yeah. I'll stay.
Do I need to not be looking at the screen for this trivia? All right.
Fuck out of here.
He just punched his computer.
All right.
Fuck this. All right, this one is celebrate the soon or already released, which yeah, he covered it. Can you guess the company that created or adapted these beat 'em up bosses? So it's gonna be you got to guess between whether it's a Capcom, Konami, or Sega boss.
Oh, okay. All right.
All right. So let me know when you're ready.
I don't know really. All right. Well, let's do it.
All right.
Oh.
Okay. You see it on your screen.
I thought I'd get pictures.
Nope. It's by name.
Capcom. What was the other ones?
You know what? Actually, now I'm thinking about it. Should I not show you this? Don't look at the screen for a second. Look away for a second. Let me see if it does this. Hold on.
Doesn't matter. I ain't gonna remember this shit. I don't know the names of the. This is all gonna be guessing, by the way. Just tell you right now. The last Street Fighter, yeah.
Okay, no, you're good. Okay. No,
Streets of Rage games I played were.
No, it's because I wanted to see what it would say if you guessed it, if it would like tell you or let you keep multiple guessing or whatever. I want to see what the process was behind it really quick.
Okay.
So now you're good. So if you get it wrong, you get it wrong. So you have to guess. Okay. You have one guess on each of them.
Okay, right. So
you read that. Tell me whether it's a Capcom, Konami, or Sega.
Okay, Capcom, Konami, Sega. Okay, Waylon Smithers. I'm gonna go by what they sound like. That sounds like I'm gonna say that's Konami.
You got it from The Simpsons.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Smithers. Of course. I should have figured that.
Dr. T.W.
Yeah. Dr. T.W. I'm gonna say that's Sega.
It was Capcom from Captain Commando.
I just played that. I don't remember that boss. See, I just played that in the fucking thing. I'm like, I don't give a fuck.
The Juggernaut.
Oh, that's Capcom because it's X-Men, right?
Konami.
I thought Capcom made that. All right, well, whatever. I knew it was what game it was from.
A Cha-Cha.
A Cha-Cha. Sega.
You got it.
Okay.
Baxter.
Baxter? Oh, that's TMNT, isn't it? Fuck. Who made that now? Is that Capcom? No. I forgot what... I know it's TMNT, that's Baxter Stockman, but I'm assuming. I don't know who made the fucking game, though. Konami? Was it Konami?
I got it.
So. All right, good.
Bushwhacker.
Bushwhacker. What the fuck is that? That's from... I'll say Capcom. That's from something I know.
The Punisher.
It's Punisher, okay.
Cyber
Punisher.
Samurai.
Konami.
Capcom.
Cyber Circuit, okay.
Sazabis.
That sounds like a Capcom character.
Capcom?
Yeah.
Sega.
No?
Arabian Fight.
Arabian Fight. That's a good name.
Iris.
Iris.
I love the next name, by the way.
Yeah, it's good. Iris. I'm gonna say Sega.
Konami.
Asterix. Lieutenant Bitter. That sounds like I want to say Capcom.
Sega.
It's all guessing. Golden Axe. I don't remember. Mother Brain, not the Metroid one. Konami. Oh, that's a Contra, isn't it?
Konami?
Contra. Yeah, Konami.
Capcom from Armored Warriors.
Fuck. Capcom boss from
Baphomet.
Okay. Isn't that something from... I've heard that name before, Baphomet. I'll say Sega.
Konami.
Yeah.
Damned Hellstrike. It's a good name.
Damned Hellstrike. Konami.
Sega.
All right.
Wolf Hongo. That's a good name.
Hongo. That's a good name. Sega.
You got it.
Die Hard Arcade. What the fuck? Al
Negator.
Al Negator. Konami.
That sounded like Konami to me. There you go.
Bucky O'Hare.
Garibaldi.
Capcom.
Ooh.
All right. Oh, that's all right. I just played that. I don't remember that character. It's like I don't give a shit about the characters in beat 'em up games, like unless it's like from something I already know, like X-Men or fucking Ninja Turtles. I guess Punisher. That name sounded familiar. Souther. Sega.
Ooh.
Oh, that's Streets of Rage 1. Okay. Father Bella.
I think you're not supposed to really tell the names. You're supposed to like just get the feel of the names for what company would pick
That's
that.
what I was doing.
Yeah. I don't expect you to know any of these
Well,
things.
unless you know the
Yeah.
characters. Which, I know what that Toka one is. I think I do. At least, no, I probably don't actually. But anyway, Father Bella. I'll say that's Konami.
Capcom.
Street Rise. Ew. That game sucked balls.
Roman Legionnaires.
Okay, that sounds like a Konami character. Like just.
You got
it. Aspects. Okay. Toka. I'll say Konami again.
Ooh.
It's Ninja. I was gonna say Toka and Razar. That's right. They're from the movie.
Mona and Lisa.
Huh? Capcom.
Sega. Dog. I like that name.
Dog. I'll say Konami.
Capcom.
Like I said, I just played that one. I don't pay attention to the names of the fucker I'm fighting. I don't really care.
I'm gonna kill you.
Nif. Sega. All right. Altered Beast. Okay. Abigail. Ooh, that sounds like Capcom.
There you go.
Oh, fine. Okay. I don't remember that boss, but okay. Konami. Cadillacs and dinosaurs. All right. Kabuki Warrior. Sega. That sounds like a Sega character. Shit. Konami. Oh, it's from Simpsons. Okay. Mikhail. Capcom. No, Sega. Spike Out. Oh, I remember Spike Out. I think it was an Xbox game.
Jocko. Konami. That sounds like a Konami character. No! Die Hard Arcade,
Die Hard
baby.
Arcade. What the fuck? Alien Queen. All right. Capcom, because they made Alien vs. Predator. Yeah, there you go. Shredder. Oh. What was it again? It was Konami, right? Konami. Was it Konami?
All right.
Yeah, okay.
14 out of 30.
Well, I got more than I thought I would get.
You cleaned it up at the end.
Yeah, at the end. I wasn't doing so well before.
All right. Let's
All right, so I got 14 right?
Yep.
Cool.
Let's not tell David.
He'll probably get all the ones I got right and then more, but he's more of the beat 'em up boy.
Because we like to beat him up, boy.
Yeah, he's used to it. He's gotten used to it. Little baby. What are you eating?
Got some chili and rice, dude.
Until now, enjoy Sporkle's hidden features. Hidden features for. Oh. Why'd you hide that?
Calm down.
You need to calm down.
What do you mean, calm down? That's a good reaction whenever anyone says calm down. What do you mean, calm down?
I was just reading it, waiting for this dipshit to put his thing on. All right, here we go.
All right, welcome back.
Back.
Do you want to know the score that Gore got? Yeah. You want to tell him?
I got 30.
What? How many are there?
30. I got 14 right.
14.
Which is way higher than I thought I would get, considering I don't fucking care.
So this one is called, to celebrate this or the soon or already released Streets of Rage 4, can you guess the company that helped create or adapt these beat 'em up bosses? It's either Capcom, Konami, or Sega. You got to know the name of the company that made the game that boss is in.
Okay.
So either you know these characters, if you don't, you kind of just have to get a feel for what company would make a character with that name in it.
All right. I feel like I'm pretty decent at that.
This is where you're at. Tell me when you're ready to go.
I just got names. I don't got pictures.
Yep.
Shit. I got this. All right, let's do this.
Okay.
So what were the companies again?
Capcom, Konami, or Sega?
Wylon Smither sounds like a Konami name.
From The Simpsons.
Yep. Dr. TW. Sega.
Sega.
Capcom.
Oh, Boston Captain Commando. Dragonauts Capcom.
Konami boss.
I thought that too.
What?
X-Men.
Beat 'em up.
I thought they made the X-Men game. I guess it was Konami.
Cha-cha?
Cha-cha.
Sega.
Cha-cha.
Doug's Baxter. I think that is one of the enemies in Streets of Rage. I'm going to say Sega.
Konami from the Turtles,
Oh.
baby.
Baxter Stockman.
Oh, Baxter Stockman. Fuck me. All right. Bushwhacker. Do they mean the wrestler or... fuck me.
Beat him
that's
up.
right, he's a wrestler also. There you go.
Beat him up.
Yeah, he's an actual wrestler.
I'm going to say Capcom.
Punisher, baby.
Punisher.
Cyber Samurai. Sega.
Sega.
Cyber Circuit.
Cyber Circuit. Oh, I forgot all about that game. Zazubees. Sega.
Sega.
Iris sounds like Konami.
All right.
Tenant Better. Capcom?
Sega.
Golden Axe. Oh, okay. Mother Brain, not the Metroid one. What other fucking one is there?
I don't know. You tell me.
I don't know. Konami.
Armored Warriors.
I'm thinking like Contra, because Contra had like a mother brain thing going on.
Baphomet.
I think it did. It's not beat 'em up though.
Gonna say Konami?
Metaphoric Force.
Damned Hellstrike. I'm gonna say Konami again.
Golden
Say
Axe.
first. Golden Axe, yeah. That one's Capcom. It's got to be.
Sega from
Sega?
Die Hard Arcade.
Die Hard Arcade.
All right. And Gator, Capcom. All right, fuck me then.
Fuck you, Aaron.
Sega.
I just played that game too, so I was really upset I got it wrong.
Konami.
That was for Souther for the listeners out there. You got that wrong. That was Sega from Streets of Rage 1. It stores at 6 out of 30, so it has about like 10 left.
Father Bella. Konami.
Final
Fight
Fight.
Streetwise. What the fuck?
That game is a piece of shit. It was a PS2 game. It was like a 3D version. It was like the last Final Fight game, and they said, fuck it.
Roman Legionnaires. I'm gonna say Konami.
There you go.
Oh, you're a big Asterix fan here.
Apparently.
Viking guy.
Taka. I'm gonna say Sega.
It's in there. Turtles, man. Toka and Razar.
Oh, Toka. God damn it.
Yeah. I was thinking that too, but I didn't remember them being in that game because they were just in the movie.
Yeah.
David was doing really well at the beginning, but he's kind of slipping now. He better take some time.
Yeah, take time. We got time.
I'm gonna say Konami.
Streets
Alright.
of Rage is fucking you up, man.
Yeah, I'm a fake
Yeah,
fan.
it fucked me up too.
Dog.
Old Capcom.
Yeah, that sounds like a Capcom, right? Yeah.
Neff. Capcom. Altered Beast. The fucking enemies had names in that game. What the fuck? Abigail. Capcom.
All right.
Getting
down to it, David.
Konami. Cadillacs and Dino. What the fuck? Kabuki Warrior. That was Sega, wasn't it? No, Konami from The Simpsons. All right.
I think you lost, so you just gotta go.
He
through
Yeah,
it.
I did lose.
He lost.
I'm gonna say Capcom, Sega, Konami, Capcom. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Whatever.
There you go. You got 10.
Congratulations, Gore.
I
He actually thought you were gonna win this one too.
for sure thought I was gonna lose that one. But you know what? I don't feel like it's fair. Because who gives a fuck what their names are?
Yeah, Nick.
A guy that shows up, like, yeah, it should have been pictures, to be honest.
Don't criticize Nick.
All right. No, I won, so I'm not criticizing. I'm really thanking him, but trying to not upset David.
No, it's one of those things that I really don't pay attention to what most of the fucking enemies are called, because all I care is who am I picking to beat them up with.
Exactly.
Thank you, though, Nick. That was a good one.
Yeah, thank you. No, that was
seriously,
a good one.
Nick.
That was a really good one. And now I learned that Asterix is that, I think that's the Viking guy, right? Or is that a different game?
I don't know.
Isn't Asterix in like Obelisk?
Now we're all gonna play Die Hard Arcade for a game's gone by.
Yeah, now I know there's a Die Hard arcade game that's a beat 'em up. I know there was like
the Die Hard arcade game actually shifts genres, so it has like a beat 'em up segment, but then also it has like rail shooter segments to it.
Yeah, I remember there's a rail shooter.
I don't know, why'd you get it wrong?
I don't know, because I haven't played it in like 20 years.
Well, I would never guess a character named Wolf Hongo would be in a Die Hard anything. So
there.
Anything Die Hard, like Hans Gruber and Wolf Hongo. I think,
what about Jocko?
Yeah, I can't see that anymore because your shit like all fucked up.
Yeah, Jocko.
All
right.
Jocko. Yeah, Jocko. Well, Jocko sounds like a henchman name, actually.
Stay tuned again for more podcast stuff.
Fuck. Yeah. Wait, we didn't get angry though. Someone needs to get angry so it makes sense. All right, now we're back.
All right, yeah, I'll do it. This is one long. So congrats to the winner of the trivia. You know who you are.
It was me.
Yeah,
it's this guy.
I
got all.
I can't wait to go back and watch how pissed off one of us is.
I'm gonna make sure I'm not pissed if I win or lose.
If I win.
I won. Fuck, I won.
All right, we're gonna jump into news and then do all this stuff. We'll wrap it up here. All right. So first story is we got a bunch of new release dates.
Hell yeah.
So we got Destroy All Humans Remaster, which is what date?
July 28th.
I fat fingered that.
I know, yeah. July 28th.
June 28th.
I know.
No, it's July.
It's July 28th. 3 days after my birthday.
All right, so David mistyped that.
Yeah,
right,
you fucked up.
We got Deadly Premonition 2.
Hell yeah.
10th of July.
We got Last of Us Part 2.
Yeah, it's June 29th, right? Or 28th, or something like that.
And then we got Ghost of Tsushima.
That's July 17th?
Yep.
And then we get one more?
No, that's it. SpongeBob. We never talked about SpongeBob. That comes out June 23rd.
There you go. That's the one you were saying.
There you go. Well, that was like 2 weeks ago, though. But I don't think we ever talked about it.
I think
and that's also a THQ game. So
someone was mentioning one prior to the podcast, and that's probably what they were saying. Yeah. So those are the four. The big ones, Deadly Premonition 2, which is cool. That's cool. We got that.
Hell yeah.
Another big one is the two bigger ones, I should say, are Last of Us Part 2 and Ghost of Tsushima, because
especially Last of Us.
So we're gonna blend this in with our next story.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna make that a really quick update. Let me put the timestamp because we're gonna talk about this more.
Yeah. Well, Destroy All Humans remake finally. I wish it was a little earlier, to be honest.
If it came out now, that'd be nice.
Thinking about it now, because when I did the reaction, I was like, August is like perfect time because it's pretty August. But
go back to the podcast like 4 months ago, and we're like, oh man, March is too fucked up, man. We can't do that. Ooh, it would have been nice.
Yeah. It would have been nice about March, actually.
If everything came out in March, that would have been.
It was like 4 games, 2 of them we didn't even play. So, well, I guess 3 of them you guys didn't play because you didn't play Doom yet. David had that Lane Grasser, or the fuck that was.
Grasser.
There you go.
So, yeah, I'll be getting to that after Doom Eternal.
Oh, he hasn't even played it. Never mind.
Yeah. No, because that came out right before 7 Remake and all that. So I was like, fuck.
Yeah. 5.
And I remember we thought, like, yo, Final Fantasy, Resident Evil 3, and Cyberpunk in the same couple weeks? Fuck. And then Resident Evil 3 was 14 seconds long, and then fucking Final Fantasy 7 was the only game that month.
I would have loved it if this game came out now, dude.
Dude, I'm so excited for Cyberpunk. I can't fucking wait.
I can't wait. Oh, my God.
I want to fucking...
Did you get the collector's edition of that?
I should, but I don't. At this point, I just want the game. I don't give a fuck.
I have a collector's edition pre-ordered.
How much is the collector's edition?
$250.
Yeah, that was my reaction too. Because Adrian tried to do the same thing. He's like, "Hey, I got an extra."
No, I wasn't trying to sell.
I'll let you know if you don't want it or whatever. But
I'm considering just if you guys want it. But I do. Did you ever get the Last of Us collector's edition?
No, I don't want it.
Okay, because I do have.
That's why I'm here about the game. I'm like, I might not want.
Well, because I have the LA edition on Gamer Club still for $145.
Pretty good.
Still kind of.
You don't want that, Anthony?
Anthony?
Frank?
We're just gonna give Adrian the whitest name we can think of right now. Anthony.
No, I have like because that was when every place was trying to pre-order, so I was trying to pre-order for multiple people. So I got like 2 LA editions I got 2 LA editions and 1 collection edition.
Oh, okay. So you're gonna keep it.
I'm gonna keep an LA edition. I have 1 extra LA edition, and I have 1 collected edition. The collected edition is the one without the backpack or the vinyl. It's just the statue of Ellie, which I imagine is the thing you want.
Okay, so the Ellie edition is the regular one.
Yeah, so it's the collected edition is the one with Ellie. The LA edition is the one with her backpack, vinyl, and that statue.
And how much is the Ellie edition?
That's $230.
Oh, it comes with her backpack.
With backpack and a vinyl, and like a special whatever card from the developer or something.
I don't know, man. What if the game is disappointing?
I also have that. I have that collector's edition though, and that's a statue, which I imagine is the thing. Well, that's the one David. I know.
Yeah, that's the one where I was like, oh man, I'm really kind of tempted now.
Why?
David actually, we talked about this, and we'll talk about it now. Is that David actually read the leaks and he actually likes them?
Yeah.
Really?
So let's.
Yeah, I read the leaks.
Shit, I read. It makes me not.
So let's watch where we step here.
Yeah.
Anyone that's actually listening, we do not want. We're not gonna say any spoilers.
I mean, I don't want us to talk about spoilers at all because I only got
neither that. Yeah. So, but we're not gonna mention them.
Yeah.
Anyone that's in there now, we just ask everyone to be respectful of it and don't post spoilers for those that do want to play the game blind. So we will watch what we say without saying any details whatsoever.
Yeah.
But so the thing is I've read one. Gore's read a couple. David just went full on and just read it all.
I read one and another thing I would consider a spoiler.
So did you read it? Like
No, someone posted some stupid fucking meme about the game. I don't even want to say what the meme is, just in case.
Did you block them? Fuck them.
No, it was someone retweeted it, and it was somebody I know. So I was just like, it's annoying, but it was a meme. I was like, I don't know. I'll just mute it. And that's the thing. Even if I muted it, they'd retweet a picture. So either way, I would have been fucked. So it was a picture. I can't read.
Fuck that
guy. Yeah. But it was one of those memes where like you had to read it to understand. So if you're like glancing at it, but I looked at it because I knew the person. So I was like, oh, let me see. Oh, what the fuck? So it was. I don't even want to say what the meme was.
You want to know how You don't know how I got spoiled?
Yeah.
In a completely unrelated Reddit thread about someone who's was thanking someone else because their grandma died, and they're like, "Hey man, my grandma died, and this and you guys gave me some good content. Thanks for that." And the creator said, "Hey man, no problem, man. We're happy to help." And I saw a downvoted comment that you had to click into it because it's so downvoted. I'm like, man, someone must have been really fucked up. I wonder what they said. Clicked in. I'm like, well.
Ooh. Yep. That's the thing.
Granted,
hey, I was watching. We'll be talking about this thing later, but I was watching Assassin's Creed. They were doing Boss Logic was making
was
the
artwork.
Other
thing that we mentioned for
Oh yeah, Assassin's Creed. Yeah.
We'll bump that here in a second.
We'll talk about that for a couple minutes.
Yeah.
But I just want to mention that I was watching him like drawing the artwork and stuff, which was really cool. It wasn't a time lapse. So it was like literally him drawing it for like 7 hours just to draw like the fucking promotional art, which was really cool. But I watched like maybe an hour of it just like randomly. I'm just like keep clicking back. I'm like, oh, that's cool. But every time I look in the comments, I'm so glad it was something that I already had spoiled for me.
God,
because
don't be asking about it. I hate when people are just like
because just in there randomly that I don't want to say. But I think it's the thing you probably got spoiled with too, and it's the thing everybody keeps spoiling. I feel like.
Now again, without going into details, out of everything I could have seen, that's the one thing I'm like, whatever, that's fine. I don't mind that much. Like in the grand scheme of things, not that big of a deal. But don't be assholes about it. Like it's so shitty. It's just shitty. Like don't do that.
The other thing I got spoiled was not any scene, but what not the tone, but like just what the game is really about. And what I heard was really about made me a little less excited because it's that kind of thing that I feel like I think Naughty Dog story-wise can probably make it work, but it's one of those things I'm so sick of seeing in any
fair.
form of media. I'll say what it is, but
it's funny because before the leak happened, because we've been playing The Last of Us this last week, I was thinking in my head, is maybe it got delayed because it's just not the right game for this moment in time. Maybe because like everyone's kind of going through a shit moment right now, and The Last of Us 2 has been proclaimed as a game about hate. You know, maybe that's not a thing we need to be going down, and then lo and behold, it got leaked, and then the release date got pushed out. What I see, that's the thing I'm trying to think of is was the leak the reasoning behind the release date?
Most assuredly,
but
there is no way.
But that's like the next day that got announced. Like, do you think that people like all managing that were like, "Fuck it, we're gonna release it. We're gonna announce the release date now because that's manufacturing though. That's not something you think of overnight. That is
I have a feeling a lot of it was already probably like in the process of being manufactured because I mean it got delayed like 2 months before it was supposed to come out.
Yeah,
it got delayed earlier this month, right?
It wasn't gold yet though.
It wasn't gold, that's true, but I'm assuming it was probably in the process of being.
They said it was pretty much done.
I'm sure it's a long process to get their games manufactured. It's not like like one day it's like, oh, we're done. Oh, look, all these games.
Plus, knowing the COVID situation, they probably went ahead and went gold with it secretly, and were like, all right, we're just going to get it manufactured while we can. We know it's going to take a while, so we'll just get it.
And also remember, a lot of games don't go gold yet until that fucking. I mean, they go gold obviously, but I mean, like they always have that day one fucking patch that comes out, so
right.
They can easily just do that shit.
And I agree, but remember, this is also a big thing of this is the
biggest game this year, most likely.
No. This is what I'm trying to say is this was a hiatus that was indefinite.
Yeah,
they did not say. This is gonna. It was
definitely because of the leak. I don't even think there's an argument.
I just think that's why because they have to have either known about it earlier, or because I felt there's like so much dominoes that need to be set up for a release date to be announced, and because it affects Ghost of Tsushima, like that is a overnight decision that you were like, all right, this game got leaked, we got to get everyone together now and line up 2 games. And we get there. I just think that's wild. That if it was leaked, and I feel like still that there's definitely a part of it that might have expedited that. I feel like there either had to have been cards in motion to get that release date out, and it just happened to be coincidental, or if that really was purely because of the leak, then they had to have been like straight up in panic mode, and they had to get like 2 teams together to put a release date out that second, and manufacturing set up too.
Well, you have to. They had that release date, the May 29th one already. So they probably, and the only reason why they delayed it is because of the virus. I don't think. I have a feeling it probably wasn't like manufacturing or anything. They probably just didn't want to delay it. I mean, they wanted to delay it just because they wanted it to be a bigger event than just a thing to play while there's a sickness going out around.
It's still going to be going out though. We all like no one.
I know, but now if they don't put it out as soon as possible, then everybody's going to see the game on YouTube. Like you know, people have most likely have copied every single cutscene that got leaked.
Dude. Like I don't get it.
They have to put it out now. I'm surprised they didn't just say fuck it, it's coming out the same day it was originally supposed to come out. I'm surprised they don't just say, all right, well maybe retail won't happen. We'll just have digital for now, and then later on we'll have retail.
That's what a lot of people were expecting them to do initially.
That's
but
such a kick in the balls for
Yeah.
anyone that can't do digital. Like,
yeah,
that's the thing people don't realize.
I think most people can, though.
That's the thing people don't realize, though, is yeah, you appease the people that can download it digitally, but the people that can't afford to get their pre-orders out of GameStop right now, or they have their money down somewhere else.
My friend Gerard has one at GameStop. I didn't pre-order it.
Some people are stuck at GameStop with their orders. Some people are like they have the collector's editions like pre-ordered. You're asking them, all right, you can't, the game that you paid $200 for or $60 for right now, you can't access it. You can only access it if you pay another $60 digital. That's the worst customer move ever. And I don't see what people are rationalizing. There were some people I saw people like saying, oh, you know, they're fucking over their fans by doing. I'm like, bro, they're fucking over their fans like supremely if they bar people from playing that game. There's some people with atrocious internet out there, like shitty internet. It's funny to see like random pictures of like, hey, you guys think you have it good, and I see a picture of like PS, and it's like 99 hours remaining, and it's like, oh, I'm like, yeah, that sucks. And imagine asking them to download 100 some gigabytes.
Yeah,
not happening.
That'll suck. But you know what? Just gonna have to roll with it, bro. just watch on YouTube then. I don't know what to tell you.
But yeah, so the leaks happened. It hasn't been confirmed. I don't think there's ever been an actual confirmation of the why. The rumored suspicion is that it's a disgruntled employee over a payment dispute.
I'm sure.
Which, granted, has happened in the past before.
I
think it's happened. Yeah, it's happened with Naughty Dog before, right?
Yeah.
I mean, people keep leaving Naughty Dog. People have been leaving Naughty Dog for the last couple of years.
And it lines up being that COVID's going on, and so like all that stuff.
It is. I'm sure that guy got like screwed out of something.
But I will say is I sympathize with that. That sucks. You have no right to fuck over your entire company
and everybody that was excited for the game too. But definitely not the company.
You not only ruined it for people that have been waiting 7 years for a sequel, you ruined it for people that have been working night and day, blood, sweat, tears for this game to come out, and you are upset about a payment, which you have total right to be, but you ruined it for those people as well. Literally, you lost every ounce of like compassion for people backing your story up because you just come off as an asshole.
Exactly. It's a very short-sighted. It probably felt good in the moment to go ahead and do that.
Someone drank that night.
Exactly.
Said, you know what I'm going to do?
Was drunk.
But even think of it from like a professional standpoint. If this story is true and it is from someone that just went ahead, got pissed,
I'm sure it is.
Up the ass by getting sued. They are literally not going to know what money means now.
Exactly, and not
because not to interrupt you, this has like potential lost sales attached to it. You have such an easy.
Oh yeah, especially with a lot of people being like, "Man, fuck this game." After a lot of the story, I saw a lot of those. No one spoiled it. Credit to those people, because I saw a lot of people on my Twitter like, "Wow, that fucking story sucks." I'm like, all right, cool.
It sucks for people that like it sucks for the writers because like that's a story. I'm sure there's a lot of buildup to that, you know. Yeah. Like, because think of it this way. If you took The Last of Us and someone told you what the game was going to be at the very end, and they told you, "Oh, that's the ending," people were like, "Huh, what the fuck?" Like, if you think of it like on paper without having experienced the game, you'd have been like, "That's weird." I'm sure that I have trust in Naughty Dog that they will somehow get from point A to point B in an elegant fashion. If it's not, so be it. But at least they tried it with that one. But now on paper, people are reading it like that way. It's like that's kind of fucked up. But dude, like they're not gonna know what money means. Like they're hurting right now for their paycheck. They're gonna get royally fucked.
Yeah,
by legal.
And not only that, they've effectively blacklisted themselves from finding work in the industry, because if you go ahead and you act that way towards an employer and then you go looking for a job, and that's always going to be the question. They're going to look you up and be like, all right, what did you do before? Oh, you were that asshole that got pissed and then just leaked an entire company's work to the internet. We're not going to touch that.
Most anticipated game this year.
During a work from home situation where no one's going to trust you whatsoever at home.
Yeah. That guy is never getting a job again in the industry.
It sucks because, like, dude, with these,
you get a Burger King
especially
job.
in this time, you hit up Jason Schreier and like you get your story out there pretty easily, and everyone fucking follows up with it, and everyone's like, "Oh, fuck Naughty Dog," because they're being assholes. You know what? Now everyone's like, "Fuck that guy too."
Exactly. Yeah.
Literally, everyone sucks here now. Now Naughty Dog sucks for not paying their employee. Now that guy sucks. Like he was like innocent bystander. Everyone would have sympathized and be like, "Dude, that sucks, man," and yada yada. Now everyone's like, "Well, fuck that guy too."
Yeah.
It sucks. Yeah. It's just a shitty situation. But man, like now trolls are gonna grab it, and I was talking to someone from PR talking about like maybe it's people are disgruntled that they just want to they're bored with it. But this stuff has always happened. Like. Think way back when during the Harry Potter Midnight Lions, when people would be assholes, stick their head out and just yell Harry Potter.
Dumbledore.
Yeah, it's like
I won't say anything else.
It's always someone wants to be an asshole about spoilers. It's always going to be that way. I wish people weren't. Like, what fun do you get from like saying that and getting the justification of you like, oh, I ruined it.
It gets their jollies off.
It sucks, dude. Just don't do that. Like, troll any other way you want. Just why you gotta do
that?
I'll
say this. I understand if you want to be a dick to somebody that you hate. Like legit, like this guy's a dick.
No,
They'd be like, all right, go ahead, that one guy. No, that's fine. No, fuck that guy.
No, because
I just made up this person in my head.
Because that shit, like, even like it sucks for like influencers too, because like they're gonna for sure they just got to deal with the fact that.
No, I just meant spoil that for one guy. It's just like that's it. It's just one guy. If you hate that guy, and that guy's a dickhead.
Oh, if they Teen Wolf.
Teen Wolf.
Remember?
No, I don't. What?
Heavy Rain spoilers led into Teen Wolf spoilers.
Oh yeah. Okay, I forgot about that. He's just said Heavy Rain spoilers.
Shout outs to that was a route that happened back in our day.
Yeah, it was a Skype call incident.
No, so it just sucks all around, and I hope if people avoided spoilers so long, I really hope that they continue to do so. I want people to experience a game, especially now, the way it's supposed to be played. And
yeah.
If it sucks, if you got spoiled, it sucks. Just try to get it away from your head and just enjoy the ride for what it is.
I'm really upset about what I heard too. So
maybe
that'll help me while playing the game. I'm trying to look at it.
Silver linings, yeah.
Yeah, silver lining.
I mean,
like
playing
the
for
game,
me.
like, well, I expected it. So
David's gonna be our minesweeper though for this. It's like how I took the hit for Star Wars when I didn't give a fuck about Star Wars, and I'm like, everyone's like the script leaked, and I'm like, I got you guys. All right, let me walk through this article. All right, you guys are good. Go.
Yeah, but no, I'm actually really excited. I mean, playing Last of Us, I was already I went from only playing like the first couple hours of Last of Us to now I really fucking like the story, and we'll get into that more in a little bit. And then after reading the spoilers, I'm like, yeah, I'm fucking down for this. Like, there's definitely some things in it I maybe get why people are pissed off, but for my taste and my interests, there's a lot in that story that I'm like, yeah, I'm down. Let's do this.
See,
yeah,
it's funny because trying to piece it together, I can kind of see where it's going with David, or what he went with, but we'll see. And I want to stop it there before we get any more. Again, we're gonna keep it safe for you guys. But yeah, that again, it's a shitty situation. That just sucks, and it sucks. I feel especially bad, not even just for the fans, but for the people that worked on the game that like have spent so many hours, and now just people are critiquing their game without having even had a chance to play it now, and they're just like, well, you know, it sucks. And they were in the trenches with them, you know, they were there. Their backs probably got crushed like you. They might even not be without payments too, but I mean, apparently you're more important to like, oh, I gotta feel vindicated, so let me go fuck over them too.
I don't only gotta burn down the bridge, I gotta burn down the fucking city.
And that sucks.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Then just want to watch the world burn. Dark Knight 2018. Nope, that's not when it came out. Anyway, what's the next?
All right, hey, what's up, David? David time. Yeah, David. You know what? If you said that, David would have just went with it and be like, "Yeah, I guess that's when they came."
Oh wow, it only came out 2 years ago.
Damn, Heath Ledger still only died like a year ago.
It came out after Batman v Superman somehow,
and after Dark Knight Rises.
Yeah, Dark Knight Rises. Yeah, Dark Knight Rises, and then just regular ass Dark Knight.
All right, next story, since we skipped it, we'll have an extra story this time. Is Assassin's Creed Valhalla got announced?
Yeah, like I said, I watched a stream where it's just literally 8 hours of some guy
you want
to
react to it tomorrow?
Oh yeah, no, I'm down.
All right, so down. If you
11 a.m. my time, so
by the time you guys see this podcast, we'll have a video up of Gore and I. David doesn't even.
Yeah, it'll be a reaction to the trailer.
No, I won't. I got work.
Okay, well, it'll be me and Adrian. And maybe somebody else, we'll see. But or I'm sorry, Anthony. Me and Anthony.
We're gonna search Craigslist for a guy named Anthony to add to the Skype calls now.
Yeah, I guess, but I'm sure there's plenty of them. But what was I gonna say? The game is like being developed by 14 studios or something like that. I think that's the most ever for like a fucking one of their games. So
I'm glad that
14 of their studios is working on this one Assassin's Creed game.
I'm glad that they're taking that extra year approach though.
Yeah, and also this one got me really interested. I mean, to be fair, Odyssey got me interested. I just never played it.
Dude,
this one really gets me interested because fucking Valhalla, bro.
Can I interrupt you for a second?
That's the title, huh?
I want to interrupt you for a second. Is for whatever reason, multiple of my friends, even friends that just don't really play games, are all just like neck deep into Assassin's Creed Odyssey.
Yeah,
like people I don't like I know don't really actually play games, and I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I had Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Now I can play it.
I mean, people really. Like
that's
that
the one game I really want to get to this summer too.
It's really long though. That's
fuck it.
Hey,
it's David, if you want to swap Nocturne and Assassin's Creed Odyssey, we're down. Fuck.
Actually, I definitely am.
that would have been a really good one too.
Yeah. Oh well.
Maybe next time.
Fun next time. No, not next time. Like it's one long game a year. That should be the rule. Like super long game. Is that the fucking? That should be the rule.
I feel like when we get into season 2 of Games
like
Gone
super
By,
long game, like 80 hours, like this.
Season 2 of Games Gone By will have some new rules and twists to it that we'll enact in it.
Yeah, one David can't pick anymore.
it'll be like some fucked up trivia murder party where you can like someone loses like the pick or something or other people don't like it and you get like you lose a pick or something like it's some fucked up rules. I like trivia murder party. I love the rule where you get a finger chopped off and it's the one that's the right answer and you're like what the fuck I can't pick the right answer now. Good times.
Fun anyway. Next few months.
Next story.
Assassin's Creed looks like it might be good. They released a time lapse by the way I should mention. So if you want to watch that 8 hours condensed into 4 minutes, then go ahead. It's actually pretty cool. Watching them work on Photoshop stuff.
Photoshop. Speaking of earlier with fucked up stuff, is Nintendo accounts might have been accessed without permission. 160,000 got announced on the Japanese Nintendo page might have been compromised through their 3DS and Wii U NNID, and I guess their PayPal being the same passwords. So 2-factor authentication if you can. That is available on Switch. Change your passwords. Do that stuff.
Also stop using the same passwords.
Yeah. I don't use the same password for my Switch as everything else. Don't do that. I use like a bullshit password too for my Switch. Like a really dumb one. So I remember it. Like fucking really stupid.
It's funny because iPhone, whenever you do make a new account, it'll suggest you a password. And it's like just a completely like encrypted, like obviously like random letters and numbers everywhere.
Yeah, you're supposed to save it.
Yeah, but the thing is, I'm like, I know I'm not gonna do that because what if I don't have my phone and I need to access that fucking thing from somewhere else? I'm like,
yeah,
well,
I usually write it down.
Shut up.
You ever heard of
a little
pencil, a little paper?
I mean, to be fair, it's more secure than using something like Dashlane or some shit like that.
Shut up.
If you lose that piece of paper, most likely it's just fucked. No one will find it.
Some hobo finds it. What?
Oh, cool. Cum rag or whatever.
All right.
Cut that out.
Speaking of...
I don't want to offend all the homeless people watching. So,
speaking of stuff that sucks, Final Fantasy VII Remake might be in multiple parts that we do not know how much.
So the exact quote I have from Nomura is
7.
We may do a lot of titles shorter than the Midgar section that we did with the first game in order to get the story out faster, or we may do larger games, but it'll just take far longer to do.
Which there's like one answer that should only be taken
so
right now.
2028 we'll get the next one.
Cool. See, the problem is when did this start development?
Oh, like
2015. Was it 2014?
Yeah, it's been
I'd
like
assume
5-6 years.
Yeah, I'm assuming 2014 because they announced in 2015, and later that year they showed gameplay.
Yeah,
and so I can only assume at least 2014, right?
And it was being co-developed with Final Fantasy 15.
Yeah, but they had a huge break, right? Like
they had to completely scrap everything and restart at one point too.
Yeah.
So
and Kingdom Hearts, they had to work with Kingdom Hearts 3 also. They had to finish that.
Ideally, what they should be doing,
just fucking doing Final Fantasy 7 2.
Focusing on Final Fantasy Remake Part 2. And making that the sole thing and putting that on PS5 and making it just as big and fantastical as this one is. You can't do shorter parts. That's so shitty. That's no one wants to do just multiple parts of this. No one wants, because wasn't Final Fantasy 7 7 discs?
It was 3 discs. And the third disc was honestly just basically the final boss. You really didn't need the third disc for anything else.
I mean, Final Fantasy 7 is not that long of a game.
No, it's like 35, 40 hours.
Which is as long as this game is.
Yeah.
It's 35, 40 hours.
But to get the story, it's going to have to be a really, frantic rush to the story right now. With the
Yeah,
way
now it'd have to be.
so now it's like 3 parts is gonna be like how
The way they're telling it would have to be, because they're fucking taking their sweet time. Like, I'm 12 hours in, and fucking
because what I could see them doing is I could see it honestly easily being condensed into 3 parts, because I could see the part 2 ending at the end of disc 1. And then going from there. I won't say what it is because I don't want to spoil it for Adrian. But I could see the second part ending at the end of disc 1. And then from there, I could see disc 2 or part 3 being all of disc 2. And then that would be a very fulfilling story there.
But they need to focus solely on that, though. They can't do Square stuff where they juggle multiple projects, because this is going to be a PS6 Final Fantasy VII at this point if they take their sweet ass time in between everything.
Right now, I think that's why they just called this remake. Like, they didn't call it like part 1 or whatever.
They should just call it part 1.
I feel like they did because they want to take their sweet time with the next one, so people don't go like part 1. There's been part 1 of Final Fantasy VII Remake, but where's part 2? I mean, there still is obviously a part 2 coming, but the way they ended, I'm assuming they leave it off in somewhat of a satisfying way.
Also, be careful. If you guys see any information coming out about the new Final Fantasy Ultimania, stay away from that. In the new Ultimania, so if you're not aware, the Ultimania art books are basically cool little art books, a lot of behind-the-scenes detail. I have volumes 1 through 3 of the American collection of them, but they also go into a lot of behind-the-scenes production information, which is part of the other reason why I like them a lot. But I guess in the new one that they're doing for the FF7 remake, they discuss a lot of the decisions behind it. Like, they talk a lot about how originally when they were designing Midgar, and they're like, okay, well, we know we want to put Sephiroth in a little bit sooner. What should we do? They're like, let's just keep throwing him in more. And then eventually they, one of the other heads that was co-producer was like, yeah, but what if we just kept going and just kept adding him in? And that's why Sephiroth is so prevalent throughout this game, is literally they're just like, what happens if we add in one more scene? Because their original plan was he was just going to be this looming figure that you would occasionally see throughout the game, but never have any direct interaction. They're just like, yeah, well, let's really throw him in there. And then they just went wild with it. But there's spoilers coming out for the very end of the game where they talk about a lot of decisions in why they decided to go down the route they did. So if you see any information posted online about the new Ultimania for 7 Remake, stay away from it because it will spoil the end of the game.
I'm not going to know what you're talking about, so I'm just like...
Yeah, when you said Ultimania, I was like, what the fuck is that?
Ultimania, stay away from it because it'll likely discuss spoil the end of the game for you.
I assure you,
I'll have it done by next week. I think I'll have some done.
Really?
I'm pretty sure.
I don't know if I will. I'll try. I'll try. I'll try to get it done by next week. I'm sure Dave will have it done by next week.
Because I only got like 2 hours left of the game.
I haven't really been.
How many hours are you? Yeah, no, that's how I've been. That's why.
I've been doing every bit of side content and grinding a little bit, and I'm at 37 hours.
Yeah, see, I'll finish that.
I'm only 12 hours in. So, but chapter 9's really fucking long. I got to the point where chapter 9 is gonna get really fun, and I stopped.
Yeah, that's such a good fucking chapter.
Well, the beginning of that chapter can suck both my nuts. That's when they add the. I don't even.
Well,
to talk about it because I got some problems. With just the game, not the gameplay, the filler gameplay, not even just the filler itself, like just a random shit that you'll experience with the story that they just put in there as filler, but like the filler gameplay is really what my main problem is. Like, oh man, I have to fucking sidestep through this wall again because
that I will say,
because this is 2012 still.
Biggest fucking complaints with this game is those little crawl between wall sections or ducking under pipe sections. They go through until the very end of the fucking game, and I'm like,
sure.
God damn,
it's just hiding loading times.
Yeah, I know. They do that for every game. God of War had that, obviously. Yeah. But God of War was actually impressive because it was like the graphics were always great and it was all one take. You know how they did that.
This is the random smallest quirk ever. So the door on Cloud's apartment is so low res. Is that okay?
There's a lot of low res shit.
But why is the door? I'm like, bro, that's like 50% of my screen.
It's an homage to the original door.
I thought my PS4 just wasn't loading it. And I'm like, man, this door is taking a long time.
You have a PS4 Pro, right?
I have a Pro, yeah. So I was like, I guess
it looks way worse on a regular PS4.
I was like, I guess it's taking a while to load. All right, I'll wait. The Colossus in there, the door's still low res. And I'm like, Wow, that door really is low res.
There's one moment where it's actually in chapter 7, I think, where you're like, it might be in chapter 6, but you're like on like these platforms and stuff, and you can see the bottom of Midgar.
Yeah, when you're walking
below
across
you.
the plot. Yeah.
And if you look, you're like, oh, that looks kind of cool. And if you look for a longer than 10 seconds, you're like that's just a low res shitty like picture. Like you look at look at all these shanty towns and stuff. You're like,
that game.
Like what the fuck?
That game,
it's
like if faltered from being like looking incredible, so looking just
the beginning
really
of the game
awkward.
looks fucking phenomenal.
Also, I will say like Cloud like wavers from being like super
Beautiful.
cool to being like super cringe.
Really?
Yeah, there's moments in his
I haven't had any
voice.
cringe moments with Cloud yet.
There's definitely moments in his voice acting where I'm like, oh, he sounds pretty cool. Ooh.
You know what? It's weird. The voice acting in that game, like supposedly they got a bunch of like CW actors to do voice acting. Like the guy that plays Sephiroth is the guy that plays Superman in the Supergirl show.
Who plays? Yeah. I know people complain about Wedge all the time. Who plays that guy?
Oh, that's the Breaking Bad.
That's Badger.
That's Badger.
That's what I do. That.
Every time he says Jesse, I'm like, I have to like do.
Oh, that's what I was hearing.
I started the game and he started talking. I'm like, because we just saw that fucking superhero movie too that he was in. It was like the horror movie that was a superhero thing. Whereas the kid that's Superman, he gets his fucking, I don't know, spoil it, but
Brightburn.
And we just watched El Camino, so it's just like,
God damn it! I knew in the back of my head, I was like that nasally voice or that whatever it is it nasally or is it throaty? I don't know what it is. I'm like, that voice is getting me. And then you know what? There was something that I could not get it. There was something that was on the tip of my tongue, but I was like, something is not clicking here. And yeah, you just blew my mind right now. That's what it was.
Yeah.
All right, now I'm going to know. I'm sure I'm going to hear that. I'm going to hear Wedge say Jesse again sometime.
Yeah. I need to watch that. What was the superhero horror movie called? I forgot. He was in it. I didn't hear you say that. I need to watch it again to see if there's
people out there like, why do you keep saying Brightburn?
Yeah, I didn't hear you because I was talking. I need to watch that movie again to see if he says Jesse in that. Because like everything I see him,
it's a contractual obligation
to have a
character. I knew that voice was is familiar to me, but I was like, maybe it's like a generic fat guy voice they always get for these.
It's so weird that they picked him, but yeah, he has a good voice for Wedge, I guess.
People were complaining about Wedge's voice. Honestly, that's the one thing I heard about when I was going into it. I was like, oh, apparently people really don't like whoever this guy Wedge is.
I think a lot of people don't like Wedge because. In this game so far, so he just keeps talking about I need to eat pizza. I'm like,
hey, dude, I relate.
Hey, guy, this guy's fat.
I relate. So I don't know. People want to talk shit about him.
No, I relate way more. So
yeah, no, I'm the way. I'll go into this more when we do our big Final Fantasy VII Remake discussion.
Let me interrupt you. So if we do that, it had to be next week. If we can't, we're just gonna do it later on or whatever. Because the following week is Games Gone By. Following week after that, we're doing we can do our top 5 next week then.
Top 5.
Or we're gonna do our top 5 evaluation, then do like.
Oh yeah. What? Our top 5 games.
Remember, we're gonna do our top 5 games, and then talk about coming back to it in about a year or so.
Oh yeah.
So let's do that. Let's do that next week.
I forgot about that.
Let's do that.
So
next week.
We'll do that next week, and then do Final Fantasy the following.
Final Fantasy VII. So Final Fantasy VII spoiler cast will be on the 21st of May.
Oh, okay. So we have to.
So that way we have plenty of time in case anyone wants to take their time with it. Don't have to rush it. So Final Fantasy VII spoiler cast will be on May 21st. Our top 5 discussion where we come back to it and kind of have a deep dive into that and then reevaluate them sometime next year. That will be on next week on the 7th.
Okay.
Cool. All right. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's all good. But yeah, no. The hiding the loading screens behind the kind of moving between things, that gets really infuriating. The other two things is definitely going to the voice acting. There are moments where this game is just absolutely breathtaking in the voice acting department. Eris voice actress especially.
Yeah, Eris
phenomenal.
Have you seen her react to her own scenes? Because she's a Twitch streamer. It's really it's fun. It's just her watching. Like the first time she sees her in the game, she's like teary-eyed and stuff. It's good.
But there are, even with her, there are some scenes in the game where the lines are just delivered so weirdly, where it's just like, that's the take you went
Mainly
with?
the side stuff. The side stuff I've noticed, like whenever they're talking, they have like that fucking like mechanical Muppet look with their model. When it's not a cutscene, pretty much, and you're like talking to some side character doing a mission.
God, what was it was the character that
some bad
character that made you go back and kill the rats or something?
Oh, I hate you mean
item
the woman?
shopkeeper.
No.
Was that one? I was thinking
Oh,
the
no,
woman,
no, no.
right?
It was the
You talking
woman,
about
the woman in front
one?
of the gate. In front
She
of the
was
gate.
really bad.
That was
when
the
she's
one of
just
the
like,
worst.
I
That-
hate you people. After I'm like, what the
and
fuck
her
is this
mouth
acting?
was just like.
Oh, I was talking about the acting because
No, but, like,
that was bad.
That
too,
was
yeah.
terrible. I'm like, this is like some
The
like
acting was
early
terrible.
PS3 shit right now.
For sure, but yeah, the acting was the cringier part of that for me. It's like because she's like, "Oh, you guys suck" or whatever, I'm like, and she's just like goes off. I'm like, I just fucking helped you. I hate you. You terrible, badass.
And the last thing for me is the low res textures have bothered me, but they haven't like stuck out a lot to me. What I've been finding intrusive is the texture pop-ins. Like there is an area I just went through a couple nights ago, and going through there's like this scene that you're kind of looking down on, and it is just an absolutely gorgeous and breathtaking scene. And then it's like you turn around and nothing is fucking loaded, and then it quickly starts to fill in, but then there's still some segments not fully loaded in, and there will be so many segments towards the end of the game like that where it's like there's this clearly they spent the effort on this set piece moment, and then you turn around and everything's still trying to load in. It's like fucking way to ruin it.
I had something that was exactly the same as what you're saying. I'm sure you had this moment too, where you go back to where you meet Aerith again. So spoilers, you see Aerith again. I don't know if you knew this. Aerith doesn't just disappear in the beginning of the game. You never see her again.
That's the flower girl, right?
Yeah, that's the flower girl. Aerith was her name originally in the American version, but they switched it to Aerith. Because that's the Japanese version of her name.
Yeah,
it doesn't fucking matter. Flower girl. But like when you see her again, you go to her house and it's like this gorgeous visual, like all these flowers and stuff, and there's just sun shining. And then you have a cutscene right after that where like you're like staring at the ground and you're looking at all the flowers, and it's just like this shitty texture ground and like these really polygonal crap ass looking flowers. And it's like a zoom in. I'm like, what are you doing? Don't zoom in on that. That's bad. Far away, it looks fine. It looks great. All the colors.
There's just weird like peaks and valleys in this game that just throw me off.
Yeah, which honest. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, it's very
no,
strange.
it's just very weird. But granted, I also know Square isn't necessarily the most consistent studio out there. So it's like it's nice,
especially not with Final Fantasy.
Right. So it's nice to at least have like a consistent, like the quality, like gameplay wise, quality wise, it's been super like streamlined. Like everything is super consistent across the board. It's just the production value is just very wavy. Like in moments where I'm like, damn, this looks amazing and it's fucking killing it. Other times I'm like, oh, that's a little cringy and that's a little fucking weird.
Yeah, and that also goes to why I would not want them to just churn out parts that are smaller, because they can't even bother. This game got delayed so many fucking times, and they still managed to fuck it up this much. I mean, great. No, I shouldn't say fucked up. It's a good game all around, but it's definitely not what it could have been, and especially in the visuals department. But man, if they went ahead and just started churning out a bunch of small pieces, could you imagine the lapse in quality control as they're having to just fucking keep up with constantly doing it versus just fucking take your time, get it done right the first time, let it go.
I don't want this game to ever turn out to be, Final Fantasy parts 1 and 3 were really good, but man, parts 2 and 4 kind of sucked ass. It's like,
yeah.
Because that's probably what's going to happen. Yeah, I mean, that's what happened with, 13, I don't think anybody really liked.
No.
But comparatively to the third episode or third part, everybody hated the third part. Even people
everyone trashed Lightning Returns.
Yeah.
So
and the
much
second
so
one,
that
the second one I heard was
13
fine.
wasn't bad.
Yeah, exactly.
I kind of wanted to always go back to that, though.
I don't know what it is with their games. Like, I get Final Fantasy VII Original why it was pretty linear, because it was PS1 time, okay? And for the time, that was really impressive, that game. But like, this game is so fucking linear. Like, it is so, like, there's times where it opens up a little bit, like that one section I was talking about where you can see Midgar below. Like, it opens up where you have to figure out how to, it's like a puzzle pretty much, figure out how to get to the other side. But like, most of it's just like, go down a hallway, all right, make a left, go straight. Like, everybody talks about like corridor games where you're just like walking a straight line pretty much. This game has a map. I'm like, why the fuck is there a map? Most of the time, you don't need a map.
Isn't it wild that if I told you a year ago Gears of War 5 would be more open world than Final Fantasy?
And it would be more beautiful looking too. And It would have more
I
content.
believe more people.
And better side missions. The side missions in the game suck. I'm sorry, they're terrible.
As someone who like has a hard time usually in open world games, I don't mind the closeness of it.
Yeah,
I love all the story stuff. I love how I expanded the side what is it called?
Characters.
I'm guessing.
What's the group?
Avalanche.
Avalanche characters are Jesse, of course. Jesse has been way expanded.
Yes.
Like 6. Yeah, so that's what I was gonna say. Is like maybe I think chapter 5 spoilers if you're not there yet. Give me like 30 seconds. Fast forward. Starting now. I'm guessing the house robbery is new.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
You don't ever really interact with Jesse, Wedge, or I mean you do, but it's not like.
See, that's what I was gonna say. Is because every time anything I've ever heard of this game of Final Fantasy VII, I never knew who Jesse was. I never seen anything of her. It's never of her. Even the fucking the fucking theme of this game doesn't have her in it. It has everyone else in it, but not Avalanche essentially, right? It's just Barrett.
It's like Avalanche.
Yeah, just Barrett.
But yeah, so I'm saying like I was like, damn, I guess these characters are much more fledged out now because I never even heard the fuck of these characters before.
Yeah. I mean that original game they were really really small side characters. So cool and this one they're really expanded, which is cool. That's cool. That's the one thing that
you're good now, by the way, if you're rejoining for whatever reason.
Yeah, what you said was barely a spoiler.
Yeah.
Anyway. Just saying that is not really. Yeah. So.
Wait.
Anyway.
Are you both already past that? What chapter did you say you were on, Adrian?
I'm on 7. I just started 7.
Okay, yeah. So
that's a hard chapter.
I just got past the turning off the lamps.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah. All right. No, chapter 8's the hard part. No, wait. The rest of chapter 7 is really hard.
The ending boss fight segment during that. Yeah. That took me a try or two.
I do like the changes they made there, where you'll see. I don't want to spoil it, but
haven't been fucking me up. It's been like kind of like the mid-level enemies.
I think that boss is gonna fuck up. That one's really tough. Not too tough, but tough.
Yeah, no. There's a couple bosses that definitely there was one or two that really especially made me go, fuck, I really need to stop and slow down and think. Just because when you're dealing with the trash mobs, I feel like some of them can be the most threatening. Any shield holding fucker is a nightmare if you don't have Barrett or Aerith to be able to just kind of go behind him and consistently get shots off. If you have to use Cloud or Tifa...
the first time you had to fucking fight the shield guys is when you were surrounded by it with Cloud. I was like, this is
like in the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, just sit there in your fucking parry stance and wait.
Or just hit them with fire eventually and hope they get staggered.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll so that'll be February 21st. Or February. Yeah, next year.
Yeah, February.
May 21st, the episode of that week will be our official spoiler cast. We will have it all done.
Pretty much every week we'll have some topic to discuss for the next month.
We'll try to, So we'll try to limit our Final Fantasy VII talk until that episode now.
Yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we're good. We're good on May then. That's nice.
That's nice.
Final story before we're done with this and moving on to trivia and Last of Us.
Yeah.
Is Battlefield 5 is not going to be supported any longer. So what's the decent news? I've heard about this.
So EA has had a very sordid history with Battlefield 5 since its launch, and I guess they have finally hit a point where they're just like, yeah, no one's just really interested. They put out a press statement saying, hey, we were really excited to keep supporting this live service game, but it looks like the numbers just aren't there. You know, it didn't sell what we were hoping, and it still hasn't. Because only EA could see a game that sells like 7 million fucking copies for a game. Like, yeah, it just didn't hit sales expectations.
That's definitely square with, what was it, Tomb Raider? Or am I getting that wrong? No, it was Capcom with Resident Evil, right?
Yeah.
What company was it? What company?
It was Resident Evil 6 you're talking about, right?
It might have been.
Or was it 7?
Let me check.
I thought that was 6 because I thought they were disappointed by that. It was like the best selling Resident Evil game ever. It was EA also with Dead Space 3.
Yeah.
That was the one you might be thinking because that was the legendary one where they're like, it didn't reach what we expected. It sold like 4 million copies or some shit, and because the budget was so huge for that game for some reason. Like, all right.
Yeah, no. Square Enix said they were disappointed with the sales numbers of Tomb Raider.
Yeah. Shadow of the Tomb Raider?
No.
Regular Tomb Raider?
Yeah, the reboot.
and then they made 2 more, so they weren't that disappointed.
They said they were expecting 6 million, and it sold 3.4 million.
That's pretty good. I mean, it is Tomb Raider, and at that time, Uncharted was really popular. I mean, I guess it still is.
But Tomb Raider, I mean, even though it has a name recognition, it's still like just coming in.
But
again,
it had a lot of hype going into it.
Sure.
Like, but it also came out like the worst time. It came out like a couple weeks before BioShock and like all the other games.
Question: do you happen to have like an extra copy of that on Xbox One that you're getting rid of or anything?
No, but if you want it, that's fine.
I'm trying to get.
I go always get it later.
I'm trying to get that one and the second one, Rise. I've read reason I've been trying to get into those ones. I've been kind of scouring eBay for.
Are they all on Game Pass?
No, not anymore.
No. Well, okay. Well, yeah. No. Hey, if you want the first one, I can.
Or help me keeping an eye on it because I've been looking around for that stuff.
Yeah, those games are really good. So.
Yeah.
Shout out to Tomb Raider. Tomb Raider is supposedly still way better than I thought it would because it was coming out to like the worst time and there was no marketing and supposedly it did well enough where I think they're going to do a sequel.
Alternatively, they were happy with it.
They were happy with that one, which is weird. I guess they were happy with they lowered their expectations.
Tomb Raider is on the final list of my short list of those games that I keep starting but never get to past like a couple hours.
All right. The stories aren't great.
No, it's a fun game, but I just every single time, every fucking time, I just get fucking distracted with something.
Honestly, I think I like the Tomb Raider gameplay more than the Uncharted gameplay. But the Uncharted story is fucking...
Dude.
The story itself on Uncharted is pretty simple. It's an adventure, go get the treasure. But the characters are like fucking 100 times better.
I'm gonna play Uncharted, the whatever you call it with the 4, I guess now.
Nathan Drake collection?
Yeah, but I'm dreading going through the first one.
It's not as hard as everybody suggests.
No,
especially with that new Blue Point redo that they did.
I just don't want to. I will, but I just don't want to.
The first one, everybody talks shit about the first one, but the first one, I like the story a lot in that one because it's so simple and it's really just characters. Like there's no like.
How long is it?
Like 9 hours long.
Okay.
10 maybe tops. But the other two are about the same length. I did a full playthrough for the third one.
Yeah, 8.5 hours.
The shitty camcorder. So. But,
yeah, eventually I'm gonna go through this, but yeah, just because people have been saying how bad it aged, I'm like, I'm just dreading.
I don't think it because I played it back when the Nathan Drake collection came out. So I mean that was a few years ago to be fair, but that was still almost 10 years after the game came out.
Yeah, no, that's fine at that point.
And I played the game. I played because I got my PS3 in 2009. I played that and 2 right when it came out, pretty much.
Nice.
So and it was a good time. That was a good couple weeks. I remember I was like, these games are good. It's good shit.
So EA then also went ahead to say that part of the reason they felt that the game was a failure was because they focused so much on single player. Their reasoning was if they had just focused on Firestorm from the get-go, it would have saved the game.
That's a no from me, though.
I'm gonna go look up the actual quote. Just kind of want to read verbatim.
I'm sure that's exactly what he said, except he said it for all those slow people to understand, like me. I'm sure that's true because EA with their fucking campaigns are done. They're stupid.
Yeah, no one buys single player games.
Nobody bought Jedi Fallen Order. Nobody bought Jedi Fallen Order, by the way. Huh?
I specifically bought Jedi Fallen Order, knowing I'm not gonna have time to play it, just because I wanted to show EA, hey, motherfuckers, single player games are cool. Fucking.
I bought it because I want to play it. So.
I want to play it. It's still that's on my list.
It is a fun game. I really like it.
I really want to play it, but I just don't have time.
That combat is solid. The story actually, at first I was like, and then it got better. It's very much like Uncharted, where the characters are the main drawing point.
I'm excited to play it eventually. Hopefully by the end of summer I'll have some time.
BD1's great. BD1's my little friend.
I'm telling David right now, he better start getting ready for some short games to pick from now on because he blew his load on Nocturne. As much as I'm looking forward to it.
To be fair, he's picked a bunch of short ones.
Yeah, well, he still blew his load.
Like Doki Doki Literature Club. That was
I've mostly been picking like 8-10-hour games.
That was like a 5-hour game. That was his month game though.
Yeah,
that wasn't like his side game.
Stop defending David over Nocturne.
I'm only defending him because for the next few months I'm just gonna shit on him constantly. So whenever I can defend him and I feel okay about it, I'll take it. Don't worry, the pain will come.
You know what sucks? I really wanted to get into Battlefield 5 too because it looks so good.
Let's play it. I really want to play. I still have it installed, and every
you
time I play that game on HDR, I'm like, oh, I look good.
You want to stream that?
Sure.
All right. We'll figure out time. Check my Twitter. We'll stream it soon.
Yeah, sure.
I'm excited. I've been wanting to play Battlefield 5 for a while now.
I've been wanting to play it too. I have it installed. Just nobody else has
on
it.
Game Pass.
No, it's EA Access though. That's $5 a month.
EA games don't show up on
EA Access is the only good thing that EA has.
I agree.
Besides obviously some games. When it comes to service things.
I buy into EA Access even though I don't play a lot of those games because I want to show support and say, hey, fucking do this. Side note.
But that was before Game Pass, and that was like really cool.
Not a story, but Microsoft announced some things with their subscriptions. Apparently, Game Pass has 10 million subscriptions. Good on them.
Yeah, and Bleeding Edge has 0 players.
Hell yeah. Well, I mean, Microsoft did already say that, their goal is to try and get 2 billion people with Game Pass, which, goddamn, that's a fucking lofty goal. I can't wait till fucking Microsoft comes out one day and says, Game Pass just hasn't met expectations. It had a good run, but...
I feel like the game industry should just be called didn't meet expectations. Like, because that's... I don't think it has any... I'm sure there's been studios that have said, like, it met expectations. But
yeah, God of War. They were like, "Holy shit, that's awesome!"
But God of War was like critically acclaimed, and everybody was excited. Has there been like an actual it met our expectation, like just met our expectations, not like blew past it or fucking went way below it? Has there been one?
No, because I don't feel like that's newsworthy for someone to say. It's just be like, yeah, it did about what we expected.
For
anything. Like it just met expectations, because I feel like every other week I hear about this game didn't meet expectations. I'm like, your expectations are fucking suck.
Like if they just in general, if they hit the expectations.
Yeah, if they hit the expectations, not blew past it, just like right there.
No.
Bam, 7 million. We got 7.1. Perfect.
So we're gonna wrap it up here and jump into games gone by. But I want to pull up one last thing. The last second is, do you guys see the story about Lizzo's song "Juice" from Rock Band?
Yeah, it had a bunch of naughty words in it.
Yeah, so someone didn't do their due diligence, and they had to remove that until next week because it had an N-bomb in there.
So, I want to rock out with that.
So,
wait, how many button presses come up when she or he says it? Is Lizzo a lady or no?
Yes, Lizzo's a lady.
Lizzo's a lady. How many come up? Do you have to hit 2 at the same time? Boom. No,
you sing it.
Well, you say, oh, it's Rock Band though.
Yeah, so when you sing it, you drop an N-bomb.
I know, but what with the drums? I'm assuming you can play drums, right?
Yeah, you don't censor it with your drums.
I know, but when the N-word pops up, do you hit 2 at the same time? That's what I want to know.
I don't know, Gore.
No, it's 1, 2.
Yeah,
yeah. All right. Stay tuned for our games gone by for The Last of Us.
Fuck you.
It's The Last of Us for now.
Eat it, dude.
All right, welcome back. This is Games Gone By for The Last of Us. If you're tuning in from I guess David just doesn't care.
That's The Last of Us.
Yeah, it's The Last of David. If you're tuning in to just this episode, I'm Adrian. Got David here. Got Gore here. And this is our retrospective sister podcast inside of a podcast. You're joining us from Blue Rupees. Welcome back after your 5-second intermission. We do book clubs on video games. Do one every month, and we usually fit a couple more in between too. Today we're doing The Last of Us.
Hell yeah.
This was a pick from Gore.
Perfect timing too. Last week we were like, oh, not great timing because it got delayed, and now it's like the perfect timing.
Yep, there you go.
It switched from not perfect to not perfect to perfect again. So.
And right in time for spoilers too.
Yeah.
So if you're tuning in for the first time too, we have a set schedule on when we do these episodes. The next episode will be in 2 weeks on May 14th. It'll be a fan-picked one, which was chosen by, or nominated by Gore, which is Brothers, A Tale of Two Sons. The following episode will be 2 weeks after that. May 28th will be David's pick for the month, Chrono Trigger. The following month, June 25th episode, mine will be Nier Automata. The one following that will be Shadow of the Colossus, which is another Gore pick. And then the final pick before we reshuffle and switch up the rules a little bit will be David's pick with Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne, which if you're tuning in for the first time, Gore is very excited.
And if you're in the audio podcast, he gave a double thumbs up with the best grin in the world. He's a happy boy.
It's really I can't wait. Can't wait. Yeah, it's gonna be really fun. I'm sure.
Who's your favorite character in that game to like hang out with?
Oh, Swarmy Boy. Swarmy Boy's my favorite. He's the little guy.
All right. So this week though, we're going all on The Last of Us. This was let's preface this with at least a quick thing before I let Gore go into why he picked it. Me and Gore played this when it first came out.
Mm-hmm.
This is my first time revisiting it since launch. Gore, you've revisited it a few times, or
no? I played it twice, and I got halfway through when the remaster came out, and I didn't finish it.
Okay, so you've been through it a couple times though.
Yeah,
and this is David's first time.
I watched a lot of playthroughs too, I should say. So the story was still fresh in my head.
Yeah, see, I didn't touch it even playthrough wise, but we will talk about that in a second. So Gore, give us a spiel. Why did you pick The Last of Us besides being a PlayStation shill?
Yeah, well, obviously I have to keep the this means PlayStation now, but
for the extra PlayStation, the button.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Xbox doesn't have. Oh wait, it does. But the reason why I picked Last of Us Remastered, I guess, is because of course The Last of Us Part 2 is coming out. The Last of Us Remastered is considered one of the best games of the last ever. Period. The last ever, but everybody considers it one of the greatest games ever, and I loved it when it first came out. That was a really, really good year, 2013, because like we mentioned earlier in the podcast, we had Tomb Raider, which I thought was great. And then we had Bioshock, Last of Us, GTA 5. Like, there's so many great games. Yeah, he'll go through. But yeah, and of course, Last of Us Part 2 was supposed to come out. So when I picked this, it was still supposed to come out next month, but of course now it's delayed. But it's only been delayed a couple weeks, so it's coming out in June, but it also got leaked and shit. We all know that. But yeah, it's just a fantastic game. I just wanted to revisit and talk about it. And now we're going to hear what other good games came out in 2013.
So in 2013, Tomb Raider did
Bioshock.
When did Journey come out?
Maybe 2013? That's not maybe 2012.
No, 2012.
Yeah.
Other games that came out here, let's see. Ni no Kuni, Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag.
Okay, yeah.
Tomb Raider, Mario 3D World, Bioshock Infinite, Last of Us.
GTA 5.
GTA 5.
Yeah.
Rayman Legends, which is awesome.
Yeah. A lot of great games.
Great. And then also started a new generation. That was Xbox One and PS4's launch year too. Crazy year.
So it's such great classics like Knack. That's it. That's all it's out for it.
But anyways, yeah, so you picked it because of the legacy. And
also, I want to play it again, but yeah, it's widely considered one of the best games ever. So and when it comes to its story, for sure. I want to see if it held up gameplay wise, and I should preface this: I didn't finish the game when we did this because I picked this game because Adrian has picked games in the past where he doesn't need to play them again because he's played them a lot. So this was a one time where I want to pick a game where I didn't have to fucking worry about because I have a huge backlog and I didn't have to worry.
Me with Chrono Trigger.
Exactly, but I still played quite a bit into it. Like actually, I would say. I'm only like maybe 5 hours away from finishing it again.
You're halfway.
I'm more than halfway. I would say.
Okay.
I would say that's more than halfway, right?
I think the game's about 10 hours.
Yeah. No, I'm about to. No, it's, I don't know. Is it?
I think I beat it in about 10 or 11 hours.
Really? I feel like it's a little longer than that.
I was following a walkthrough on YouTube, and it was 10 hours.
Yeah, but they're better.
You
ever think of that?
Constantly.
I kissed one of the games.
Constantly.
Wait, what?
He goes constantly. I think about that.
Yeah, no. So I wanted to pick it because it's a fantastic game. So, and also I wanted a break. So, anyway, Last of Us remastered. Last of Us, one of the greatest games ever. I wanted a break.
Once again, yeah. If you're new, we go about it our own separate ways. Sometimes we will pick games that we have not played that we really want to play on our backlog. That is going to be me with Nier Automata. That's the first time that I've picked a game that I have not played.
I think that's the first one that all three of us have not actually gotten around to fully playing.
That'll be a full blind, our first blind, completely blind.
I got 10 hours into it, to be fair. And then it was just one of those things like, yo, I gotta play Legend of Zelda. So it was like 2 weeks after Legend of Zelda came out. I'm like, I gotta go back, bro.
Yeah, it was me. Basically, I got it launch day. A buddy of mine was like, hey, you got that game? I'm like, yeah. He's like, I know you. You're not going to get around to it for a long time. Can I borrow that while you're playing other shit? I'm like, yeah, that's fine. So he went through 100% of the game, gave it back to me, and I still haven't touched it since.
Yeah, so that'll be our first blind playthrough. But sometimes we pick games, too, that we've played before, but we want the others to play for the first time. That was me with Watch Dogs.
Me with Doki Doki.
With Doki Doki. I also did that with Inside, so we go about it separate ways. No specific rule.
This is the first time I picked a game, though, that
ever.
It's true. I mean, he started off with like, "Hey, let me throw a game out there," and all like, "Yeah, let's do that."
Yeah, Dead Space, God of War, What Remains of Edith Finch. These are all games I never finished or never played. So, but this one, yeah, and I still played this. I just didn't finish it. But the story I was surprised by, and not even just the story, but just even little bits of dialogue that I still remembered. Even if it's only been a couple years since I watched a playthrough. Right. And I always watch just random. I'm like, you know what? I want some in the background. I'll put on a playthrough for a game. You know, it's from somebody I like or whatever. Obviously, not just a random fucker.
Yeah. Anything else you have to say about that?
No.
So I'll jump into it since David's gonna be the more fresh perspective. I beat this game at launch. Fell in love with it. It was an incredible time. I actually bought a PS4 for this game specifically, or PS3, I should say. Named my cat after the character Tess in that game. You only meet her for about like an hour or two, but awesome character. It's essentially the catalyst to that series. If you think about it from the get go, is Joel didn't give a fuck. Joel's like, I don't want to fucking deal with this. Fuck that. Yeah. Also, spoilers, by the way. This is filled with spoilers.
Yeah, it was spoilers.
So Joel didn't care, but it was Tess that kind of pushed it through. So I kind of like the base of that came from Tess. It was a game that I did not touch after that. I loved it so much, I just did not want to touch it anymore. It was one of those, all right, hands off. I'm never going to want to watch another moment of that. I don't want to replay it, at least for now. Like, I was open to it, but not for a while. I didn't want to touch it again. Granted, we played the multiplayer. Me and Gore played a lot of multiplayer.
Yeah.
David has not. We will eventually get him to play it, so maybe we'll talk about that on Blue Rupees eventually.
Yeah, maybe.
Probably next week.
Yeah, we'll probably talk about it when we play it.
But multiplayer is fantastic.
Yeah.
That is easily still the best PS4 exclusive multiplayer game, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
But yeah, so this was my first time going back to that universe completely, and yeah, it was all fresh to me. It was kind of nice. It was, you know, when you kind of like say to yourself, I kind of wish I could relive that game again. That's kind of how it felt. Like everything, aside from the very, very pivotal moments, was fresh to me. Like I knew the Tess death, I knew the Henry and Sam moment.
Sam, yeah.
And I knew the
Alien.
The fireflies at the hospital when you just walk in there and you can kill them or you don't have to. And then the very
end, you don't have to?
No, they're terrified of you. They're like, please God, don't shoot.
Oh, you're talking about the doctors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't
you have to kill the fireflies. The doctors, you don't need to.
Yeah, I didn't realize you didn't have to kill the doctors.
Yeah, the doctors that are fucking like this and saying, "Please God, don't shoot
me."
Well,
the one picks up a knife, though. To be fair, if you get close to him, don't you knock him out or something like that?
Does he?
I don't know. I don't remember.
I need to look at
that. I don't know.
No,
you
I
just played it again.
No,
so
I always shot that motherfucker. I was like, no, get the fuck out of here.
You might have to shoot him, but I don't know if you get close to him. I thought maybe you just knock him out or something, or you might kill him when you get close.
Your fucking flamethrower. Excuse me.
Yeah, no, I just assumed
everybody does
kill him. Plus, I was in the mindset of no, this is blood rage time. We're fucking doing this.
So, and we'll make a note of that because I kind of want to talk about it. We're gonna get into that for sure.
Yeah.
I like already how this is gonna be 100 billion times more thorough than last episode with Street Fighter Cross Mega Man. Which was like half an hour, but I was like, yeah, it was a game. Yeah, so no, this was experiencing this game pretty much, aside from those moments, like all for the first time. It was great hearing all that dialogue again. It was awesome hearing those little moments, you know. And then me and David end up also playing through Left Behind, which we will talk about at the end.
I remember Left Behind enough.
Yeah, so we'll talk about that at the end.
Pretty simple.
But without going on too long before I let David talk, yeah, it was one of my top 5 games, and as we'll talk about next week, which we're going to go through and reevaluate our top 5, that is still going to be in my top 5, and I will take time to reevaluate it, but for now it is firmly still standing in that position for me to put up for grabs. David.
So my experience with Left 4 Dead before this was a buddy of mine let me...
Left 4 Dead? You said Left 4 Dead?
No, Jesus Christ. Last of Us.
I do want to...
I've been doing that
emotional stories in gaming, Left 4 Dead.
I do want to point out to... once again, David started up with a pick from Gore saying, "Oh, I don't want to fucking play that game."
It's like I know what a good game is.
Kinda.
Unlike somebody I know. Where's David?
Yeah, no, you had it right. Like, point to your Red Dead poster. Well, actually, no. Where would you
Fuck
be?
You.
No,
well, just for this
out.
moment, switch me so he's over here. Fuck you.
Just actually Photoshop my face onto
onto Arthur Morgan.
There.
Yeah.
Hey, you're gonna be playing as him soon, so.
Yeah,
I already plan on picking up a copy as soon as I see it for cheap enough.
He'll be like, well, is it on Game Pass then?
Yeah.
Oh, it's on Game Pass? Oh, that's right.
Not now, but it will be.
But you only have a few months to play that because they took off GTA in like 4 months.
Yeah.
Oh, well, fuck. I don't care. As long as it's in that time, I'll be doing it.
Fuck.
If not, then I'll buy it anyways. Whatever.
Right.
Actually, I'll probably buy it because I'll want to play it on PC. I don't know.
No, play on Stadia.
Yeah.
We didn't talk about the Stadia thing that
Who
happened.
cares? All right, continue.
Yeah. But yeah, so my experience with this game was I ended up with the PS3 version way back when because I have a buddy that makes the same mistake constantly of letting me borrow stuff because I'm really bad about remembering to give stuff back. Not that I just forget, but I have like 7 movies and 12 games I got from him because he let me borrow them and never asked for them back, so I just never gave them back. So that's how I ended up with Last of Us.
Just give them back to him like a normal human being?
Never asked for it, and I forget I have it.
You just named how many you have.
Yeah. I have about 10. I can name them all right now.
Because I was thinking about it.
Hey, I hope he has your Shin Megami Tensei games.
Oh, yeah, you ever think of that?
No, he hates RPGs. Except for...
I wonder why.
Hey, so it is Gore.
Yeah. Oh, it's like most of humankind. Wow.
Like, the only RPGs I could ever get him into were like the Baldur's Gate ones. We played a lot of co-op with that.
Wow, you know why? Because those are fun.
They are fun.
All right.
But,
keep it up, David.
We can agree with that.
Yeah.
You're the one who interrupted David.
Shut up, Gore.
Fuck you. All right, go ahead, David.
Thank you, Gore, for having my back to make sure I can talk. Yeah. But yeah, no. So I got the game off of him, and I played the first couple hours. And I was like, yeah, this is a good game. And then I just stopped playing it. It was just I had other things I wanted to play at the time, and I don't know, I just wasn't feeling it. And my experience going back to it and actually finishing it is, I'm going to be honest, the story, fucking phenomenal. Absolutely gorgeous fucking storytelling. The gameplay, not that great. I didn't really care for the gameplay in this game. It runs into this kind of slog that I have with a lot of these kind of third-person action-y games of they all feel really samey, and it just doesn't... It doesn't have any... There's no middle ground in the gameplay. You are either, all right, I'm going to stealth and I'm going to hope for the best, or crap, I fucked up. Well, I guess I'm just fucking going gung-ho here. And there's never feels like that perfect middle ground where you can actively choose to be like, okay, I'm going to be aggressive with these guys. I'm going to go ahead and be more stealthy with these guys. It never feels like it's a decision. It's just always, oh, I'm stealthing until I fuck up, or I don't care about resources. I'm just going full hog the whole time.
So...
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say the only time that I felt like it was balanced really well was actually in Left Behind. I feel like Left Behind actually balanced that kind of gameplay very well and was the best gameplay experience of Last of Us.
Also, not to get to that part, had the best moments where you can actually finally pit the dead versus
dude. I was getting Watch Dogs 2 flashbacks.
You can't do that.
I was so happy.
You can't do that at all pretty much in regular Last
but
of Us.
Dude, when you get the first moment, you're just hanging above there and hear the clickers, see two people walk in, you're just like, fuck it, throw a brick in the middle. And oh no!
Because I feel like in Last of Us the entirety, you never fight both.
No.
Infected,
it
or
was
bandits.
Like very little.
It's either or.
It was always like a beginning where they kill the clicker and then they're after you.
Yeah.
So they need more of that in the next game for sure.
I
will say that
they will for sure.
It does show its age. It's a little antiquated. It does show its age when like you kill one guy and like the guy from like 2 football fields away is like, what? And it starts running over. And
but meanwhile, you stealth kill, because that's the other thing too, is like you can sometimes the stealth feels very wonky in this game. You can sometimes stealth kill someone right next to another person and no issues. But like you said, someone could be like 4 miles away, you stealth kill a dude and just and they fucking charge at you.
Yeah, it's not great, especially with your companions. Your companions.
Yeah, the companions. They
it's good that they made them invisible to the other people, even though that completely breaks immersion when Ellie's running like in front of a dude and he's just like, I don't care.
I'd rather break immersion than have the AI kill me, because that's just
sure, but the AI should just be better. Like I don't think this should be. So hey, I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be that guy. All right. Last of Us is technically a better game. I get it. But BioShock Infinite had a way better companion. She would help you. She wouldn't get in your fucking way. She would throw you ammo and shit. And that's a fantastical game. So it's a little different, obviously. But because it wouldn't make any sense if Ellie's just picking up fucking shotgun shells out of the dirt. But it's still, she doesn't do anything until a little bit later in the game when you actually give her a gun. To help you, and she does help you later for sure. But like,
especially when she starts fucking hopping on the bitches and stabbing them in the neck. It's like, hell yeah, that's my girl.
Even when you had Tess and Bill in the beginning, and even Sam and Henry, their fucking AI sucks so much. I remember even back in 2013, like that was the only real problem I had with the game. Even the gameplay, I actually loved the gameplay personally, but the only problem I had was the AI. Like I had one moment I still remember where Ellie, I'm stealthing, and there's like I think maybe like 6 zombies or whatever, not zombie, infected. Don't call them zombies, people get upset. And I put what happened? I wasn't fighting zombies. I was fighting, I think, humans, and they had like the trip mines or whatever. There's trip mines somewhere. I remember this because Ellie triggered one and it exploded, and then because she didn't die or anything, but everybody got alerted. That's all I remember. Everybody got alerted. I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me, Ellie. She didn't die.
I'd rather avoid all that for sure. If I had to pick between those two, obviously, like I'd pick the way that, all right, she's out of sight, out of mind. They should have went.
And to say it's a 2013 game, I don't think is because there was a lot of games in 2013 that were really, when it comes to AI, was really good. Sure. Like
I wish they went the Resident Evil 4 route where you could just put her away for a little bit and just kind of do your own thing.
Throw in a dumpster.
Get in the trash can.
Yeah.
In a dumpster.
But no,
but Ellie's not useless like Ashley. So.
It is wonky for sure. Like there's those weird moments. And granted, I felt like I did a lot more stealth the first time I played this. This time I felt like I definitely felt the moments where it's like, damn, like why am I getting this guy triggered? Like I feel like I stealthed him, but apparently I didn't stealth him in the right angle because now he's alerted everyone. Even though like because it's not consistent, right? You make noise as you go down. Yet, like, you're knocking over pots and pans every once in a while, but nothing really happens. It's really weird.
Flashlight doesn't matter. You can shine a flashlight in someone's face while you're behind cover, and they'll be like, they don't give a fuck.
Right. Yeah, as long as humans, I found reacted to it more than they should have.
I don't remember them ever reacting to it.
But yeah, no. But this time I felt like I definitely had to get a little more action, where I would like throw a brick, and then 4 clickers would walk over to it, then I throw a mine or something. Right. Just all blow up. I'm like, cool, I'm already done with it.
Those are great. Whenever you fight the infected, those are always great when you get the nail bomb. Just like throw a bottle at the nail bomb. They're like, what? And they always
yeah, dude, it's brutal with the humans though. With the humans, and you look at their corpse and just blood, and you're like, Jesus.
Yeah, fucking, they're dead.
Speaking of
times over.
weaponry, while we're on the subject, I don't know if I just had shitty luck with it, but man, the bow and arrow was fucking useless.
Oh, dude,
Because
no, 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 no,
goddamn,
no, no.
Very hard.
The bow and arrow is hard at the beginning, but post like later in the game, it's the best
You
weapon.
upgrade it.
Because
Yeah, when you upgrade it,
when you
it's
upgrade
so
it, when you upgrade it, because not only do you get the bow and arrows back with every headshot, but you get kills without anyone looking around.
yeah, I upgraded it a bit. I
It's
didn't
really
get
hard to
it fully
aim.
maxed out, but it was a good weapon. It's just, I swear, I was rarely getting my arrows, and I guess
It's
that makes
hard.
sense if you can upgrade it.
When you
where
when you
it's
shoot a
headshots.
clicker, I'm assuming you were like shooting clickers a lot.
I was
think
doing fucking everything with it.
Because
Okay,
the
well,
clickers have
clickers
heads
like
on
it.
yeah, their heads are like obviously way more.
Yeah, dude, the very last thing I had and left behind, I missed like 6 fucking arrows against the last 2 clickers on the bottom of the escalator, and I'm
Yep.
like, I have like 1 bullet and like 2 arrows left. I'm like, well, shit. It's like, well, I forget what I ended up doing. I had to like do something, and I had like 2 arrows left. I'm like, all right, if these are the last 2. I gotta hit it, otherwise I'm fucked. And I hit it.
Right,
Like,
right.
thank God. But no, like once you get like practice with it, it's so incredible. They're like, all right, you kill one that's like being an annoyance right here, and then you can just stealth the other one pretty easily, and you get the ammo back too, which is fucking awesome.
Yeah, no, the arrow was great during a lot of segments, but at the same time, I just had the worst luck with getting my arrows back, and it was frustrating. So I'm like, I want to play this. This is fun. I like the kind of really taking time, aim the shot, be a sneaky sniper. Because like when I play like Elder Scrolls games, that's usually the kind of character I play. Is I play the sneaky sniper, and then when that fails, I just punch things in the face. So it's like, yeah, no, this is that's kind of how I played this game. Was I tried to be the sneaky sniper, and then just knife things whenever that wasn't an option or whatnot.
It's good too, because if you miss, they all go to the arrow. They're like, huh, what? And they all walk over to it. It's like, oh,
Exactly.
yeah, you can take another shot. Dude,
Yeah.
there was one moment I felt like fucking Hanzo, when you sent Ellie behind the thing, and then the infected wakes up and starts to go after her, and she's like, Joel. Do you know that?
Oh yeah,
Dude,
yeah, over the
I-
fence
Yep.
you're talking about.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
in the tunnel. You're in the
It's like
tunnel.
at the end. It's at the
Yeah,
end
like
of
at
the
the very
game.
end,
It's-
yeah.
you send her over the fence.
Yeah.
You could kill that clicker before you even fucking.
Oh, dude, no.
Um,
I did. I as soon as she went, I did it. I fucking felt Hanzo like, oh, and then just immediately shot. I'm like, fuck
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm pretty sure you could kill that clicker before you even send Ellie out over.
No, yeah, but he got up and like right there. I just,
Yeah, I know.
got ahead, like, oh fuck yeah, dude, Hanzo time.
Yeah, that's good.
Sorry, yeah, no. The bow and
The
arrow
Hanzo.
is terrible. Like at first, it's very very
Yeah,
hard. But
it's
once
very
you,
the sway is just fucking
man, when you-
incredibly
but when
obnoxious.
when you get that like. When you get that like pushed up, it's so fucking good, and it's so satisfying knocking someone far away too. And then you just walk back after you
hear
heard all
that
those bites.
explosion.
You walk back. You're like, cool, arrow, back to good.
Yeah, you just hear that satisfying like crunch explosion whenever you
Yes.
hit a clicker. Like, I'm like, yeah, go fuck you. You try to bite me, bitch. I get you. You don't even know I'm here. But using the bombs.
Very hard gunplay at times though, for sure. Like it.
Oh, I love it. I really do because
it's not bad, but it's definitely hard.
it
like,
felt so realistic. I
felt
remember.
like where Resident Evil should be. Like at times where it's like
Yeah, sure. I
where
guess,
like
yeah.
it feels like we're like, oh, ammo is not only scarce, but it is fucking hard to hit motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Where sometimes you
sure.
just like shoot off 3 or 4 bullets and like only one hit, and it's like maybe on the shoulder, and you're like, God damn it.
Right.
But
Well, yeah, no, I agree. I agree. It's really hard, especially later on when they add. They always do this. Naughty Dog loves adding like, oh, now this guy has a helmet, or this guy has body armor. I'm like, even in Last of Us, like Uncharted makes sense. Like Uncharted's all like adventurous, whatever. What it makes sense. It's goofy. This game's like the most unrealistic thing. Obviously, is the fungus monsters, but even that is like there's things in the real world that are similar to that parasite that actually take over the host and stuff. So, but
Yeah.
like just having like now there's a guy with like heavy duty armor that takes like 15 shotgun shells. I'm like, all right, come on, please.
Yeah, no, that was the thing. I think the multiplayer definitely helped us get better at the aim though, because multiplayer is fucking so good, dude. When you're having, and it's a hard time to just kill people like that too. Granted, when the people are really good that you're fighting, it's like, oh, I'm fucked.
Right.
Also, before we get into more stuff, it tripped me out. I keep forgetting the DualShock 4 has a speaker in it.
Yes.
Yeah. So the flashlight, that's so satisfying.
The flashlight and the audio
And the
recordings,
audio logs, yeah.
Yeah.
those are super cool. I'm like, oh yeah, this has a fucking speaker in it. So before we get into story stuff, I kind of want to get some funny moments. Did you guys have any funny or notable glitches? Because I definitely did.
I didn't have any funny glitches.
It wasn't like hilarious, but I had one guy while he was like looking for me, just not see me completely. Like I was like right in front of him. He couldn't see me for some reason. And then I started shooting him, and once I shot him, he did like a 360-degree turn, but it was like really quick. So it was like, whoop! It was like what? And that was the only thing that really happened. Everything else was just like like simple things like one guy will say like, "Where the fuck are you, asshole? Fuck you!" and then you just kill him immediately, like just things like that. So it's not glitch.
Two specific glitches. One was when you're like in the final stand with Henry when you got Sam and Ellie out the window.
Yeah.
So, like what was like 4, 5, or 6 of them start coming in on you. I killed 2. I get my bat that has the nails in it. I swing another and it just freaks out, and then nothing else. Everything's gone, and Henry just standing there like this. And I'm like, oh, and I just turn around and walk out the door, and then it just triggers a cutscene.
Oh, okay.
I'm like, all right. It was that, and then during the snow part when you're trying to get Ellie to escape.
Yep.
I'd look around and everyone's just stuck in gun like this. Like everyone. Like no one's moving around or investigating me. So I went back and stealth killed everyone except for the one guy that didn't work on, and he killed me, and then I was stuck on that part for a while after that. I was like, motherfucker, I had a free run right through that, and then fucking one guy fucked up, so I had to like do some fucking sneaky shit to get around all of them after that.
For me, I ran into 2 things. One was the only real like big glitches I ran into is there would be times where the scenery wasn't, I don't know if it was just fully loaded or it was clipping wrong, but like there'd be times I'd be walking through buildings and you would see the outside through like corners of the walls sometimes. Like when you're going through the university, there'd be times I'd be going through like a stairwell in there, and in like one of the kind of far off corners of the stairwell, I'd look and I'd actually see the outside of it through there.
No, that's an aesthetic choice.
Yeah, it's an aesthetic choice. And I don't know if this is a glitch or if the game just checkpoints weirdly, but there'd be times I would go through a segment and I'd start to use up some of my resources, die, but then it would reset my checkpoint within that checkpoint, and then suddenly I'm spawning in with half the health and like less of my ammo. It's like, all right, well now I got to do this all over again with less of what I started with. All right, I guess we're doing this.
That was that's part of the weird checkpoint system, because in Left Behind.
Yeah, the weird checkpoint system.
Because actually that part that we're talking about where you just throw the thing out and the clickers attack the people.
Yeah.
I had my bow and arrow, and I missed like 7 shots. And I'm like, well, that's some bullshit. And then I killed him. Like, all right, whatever. I'll reset the checkpoint. I reset the checkpoint. I was down there in a spot that I had not walked at.
I was just about to say that.
And I had 1 arrow left. And it checkpointed me as if I just like had finished it, but like it didn't. It was like not. It doesn't check. It checkpoints you in specific areas, and all it does is mark down your inventory, health and inventory. Yeah. But it doesn't. It's like, all right, you're done with this. All right, we're gonna put you right there then, even though you never went there and you don't want to do that at all.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was gonna say that.
Okay.
No. I was just gonna say I there's times where the checkpoint system just takes the fucking longest time to actually checkpoint. It's not a glitch or anything. It's just like you can tell when it checkpoints because if you press pause, it'll say when the last save happened,
like a minute ago or something like that.
And there was one where I was playing and it said like 17 minutes ago. I was like, I'm playing. I was the time I was playing it now. I was playing on easy. So, like, I wasn't trapped on any part. Everything was really easy in the game, as the difficulty would
if you
suggest.
happen to die for some reason, you would have got set way back.
I would set back 17 minutes. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, there's no way. I wasn't stuck on a part for 17 minutes. I was progressing. So I assume that's a glitch, or there was just no autosave. I don't know. It was like 17 minutes, which is ridiculous. It never happened again. I only played until the Sam and Henry part ended.
So let's go into that now. Let's go into moments.
Story?
Yeah, let's go into story. And
sure.
Do you guys want to like point out specific moments you guys want to talk about, or can I go
maybe we should just go like major plot point by major plot point and kind of discuss it that way?
Yeah, Because it's not, when it comes to the story, it's very simple. It's a journey from point A to point B, and in between point A and point B, there's a lot of zigzags. Let's just say,
and shit always goes wrong. It doesn't matter. You think, all right,
B keeps
we're finally
getting pushed
out of this.
Yeah, B keeps getting pushed further and further away. It's just like, all right, here's B. Ah, shit.
It's
all
like
right.
God of War. Like, honestly, that was the other thing too. Just quick
God of
side
War
tangent.
It's kind of like God of War, actually.
I couldn't help but find a lot of parallels to this game and God of War. Grizzled individual.
I would like. So before you even say that, that's kind of the ongoing theme, which is a little irky to me, because that's just kind of like the most. That's one of the safest things you can do in stories, and it's always a winner. It's always watch over a younger person in a really,
as a father figure or a father,
So shoutouts to, like,
to be fair, God of War came out way after Last of Us.
But like shoutouts to, like, Last of Us, The Walking Dead,
Walking Dead came out before
God of War.
I guess BioShock, but not really.
Not kind of, sort of, because it.
Yeah, but you don't really need to look out for her. Also,
right.
She's like 20, so
yeah. But I'm sure I'm missing one. I know for sure, at least on
Resident Evil 4. You're watching out for someone's daughter.
But it's always like you're watching out over someone else, like a younger one, which is always like, it's always a home run in a lot of people's stories. It's very safe.
I'm sure there's other ones. I'm sure if I look at my game collection, I could find 15 more. But yeah, it works most of the time. Like, it definitely does. I'm sure there's some times where it does not work.
So I will say in this game,
Troll and that didn't work.
Because I will say with this game, just drawing the parallel to like Last of Us and God of War, that was one thing that definitely, like, playing God of War, Atreus, despite how the story kind of treats him, always felt like he was able to handle himself. There was never a point where I'm like, shit, I gotta watch out for boy. I must protect boy. It was like, nah, boy's got it. He's fine, whatever. Whereas in this game, even though there was very few times where the AI could really get fucked up and be in a situation where you can't save them, anytime I saw someone going after Ellie, it was always, nope, gotta protect her. Must protect, save that girl.
Because she cocould still die, like if the clicker or whatever grabs them and you see the little reticle.
I love
but like God of War, he can never die.
I forgot how like relatable she is. Not necessarily relatable, how endearing she is, because like she'll do her little like kitty, like she'll like start
or she's trying to whistle at one point. It's like
she'll tell puns, but
every
time you fucking kill people, she's like, holy shit, Joel.
Holy shit. And then like later on in the game, she's breaking people's fingers and telling them to go fuck themselves.
And we're jumping to the middle. We're gonna start in the beginning, I promise, right after this. I will say, like, one of the most like gut punching moments is when Joel's like, I can't protect you, and he's like trying to be tough about it. He's like, I can't protect you. Tommy's so much better than me. I can't protect my own daughter. You're not my daughter. But this is like right after she was like, everyone fucking left me except for you, and we've gone through, like, we've walked across the fucking country right now, and you're leaving me with someone else, and you're just going back home. And that was like really like Jesus, like, it's hard because there's so much stuff. But let's go to the beginning.
The moment that always gets me is one later, but we'll get to it.
Well, mark it down, and we're gonna do favorite moments.
We'll talk. I'll remember it. It's a major part.
Oh, girl, was it? I forgot.
Yeah. Oh no.
So the beginning.
The part where Ellie got shot in the head. I forgot to mention that.
The beginning.
This is a legendary scene. So this is like how quickly a game can make you like a character is really impressive.
I know this definitely hits people too more, like, especially I remember even
especially actual fathers.
Yeah, and I was like, literally back in the day, I remember like reading like people like actual dads were like, dude, fuck, man, like I cried at that very first scene. I couldn't even do it because that's fucking. I forgot how she died. Actually, I remember she died. I forgot how. I thought it was like an infected bit or something. It was like no, she got straight up shot by a military guy who said to kill you guys. Like, she didn't even get like a proper like.
No.
It wasn't that like, oh, the unfortunate circumstance, what could you do? It was literally just, no, this dude had a choice, and he's like, yep, gotta follow orders, must murder small child.
I'm just like, seeing it, like, just thinking in my head how correct that death scene was. Not correct like in a good way, but like how perfect it was.
For executed
for like 20 minutes. I think about another series that's a zombie thing that treats one of its children character's death like it's like a
Left 4 Dead.
40-minute eulogy, pretty much.
I know what you're talking about.
You know, it's where I'm just like comparing both of them. Like, this is exactly. I mean, we didn't know this character for too long, but it's it's
20 minutes.
Perfect way.
Like 20 minutes of a game.
20 minutes we knew this character.
And
we moved around her, like we played as her for a little bit, and then like that was it. Like, but we get that one scene where her and Joel and just like talking, like she gives the watch to him, and he's like, it's broken, you know. But just 20 minutes, and
because you immediately just hear the fear. Like even him and Tommy are just like, and even Tommy, you know how close he is. He's like, get her out of here. How's Ellie, or not Ellie? What's her name?
Sarah.
How's Sarah? Is she okay and all that? And it says a lot too when Ellie saves that picture for you. You know, she's like,
she gives it back to you.
I know you didn't want this picture.
He chokes up.
Yeah, that there's so many good moments. But yeah, so the beginning happens, and
she gets shot. I think Joel also gets shot. I don't know if it
missed him.
It didn't miss him because it didn't look like it should have missed him. But
am I agree?
I thought the whole situation didn't give a fuck that he got shot at that moment.
It might agree shoulder, but I don't think so.
Yeah.
But yeah, we get that whole thing, and then it's 20 years later, and Joel's grizzly. He's got gray hair, and he's with this girl named Tess.
He's like late 40s, early 50s, maybe.
Right, and they're in
it's
Boston.
Never
confirmed. They were in Boston. They were from Texas, but they're in Boston now.
Yeah, they're in Boston.
Then you go on a small mission to get your guns back. Which leads.
What's his name again? I forgot that guy's name. They have to chase down some guy.
Robert.
Yeah, and that whole scene is awesome. That right there solidifies how badass Tess is.
I was exactly what I was about to say.
And Chris and I touched on this when we were talking together, and I forgot about it. Is Tess always double taps?
Yeah, he does. She double taps a lot. Like later on, when you're fighting, like a clicker's fighting, she's just like bang bang. Like she don't give a fuck about wasting ammo. I mean, I guess she's an AI. She has infinite, so it doesn't matter.
But that's the one thing you always do. I hate when people don't do it in any zombie. Zombieland had it right, and no one else followed through. Double tap, motherfuckers.
Yeah, even if you're wasting ammo, if you shoot them once, hey, they could still be alive, bro. Yep. You don't know.
But yeah, so then you go after Robert, and then you go through a whole ordeal where you meet Marlene, the leader of the Fireflies.
Which is funny how quick it is, because you kill Robert, and she's like, "Yo, where's Robert?" And I'm like, "You didn't just hear the gunshot?"
that was one of the very first like instances of like convenient storytelling that is like, oh, you could have like made that a little more elegant, or maybe she was hiding.
There's a lot of convenient stuff. Like there's one scene at the end that I'm just like, "Wow, you're here. Why are you?"
Yeah. Like, a lot of moments revolve around her specifically.
Yeah, around her, yeah. Which is funny because she's in the game for about 20 minutes. So
yeah.
Screen time. So,
but and that's usually my pet peeve with the storytelling is if it's convenient. Maybe even make up some bullshit excuse, like maybe like she was hiding around with Robert or something like that. Not like, hey, where's she at? But
and it really would be a problem if it was like an Uncharted game. Like it's like, ooh, it's fun. Yeah, like it taking itself so seriously and being realistic, it really shows like the convenience in some things. Right. You know, like.
But yeah, so then we do that. We move over to when we find Ellie.
And she's already sassy.
She's very sad. She's like, "What the fuck? Who are these people? Fuck that! I'm not doing that." And then
Joel and
Ellie specifically go off together, right?
Yeah, and Tess. Yeah.
No, but they split off for a second.
At this point, yeah, they go off so he can go to his apartment and wait, so they can like.
Yeah, so that's where you start bonding immediately.
Yeah, immediately. It's like I'm going to sleep. You do whatever.
Yeah.
Like.
You can tell he doesn't give a fuck. He's in that life of the apocalypse where he's like, me, myself, and I don't know why I'm doing this. Fuck it.
But he's not overly grumpy too. He's like realistic. Like he's not gonna just like.
He's not being an asshole.
I don't compare Kratos, but
he's not
Kratos. He's
not cartoon. Yeah, like Kratos, where he's like, fuck.
Kratos is like talking to his own biological son.
Yeah,
he's like, boy.
Yeah, Joel's like, I don't want to deal with this. Like, I have no part in this. I don't want to be. Joel is a smart survivor. You know, he's like, I mind my own business. I don't want to do anything else. Like that's it. Yeah. And that's smart. I think that's realistic. I think
that's how you should do it if something like this would happen. I mean, I'd die instantly. I'd be snuffed out immediately.
No, you could take 12 bullets.
I'd fuck up, trip on my own gun, and pull my own.
Yeah, but you got 12 bullets you could take.
Yeah, that's true because I'm fat. As many games will let you know. If you're fat, you can take more damage.
See, between this whole call, we could take like 25 bullets, 12 each on them, and then one on me.
Get out of here! You got a little chub on you.
Give yourself some credit. I
could take 3.
Yeah, you ain't. Who's a skinny guy? I don't know any skinny people. I'll try to hang out with those people.
Yeah, I get hungry.
Wait,
so then so then after that you Tess and Ellie go off together. Then soon after that you guys get jumped on, and that's when you find out that Ellie is actually immune.
Yeah,
they call bullshit on her, but she's like,
she does some badass shit there because you're about to get caught. I mean, you got caught, and you're about to. I think they were about to execute you too.
Yeah,
they
were scanning them, and then they were about to scan Ellie, and she's like, "Nope."
Yeah, but I think didn't someone like it was very similar to the beginning. Maybe I'm remembering this wrong, but then did somebody get like a message like that sounded like someone was telling them just to kill him, just no, okay.
Yeah, no, they were
anyway, so Ellie fucked them up.
They were gonna arrest them, or no? I think they were gonna. No, they murder outside the curfew hours.
Yeah,
but they still checked them. I think. Okay, either checked or arrest, whatever. But
either way, she stabbed the motherfucker in the knee, and then they all kill those two.
And she says, "I'm immune," and they're like, "Bullshit." And then Tess is like, "Bro, like this, she should be fucking."
Yeah. It said infected. They look at the thing. It says infected.
This is a week old, and it's like, oh shit!
We'll see it in the DLC.
Yeah,
she said.
But yeah, so then that goes through. Eventually, go through a whole thing, get to the building, and then that's when they. Well, eventually you see Tess get attacked again. Later on, you find out. She's pushing hard.
There's a lot in between there, but it's just a lot of like them going to the sewers and stuff like that. They go into the sewers at that point, right?
It's a lot of
character
building.
They go to the sewers a lot in this game, but or something sewer-esque. But anyway, they travel around and then they get to where they have to go. That's where Tess gets bitten. They get to the Firefly base, but there's no Fireflies there. They're all dead. No, you can keep going. You tell it better.
So. And throughout the thing, you're hearing Tess be very gung ho about like we have to get her there, and even Joel's kind of pointing out like this is not you, like you're like me, we don't give a fuck. Like why do you give a fuck all of a sudden? She's very coy about it until you get to the Capitol building and then realize you're about to get hunted down right now, and she's like, hey, I'm bitten, and then I think that's a very poignant scene.
Yeah,
you know, it's like you don't know Tess that well, you don't know Joel that well, but. You get there's a bond there. There's a really strong bond of survivors. You know, of
if you read a lot of the notes too, you get a little bit of sense of like how they are together. Like
because everyone you meet, it's like, hey man, how's Tess?
Yeah,
and they know you guys are always together.
Yeah,
because that was the other thing too. Is up to that point, there would be times where Tess would make a comment. I think some of it was optional dialogue. Maybe once all this is over, we'll kind of have a conversation, kind of settling down a little bit, and all this nonsense. And Joel's just like, "The fuck?" You every time I'm like, "Yeah, let's do that." You're like, no, not now. Well, what's changing your mind? She's like, "Don't worry about it." And it's that kind of whenever someone says, "Oh, I'm like 3 days out from retirement," it's like, oh shit, here we go.
Yeah. And they have a line later on in the game that's very similar, where Joel's talking about like, "Hey Ellie, I'm gonna teach you how to like play guitar or whatever. It's gonna be awesome." I mean, I guess he could technically, but it's still like there's that whole ultimatum at the end. Like,
he did, and we saw the trailer.
Yeah, it's true. She learned how to play guitar. Jamming out. So.
But you also get that when you notice the block starts only of Joel and Ellie.
yeah, and Joel's all the way in the distance.
Yeah,
I always find that funny.
No, so you get that, and then you get that bond of survivors where people like keep each other at arm's length, but very much clearly like each other. It's just that like they don't want to lose each other, so they keep away as if that's gonna do anything. Obviously, like you can see Joel like still, he.
Joel is a extremely complicated character.
He's very
and
complicated.
I love Joel might be one of the best video game characters ever.
One of the best written characters, in general.
He's so good. Troy Baker, obviously, I don't even need to say. I mean, Troy Baker does great with fucking anything. But it's probably his best performance, most likely. I can't think of anything.
I agree.
I don't know how good he'll be in Last of Us 2, but we'll see. But he's so good in this. But his character has so many like turns, but not like surprising turns, just like things that he does that it's just like, whoa, holy fuck. They even like suggest like that's why his brother doesn't really like talking to him, because he's done some fucking grotesque shit in the past just to survive.
Well, you do. We get a taste of that.
You do grotesque shit in this game. Well, I was gonna say later on when you after Ellie whatever, and you like kidnap those two people, and he just like straight up kills
Hey,
both
that
of
was
them.
me, bro. I'm like, bro, you're about to tell me who it is. I don't give a fuck. But
Like, don't worry, I love it. He's like, don't worry, I believed him, and he just fucking
yeah.
killed that guy too.
But
So
I
good.
love when people do this because these are video games, you know. At the end of the day, it's like when you look at Uncharted, it's like, bro, this guy's a one-man army. He literally just killed like hundreds and thousands of people.
Yeah.
But and that's what they tell you. That's when you first meet David. He's like, yeah, and you know,
Like Nolan North.
we're yeah, awesome by the way.
Hey, Drake.
Side note, they're in a feud right now.
Like Nolan North.
They're in a feud right now.
Yeah, they do a video game show now, and they actually did a full playthrough.
No, they're not anymore.
Oh, they're not.
They had like a little friend breakup, which sucks.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, I guess that they had a creative differences with how their YouTube went. There was like a falling out, but Troy Baker's like, we're gonna refriend each other eventually. But
okay, well
that sucks. But
anyway, they did a full playthrough for Last of Us. They already finished it.
Apparently, Troy sucks ass at that game, which kind of funny.
Well, yeah, I don't think they're like professional gamer. Nolan North ain't no gamer at all. You can tell him, watch him play Uncharted 1. It's just like
yeah, no, when you meet David and then you get revealed that he's actually after you. It's just like, you know, we're just following after just all these people keep getting killed by this old man and this girl, and you get that in Pittsburgh too. You hear like they walk into a building and you're just like, it must have been an army, man. How did everyone get killed? Like you're acknowledged as this fucking murder machine, you know.
Exactly.
And it's I like when people acknowledge that because you're in a video game. It's like you're just killing left and right. It's like you should be acknowledged as like a monster in a way too, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Because there are a lot of games where there is that weird disconnect between the gameplay and the story, where it's like, all right, the gameplay has you just herring through all these enemies, and then the story is like, all right, this one dude came up to you and just fucking cold clocked you and knocked you the fuck out. Well, I guess that happened. All right, you went down like a bitch, but okay.
This game has a lot of that. I mean, Red Dead Redemption 2 is a phenomenal game, and you'll see eventually, David.
Red Dead 1, which you'll see.
And when I say eventually, I mean a couple months. But this game has that. Like you can massacre an entire 30-man gang as just one guy with this right here. It's whatever. I mean, hey, Red Dead Redemption 2 is great, but
yeah. So it was actually really nice to see that it's like, oh, I actually did that. It wasn't just like the gameplay giving me something to kind of try to have fun with. It was no. You are literally just fucking genocide incarnate.
Naughty Dog is always peculiar about not calling The Last of Us fun.
Yeah, which is
I would say that's accurate.
He says he doesn't like calling his games fun. Period.
Yeah, which
means I guess the Lost Legacy isn't fun because I'm pretty sure he directed that.
Which I get.
No, actually, no, he did. He directed Uncharted 4.
Because I get what he's trying to say. Granted, like, I enjoyed the gameplay.
They are
like
fun.
I said, it's very tactical and very, very.
It's really fun when you throw a pipe bomb and then throw a bottle and you see 8 fucking infected explode.
But dude, it's very exhausting, especially when you walk into a building and you use your hearing and you just see like fucking 8 bodies above you. You're like.
But you can say that about a lot of games.
Yeah. But anyway, let's move on.
See like 8 soldiers in Call of Duty. You're like, fuck. All right.
So moving on with the story, we leave and we meet Bill.
Bill's great.
Yes, which I love that whole
Bill is an actor from Deadwood, I think.
Bill and Ted,
yeah. It's Keanu Reeves. But no, I'm pretty sure it's an actor from Deadwood, which I definitely need to watch. But
also a very complicated character, which I like too. All these characters are very well written, I think.
Yeah. Very well acted, very well written. Yeah.
Right.
He's an awesome character though. Like the first time you see him, of course, he saves your ass. You're actually looking for him because. At this point, you don't know what to do.
All his booby traps he has set up throughout the town.
All the booby traps, but you don't know what to do. So you're like, he's just like, well, I got a friend that I think is nearby. Let's see if he can help us. And
I even love that very uncomfortable moment where Ellie's like, so you've never gone out to visit him. Are you certain he'll even help? And Joel's just like, we're going to find out.
We'll find out. God, nothing else. Have nothing else. We need something. And this guy.
The gut punch with him.
Yeah. When you find out it's his partner.
Yeah. And I like that moment.
And that note too.
Yeah, the note where the partner's just like, fuck you, Bill. I'm like,
Yeah, I took your fucking battery, and I was better off being dead than in a world with you, basically.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
hard, but
Yeah.
and then I like the moment where he still has to keep that gruffness to him, where he tells you to get the fuck out of his town.
Yeah.
It's such a good moment.
Yeah, it is a great moment. But the whole section with him is like that's where you find the bloaters too. That's like the new anime. Ooh, I dropped my coin.
Jesus.
What? Shut up. Anyway.
But yeah, no, that was such a great segment. It gave us someone clearly from Joel's past that we could kind of get more insight from Joel from as well, because also that uncomfortable, especially the parallel where you have to imagine a lot of what Joel is processing. It's like, oh yeah, my partner's gone, I don't know what happened, he just up and left, and the whole time she's like, why the fuck isn't Tess here, what's going on?
Yeah,
and Joel's just saying like, no, she's not.
I was always
coming.
waiting for him to like just drop. And that's the thing. That's the thing with a very predictable character is you always expect him to like, Tess is dead, Bill, or something like that.
Yeah, she's dead.
But he held on to it. He's like,
yeah,
nah, he doesn't need to know,
and his business.
And he doesn't really want to talk about it either.
And Bill didn't really pry that much. Like he didn't keep asking.
No, he didn't.
Tess but he was like, I don't know why the fuck Tess would want to do this job. This sucks. I was like, yeah, it was actually her idea. Like, what? Yeah, that broad's stupider than I thought, I think he says at one point.
Yeah.
Which is a great moment.
And every time he says like that, you're like...
yeah. But yeah, so then we get out of there, and then we go to Pittsburgh.
Yep.
Which is a fucked up place with some fucked up hunters, which have some very fucked up scenes. You see that one where they're out in the streets, they kill those two people, they hunt them.
Yeah.
Oh, they don't have anything, fuck it, I guess.
They don't have anything and just leave them, yeah.
Which I will say, it was
nothing.
during that scene, I was expecting the game to take a different turn, just because, they hunt down a couple, and the girl's the first one, she's left alive initially, and they start going to her, I'm like, is this where they're going? And little do I realize, no, they go there later. But
they go to an even darker place later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you think we're done? Hold on.
Oh, you think you seen Game of Thrones?
Initially, I actually kind of was like relieved. I was like, oh, okay, we're not quite going to that place yet. All right, cool. We're golden. Little did I realize. But again, it's just one of those things. Up. Yeah. And then that whole
David walks up.
Yeah, David. Not gonna say anything.
But no, and then that whole segment actually was frustrating with the APC that had the gun mounted to it.
Sure.
Just because trying to stealth around that thing was a bitch and a half throughout some of that.
Yeah, you had to time it.
Oh yeah, that thing. Yeah. Okay, I was like, yeah. The fucking car that would chase you down. That was only annoying because there's a lot of scripted moments where if you're stealthing, it doesn't matter. It'll see you. Like it'll just start shooting at you. And I was just like, all right. I mean, I played it on easy, so I don't remember how hard it was when I first played it. So,
but I will say that
I'm pretty sure it was hard though, because I played it on normal the first time I played it, and I think I played it on easy every other time because I don't have time for this shit.
But I will say this: that segment was also one of the kind of like examples of why I also just love listening to the side dialogue in this game, because there's so many like little great moments.
Yeah,
where
that's why I was fucking pissed you were listening to us fucking watch Hell's Kitchen and not fucking listen to goddamn dialogue.
I was reading it.
But fuck acting.
Well, most of it was not Joel and Ellie evolves. Well, no, because I think got to the point where she was reading the puns. Yeah, that's right. got to the point where she.
Yeah, you said that in the chat. You're like, she's reading puns while you guys watch Hell's Kitchen. This is wacky. Yeah. That's the best stuff. All those puns are great.
Those puns are phenomenal.
Which comes back in Left Behind.
Yes.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
But yeah, just listening to those conversations, there were so many times where I didn't want to continue on. I would just kind of wait to see if there was any other additional dialogue. And this was one of those moments where it's like, oh man, I got some fucking canned bacon. What? You got canned bacon? Where the fuck did you get that? And it's just this small little dialogue, just kind of
that's like
weirdly shows the humanity in these people. And it's like, if we weren't in this fucked up hellscape world, this would just be a normal shooting the shit conversation with a buddy of yours. Like, I don't know, I just fucking got drunk one night and ordered 50 can fucking bacons off of Amazon. Is it any good? Motherfucker, it's bacon. Of course it's good.
I love the moments where Ellie reads stuff from the past and she's like, damn, they really only gave a fuck about what they wore at prom or like who liked
Right?
them.
Yeah,
Like
yeah, yeah.
that's what they worried about back then. You're shitting me. Or
She
or
talks about
the
like,
ice cream truck.
oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking like the airplane one too, like which she has like that dream about like I was on an airplane and it fucking crashed. I'm like, oh, that sucks. I've never been on an airplane before.
I
Dream
like
about when you crash.
I like the ice cream truck one because it was like,
Yeah,
hey, what is
because
that? And
Sam was
then
there too.
Sam's like, yeah, that or that's what he told me. And then he's like, Joel, no way. He's like, yep,
Yeah,
they
Joel's
were
like,
playing
yeah,
that,
they
all
play
running. She's
creepy
like,
ass music.
yeah, and she's like, no fucking way.
No fucking way. You're fucking.
I
with me,
loved that one, and I loved when you would go up to like the fashion mall that's in that area, and I was just like, "What? Why? I thought you said that like food was abundant in your time. Why do these women all look so
they're all
skinny?" It's
skinny
just
and
like,
shit,
yeah, they just some
Fashion.
women just chose not. Well, he didn't specify women. He's like, yeah, just some people chose not to eat. And she's like, why? He's like, aesthetic reasons. And she's like, that's fucking stupid.
That would be
And
fat as hell.
I love how just she just drops F-bombs left and right because she's a kid. She's 14.
And I love that no adult tells her to not to.
No, yeah,
it's because I feel like there would be one in a lesser game made by a lesser studio with the same exact story. There would be like one character that's just like stop, like as a comedy thing, like language, like some Captain America shit or
Yeah,
whatever.
it's almost like in the real world, Gore being like so fucking crazy and bloody and dismember. Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, stop. No cursing, please.
You would say that swearing isn't that big of a deal when you have limbs flying off people and stuff, but hey, maybe Last of Us has it down.
Yeah,
and I get that, and I like that it's like
Walking
different
Dead
dynamics too, because like Henry to Sam was like very stern on Sam, like hey, put that away, we don't eat that, but Joel's like no, she's a girl, and even though she's still young, I'm not gonna have to tell her to stop saying fuck when we're killing people.
Yeah,
which is great.
But yeah. So anyway, where were we in the start? We go to Philadelphia.
So we're at Henry and Sam actually.
Yeah.
So we meet them, and that's a great introduction, by the way.
It's a confrontational one where Joel's beating his ass.
Yeah, there was gonna be death in like 3 seconds if the kids showed up.
Yeah, Sam didn't fuck it.
Man, I really thought you were gonna kill me. Well, I was trying to.
That's why I felt like it hurt. He ain't even hurt. That's one of my favorite lines in the game.
But yeah, the introduction of those two, again, it was another moment where it was great to see a dynamic difference. Like you were mentioning, Henry's very strict with his brother, and again, Joel's just very hands-off. He's still kind of in this thing where he's kind of really growing to Ellie, but there's still that kind of detachment he's trying to do to keep himself protected. And then they're like, all right, we gotta escape. It's gotta be tonight. We gotta go across that bridge. This is our one chance at it. And then we get one of our top 10 anime betrayals during that.
When Henry dips, he's like deuces and he fucking pieces out.
Is also one of my favorite Ellie moments in this game.
Yeah,
where Henry and Sam are up there, and she's up there, and Joel's like, all right, you all guys just. All right, fuck it. I'll figure something out. Ellie, you go with them. It's safer. And then she just jumps down. She's like, nope, we're in this together. It's like, that's my girl. That's
top 10 bro moments.
Yeah.
I felt like, you know what? Father-daughter relationship, whatever. But that felt like a bro moment right there. It's like, yo, I got you, fam. Let's
ride or die.
Ride or die. Yeah, I felt like some Vin Diesel shit. Hell yeah. It's like family sticks together. Fam. Dude, Ellie's going to be in the next Fast and Furious movie that I won't be seeing because AMC and Regal won't show it. That sucks.
I had to work that in here somehow.
It'll be out. That'll be an anime con by this time next week, I bet.
Yeah, it'll be. Yeah, Regal will be like, wait, hold on, they own Fast and Furious.
They're like, all right, we can miss Doolittle. That's fine. What else do they have?
James Bond. That's gonna. Oh, that sucks. They own Fast and Furious. It's like. They pull the fucking the retract statement.
I like that part 2 where you actually see the obvious Twilight reference on the billboard.
Yeah.
I think that's what he meant earlier when he's saying.
No, that was something else I was referring.
Yeah, no. That was Joel's just like, I don't know, I'll watch stupid shit.
He was like, yeah, some teeny bopper like thing like that, and she's like, oh, who dragged you here? He's like, don't worry about it.
Yeah, his wife, I'm assuming.
No, I think it was his girl.
His daughter, because it was new at the time. That's right.
Yeah.
I like those moments where it just kind of gets back to the past. But yeah, so we get disconnected from Henry and Sam. We meet up with them later, and Joel punches the shit out of him. He's like, "No," and he's like, "Hey, would you have done the same thing in my shoes?" And he's like, "Fuck."
And he also
Because I love that too, because he's even got the gun to his head and he's ready to fucking go.
Yeah.
And he's like, "What would you have done?" It's like, And then even Ellie's like, "Wouldn't we be safer in numbers, Joel?" And he's like,
to be fair, they also
"Don't bring logic into this."
They also saved both of them because
Yeah.
they were in the water like drowning.
And Ellie can't swim.
So
Yeah, and Ellie can't swim exactly.
right
I
after
think
that,
Joel was knocked out and Ellie was right. Was Joel knocked out?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
He
hit by
felt
that
like-
rock.
Yeah.
So right after that, we actually get what was it? My favorite side story, and what rumors when we were going into Left Behind was a rumor that we were going to get this instead was the Ish stories.
I love Ish.
Yeah, the Ish story was so heartbreaking.
Yeah, everyone thought like going before we got Left Behind, knowing we were gonna have a DLC. People thought we were gonna have an Ish DLC, which I would have been fine with. That would have been great.
Yeah.
But yeah, that story is just rough, man. Like,
Yeah, because it's like an orphanage or something like that, right? Or there's just like a bunch of kids are there, and he's like, is it the bodyguard or something like that? Or
Ish is
I kind of read through it pretty quick because it was
Ish was on the boat.
Yeah,
and he ended up living by himself. He ran into a family, and he's like, I can't just live like this alone. They have a kid. They have to be okay. So I'm gonna ask them to live with me. And then they go into the sewers. Someone left the door open once on accident, and then they just got fucked.
Yeah.
And then you go back, and when you get to the other side, you hear the stories. You read the stories from the other side. This guy's like, yeah, we found this raggedy man, and he came up to us, and he's offering us food and shelters. So I think we're gonna go do it. We're gonna go stay with him. That's a rough story because you go down there and it's hard, man. You see you see the boards.
I thought it was an orphanage because there was like when you go into that place, there's like writing on the wall.
Yeah, they're teaching them school stuff.
Yeah, school stuff. So I just thought it was like a bunch of people. Yeah, like a bunch of kids.
They found some kids somewhere in that next town, and Ish brought them into the sewers with them to stay safe. And that, in theory, that's a fantastic spot.
It is.
But
and that's what he even says in one of his notes is, it's highly defensible. There's only one way in, one way out, kind of thing, and
then someone left the door open.
Someone left the door open, so that fucked them.
And you go through and you have to walk through like all like the small beds and stuff, and it's rough.
And I think what also helps with the poignancy of that one is even as you're going through, it's one of the few times in the games where they'll actively make comments on the notes that they're reading. Because there's a lot of times you'll find notes and it's just like, oh, well, that was interesting kind of little bits of information. Or, oh, that was kind of sad. And then they put the note away. But during this one, Joel and Ellie made a lot of comments after reading those notes. And it's just like, fuck, that's what happened. That's what got them. Or Ellie will be like, oh, as she kind of really understands the kind of weight of what happened during there.
There was one funny one though. I don't remember what the letter was, but it was like I'm going to do this, and then Joel puts away, and he's just like, well, that was a fucking good idea, and that wasn't.
Speaking of which, just to backtrack for a moment, that was one of the things that I meant to bring up when we were talking during the Bill segment. We had that really heavy weight because this one thing this game also does pretty well too is it is really good at bringing the humor at just the right moments to just kind of, all right, we just went through a lot of heavy shit, let's have a little laugh-y here. And that was one of those things with Bill where lover left him, killed himself, left him in a letter saying I'm better off dead than with living in a world with you. Joel's still struggling processing Tess's death, and then Ellie's just like, I may have stolen something from Bill. And Joel's just like, what? And she's just like, nudie mag. And she's going through and she's like, why is it all sticky? And Joel's just like,
she's like, I'll just fuck with it.
That was a great moment. It was the right moment to have because, like what you were saying earlier, Gore, in the hands of a lesser writing team, this could have been more easily strewn about like everywhere of just every single moment. No. Right after any moment, throw in something funny. This game really does a good job of balancing all right, we're going to throw a lot of shit on you, a ton of fucking shit. Okay, now that you feel like you're about to cry and, your heart's breaking, all right, we'll throw a little gag in there. Just a quick little thing, have a laugh, and fun.
I think
the Sam and Henry sequence is like perfect example of that.
I think the strongest moment of that actually, because we're going to talk about that in a second. Jump forward a little bit is the giraffe scene, which happens. Which happens after the David scene when you get the whole all fucked up thing and he stops. Cuts to Utah. everything's, and there's like some silent moments, and then she's not really talking because she's been kind
Yeah,
of
she's
fucked
not
up, and
talking.
she's kind of upset about everything still. Then you see the giraffe, and you hear the music kind of like, for the first time, you hear kind of like uplifting music. You know, you hear like the nicer music, the more peaceful, serene stuff, and you just see the animals. And you stay there as long as you want. You can just kind of chill there and just
Yep.
watch. I think that's a good scene of like breaking that up. But you were saying with Henry and Sam.
Oh no, I was just saying like after Henry and Sam, that whole scene happens and it cuts to Fall, I think, right?
Right.
Fall right after that. Yeah. Even that's just like a quiet moment. They Joel doesn't want to discuss it, and then they meet up with
Tommy.
Tommy. There you go. So it's just like, oh, hey, brother, and they don't hate each other too, which is cool because
Yeah, because you were kind of getting
whole
that
build up. You think they're gonna hate because you heard like the last time they saw each other, Tommy said, "I don't want to ever see you again," and then when they see you,
I'm so glad
each other again,
that
it
was so
like,
good
buddy.
because yeah, you lose your brother, you get mad at him, yeah, sure, and then he lives in Boston, you live in fucking Colorado.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? You're never gonna see your brother again, right? And then you show up again, and you're just like, fuck it, let's just forget about that for a second and be brothers.
Yeah, especially in the apocalyptic hell world they live in. It's like, yeah, no, holy shit, I didn't think you would ever be in my life again. All right,
And I love that moment where thanks for not shooting us. Yeah, well, it made it. Shooting my brother-in-law would have been kind of awkward.
Yeah.
Good exposition to tell you that they're married too.
Yeah,
So.
I love they say, hey, I'm married now. It's
Yeah.
smarter wordplay like that makes it better.
Yeah.
But before we jump into Tommy,
Yeah, we're jumping. And we should talk
Henry
about
and
Sam.
Sam.
Yeah. Well, so speaking of levity, that starts with levity.
Yeah.
And then so it reverses that shit where I guess there's a long event. You talk about it. You do this better than I do.
So you spend some time with them and you kind of grow, and then obviously we get the final cutscene with them where even though
We're talking about motorcycles.
yeah,
even
though Henry was only 5 when the apocalypse started, he still had some sort of memory of that life. He remembers barbecues, he remembers the motorcycles, and he's bonding with Joel with that. Even though there's a big age difference there, there's even you hear Ellie talk about, man, those two, you just can't separate them now. And then Ellie, you had a toy robot earlier in that, which also was awesome because you saw the Jack and Daxter and Uncharted board games in the background. But yeah, she picks it up for him because he wasn't allowed to keep it. But Sam's acting very weird, and you know something's up.
It's kind of obvious because I do want to when we're done talking about the scene, I do want to reverse a little bit, but
sure,
it's gonna be something negative. That's why. So
sure, well, you can talk about it now. It's fine.
No, because we're building up. It's not a scene really. It's
Okay.
a sequence, I guess.
So yeah, there's something up obviously because he's acting funny, asking about death and stuff, and she's like, no, and she doesn't want to say I'm immune, but she's like, no, I'm not really scared. Like it's because he asks like, are you ever scared? He's like, what she asked? She says something funny like
you like spiders and
something like that, right? She was like, oh, I'm scared of like
she's scorpions. Scorpions are pretty
scorpions.
Creepy.
That was what it was.
Scorpions are.
And he's like, oh, this bitch is just treating this like a joke. And she's just like, I mean, that's kind of what I'm genuinely more afraid of. And the kid's just like, you are never afraid of those fucking things out there? And she's just like, I can't really say why I'm not really afraid of them, but...
Yeah, and like he starts talking about like, is there a heaven, pretty much, and stuff like that. Do you believe in that?
Right.
And it's like it's very obvious something's wrong.
Yeah, and then you pull up the leg. I'm glad they didn't keep it. I'm glad they're like, hey, we'll just say it. We don't have to beat around the bush any that longer. And he pulls up and he was bitten.
Bitten.
And then you go to sleep, wake up the next day, and then sure enough, everything's happy dory. You know, Henry's like, hey, I made some food, letting Sam sleep in. Go wake him up. Go in there, scream, and then I love the tenseness of this moment. You know, it's so much is just getting released right now. You know, it's a brother whose mission in life for what is it, like 80% of his life
20 years
has been the apocalypse, right?
Oh,
and then
I guess his brother's probably like 10. So
yeah,
10
but
years.
80% of his life is apocalypse, and then so that means a large, maybe even half his life, almost half his life was spent protecting his brother, right? He failed in that. Which also was awesome gunplay scene when you're having to protect everyone when they're all coming out the house, you know. That was hard as fuck. I hated that sniper.
Getting to the house was a nightmare.
Sniper was fucking a bitch, and I hated that guy. But but gunning everyone down at the end was pretty funny.
Well, that's my negative, but we'll talk about it.
Sure.
Sure.
And then Sam's bitten, almost attacks Ellie. Joe gets him out and pulls out his gun, and Henry's like, "Nuh-uh." And
he doesn't say that.
but he just points it out.
No.
But he points it out there, and there's this tenseness because you know, like Joel does that just does like the he puts the hand out protecting his head, but it's not gonna do anything. He's like,
he says, "Screw this too. If he gets shot, then whatever. He has to help Ellie."
yeah,
He's like, "Whatever." And then Henry ends up killing Sam, which I thought was bold, because in any other, like we keep saying, like lesser writers, they would make it so that Henry just doesn't do it, and then somebody else has to do it.
Yeah, he would probably like say something like, "I can't go through with it."
Yeah,
you
The Walking Dead does that.
Yeah, I was just about to say Walking Dead. But to be fair, though, Walking Dead's a little different, though.
They give you
it's a little bit different because it's double impact. Because I don't want to spoil it, but
that'll be a Games Gone By eventually, I think.
Oh yeah, but double bad things happen to that character in a row, so it's just like it's like yeesh.
So different, but yeah, no, it was handled very elegantly because the stakes were high. Like you see immediately how fucked up this made Henry,
Yeah.
And he looks off hinge and then just fuck it and then kills himself.
And he shoots himself.
And then cut.
It cut fall, which they do that a lot. A lot of cuts and then just
time skip.
The season on the bottom right. Yep, time skip. And I thought that was that's why I think it adds a little bit of levity, because it could have just been like a continuation of that scene, and they're like, we don't know what to do, but levity just like, what the fuck, and then just like, all right, just cool down, let's solve a puzzle, let's find our brother, fight some dudes, let's just forget about it a little bit, and then we have that nice little reunion.
But there is a moment where you pull back and you come across a small like baby grave.
Yeah.
And then it kind of gets brought up again. He's just trying to like say, don't worry about it, but Ellie is like obviously beat up about it,
Yeah. And if you play as Ellie later and you look at all of her stuff, if you like touch the Sam toy or whatever, she'll be like, "Oh, that was a stupid fucking idea. I shouldn't have given it to him or whatever." And it's just like, eesh. That's later though, obviously.
Right.
So
what was the complaint you were going to bring up, Gore?
All right. So the whole sniper sequence, I've always had a problem with that, because there's a moment earlier where you get caught in Bill's trap and you have to like defend yourself from clickers and
that was hard too. Yeah.
No, it's not hard. I don't care if it's hard. It's just really like the whole game is pretty realistic for the most part. Like with the ammo and stuff, you don't have too much ammo. You have to,
how you kind of go Rambo for a second, or
and you don't go. You go Rambo, but it's just like you have like this infinite sniper that like has. You don't need to worry about ammo, and it's like fucking 20 dudes showing up, and it feels very generic, I think. And even playing it now, it was like the last thing I played until I stopped.
I kind of like.
I was just like, I don't. I don't like how the sniper handled too.
I hate going to the sniper. Sniper sucked ass because I'm like, motherfucker, I'm inside.
I thought I didn't like it either, really, but I thought it was a cool idea. Just like you have to like, because I don't know, Ellie and fucking and Sam and Henry didn't really help me there, but they're supposed to like. They didn't help me, but I do like the idea that you take a couple shots, let him shoot maybe once, and then fucking like move up, But that guy was a dick because he would always scream at me like, "Yeah, I see you, asshole!" I'm like, "Fuck."
How can you see me? I'm hiding in a bedroom right now.
Yeah, motherfucker, I see you. I'm like, shit, this guy. I can't wait to kill this motherfucker.
Yeah, no, that I get that.
Yeah. I just don't like sequences like that in games that are trying to be
unlimited. Yeah.
It's like they were like, you know what? Let's put some Uncharted shit in here now. I'm just like, it's not.
That's fair.
You shouldn't. Like we go put Crash Bandicoot in it next. What the fuck? That'd be dope.
Next season.
Joel like spinning around like Crash.
Yeah, just PlayStation All Stars 2.
Hell yeah, Crash and Joel. Yeah, Joel could definitely be in PlayStation All Stars. Ellie's in
old man.
Old Ellie and old Joel.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So we see Tommy, and to fast forward because there's a lot of just of conversations and battles. It's fine. We go to the house, and I think that's the moment where what I mentioned earlier was the moment where Joel's really pushing away from Ellie, being like, "No, you're with Tommy. I don't want to do this." But Ellie felt hurt because like she's causing all this friction already. She's like, "I'm just trying to get. I don't want a part of this. Like I didn't ask to be immune. I didn't do any of this." In fact, and as we'll mention later, she's like, I wanted to die with fucking Riley. I wanted to do all that, but I'm not. Here I am, and now you guys are fighting over. Now we got them fighting because of me. It's just like, I just don't want any part of this. So, eventually, and I love that moment where they're back together, and Joel's like, hey, you can take the horse back. I'll take Ellie. And she doesn't even say this. She just kind of like smiles and kind of goes with you.
Yeah, he asks, like, where is it again? He's just like, all right, I'm out. See you later, brother. I really like that scene. That's really good. This game has good scenes. I don't know if you.
It's so good.
Speaking of which, to go back a
One or
moment
two.
too, that was another thing too, where again the little moments where they do have those bonding scenes, where when you first lead up to Ellie getting to be able to have a gun, she saves Joel from Bandit that's just smashing him, trying to fucking drown him in this little
water,
puddle. Yeah. And she shoots and kills the guy, and Joel freaks out. He's like, "What the fuck are you doing here?" She's like, "I'm saving you, asshole. It was either you or him."
That was a literal quote too. "I'm saving you, asshole." And then when you had that, you're gonna hit everyone down there. She's like, "What? You want me to stay out here again?" She's like, "No, you're gonna cover me." Also, you're right.
This rifle.
Also, it was me or him. So.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, she says you're welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because like the whole time she's like just fuming and just wanting some kind of apology. And as you're going through, he's like, "All right, hey, help me push this piano." And she's like, "Are you sure I can be trusted with that?" Yeah. And just being a smart ass little bitch throughout the whole thing, and I loved it.
That's another thing that God of War is similar to.
Exactly.
That sequence where your companion character is just being a smarmy little asshole. And this one makes more sense.
Yeah, that was the most annoying part in God of War.
We are gods.
Yeah, I was like,
well, I didn't mean that. I meant like just like parts in the game where you just act like a dick to.
I meant the other way around.
Yeah, and
anyway,
you always act like a dick to him.
So we get where Joel falls in the fucking spike in the hospital later, or the. Yeah, no, it was the university. Falls on Spike, gets fucked up. Ellie does some fucking badass shit. She's like, "I got you." And I love the line that she's like,
it was rebar.
She was like, yeah. And she's like, "Hey,
if it was Spike, you'd be fucking dead."
Lara Croft.
Because rebar pushes his organs away, so that's the only reason why he even survived that.
I like that. Yeah, it was. What'd she say? She was like, "I swear to God, you're gonna sing to me when I get out of this."
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
you wish.
You wish. Yeah. You wish.
And that was another thing too, where I loved how Left Behind kind of fully filled in the blanks of how she has this knowledge. Because throughout the whole game, there are moments where Joel's like, "How the fuck do you know how to ride a horse?" And she's like, "I fucking learned it at military school." And there's a lot of those other little moments. And so Left Behind filling in and actually kind of getting some of that knowledge firsthand was really cool.
I also love.
You actually see Riley's thing if you, yeah, that's what you're gonna say. Yeah, if you look through her backpack, you see Riley's thing, and she says, "I miss you" or whatever.
Yeah.
And you're like, "What the fuck? The hell is that?"
So then we do that hard cut to winter, which is one of my favorite moments, where you see that the rabbit get killed, and you wonder.
Yeah, everybody has a great reaction to that, because they're like, "Oh my god, what happened?" It's always that reaction, is just like, "I don't want to see this," or "Oh, it's so cute," like that classic one with the girls. It's like, so cute, and then fucking gets skewered. But I think my reaction at the time was just like, "The fuck happened? What is this?" And then it's just like. It's like, all right,
we're so good.
Because especially where you had that, again, another super emotional scene, where Joel falls off the horse and she's just fucking begging him, "Get up, tell me what the fuck to do," and just cut.
Yeah, and then
can I also just say that deer hunting scene was bullshit. I don't know what the fuck I was doing wrong, but I had to chase that thing in a circle like fucking 10 times.
You were too loud.
I think that's what you have to do.
You have to do it like twice, and then it goes off to another direction.
I'm pretty sure I remember that. Yeah.
We get that, run to David, have a whole scene with him where she kind of like starts trying to talk her way into getting medicine for Joel. They have a whole thing, and then we get to the point where eventually they come back, and he's like, "Hey, I was trying to hunt out this old man, little girl. That's crazy, huh?" And she's like, "Uh-oh, I'm out." She gets
then the henchman comes in with the gun.
Yeah.
And then David's. At this point, you still don't know, if you played the first time, you don't know exactly what is David's deal, because David's just like, "No, just give her the medicine and let her go." And you're like, even playing it the first time, I'm like, they're probably going to track her.
Well, you're like, is that Nolan North? He's going to be in here longer, right?
Yeah. Well, actually, the first time I played it, is just like, you can't tell it's Nolan North. But there's one part where he yells, I remember. And even like, I watched the rest of the what I didn't play, I watched a playthrough for. Recently. So, and just there's one part where he yells at Ellie, doesn't know her name yet. And I was just like, yeah, I can hear Nolan North there. But for the most part, you can't tell it's Nolan North. Right. Like, that's his most distinct performance, because most of the time it's just Nolan North.
Right. And also, can I just say that segment with all those fucking clickers was horseshit?
Oh yeah, where you yeah, I remember that being really fucking annoying back then. That was really
My
fucking
favorite
annoying.
thing was always throwing a brick at them and just charging ahead like first just to stab them with the shiv.
Yep.
And
Right.
she had the
Oh yeah,
shiv
it's
that
always
just
funny watching her fucking like jump up on
she like
somebody.
rodeos them. Yeah,
God,
God, I love it.
it's
Especially
good.
when it's the last motherfucker. I'm like, oh, you're getting it.
Yeah, it makes me excited for gameplay wise, just what Ellie's gonna do in the next
Well,
game.
now she's like
Just
taller than them now, so
yeah, well I know, but like she has to still do that, right? Because that's like that was her technique for the longest time.
yeah,
Jump up on
Jordy.
a motherfucker, do some John Wick shit. You know, John Wick always jumps on
Yeah.
motherfuckers.
Because that was the thing.
He's
Like,
like
first
50, still
switching
does it.
to Ellie, you also felt the difference between Joel and Ellie. Because a lot of times when you play games like this, again, lesser studios, there really isn't a difference in gameplay. It's like, yeah, it feels the same. But when you first have to melee to try and save yourself as Ellie, damn, you feel that fucking difference because she just kind of has that little switchblade that just it kind of knocks them back briefly, but they're still gonna fuck you up if that's your last resort and
Joel
they're
goes into
already on
fucking
you.
boxing mode. It can take out some motherfuckers.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
Exactly.
By the way, melee in this game, I love melee.
Melee was super fun.
It's
I
so
had a lot of fun.
fucking.
With
It's so. It feels so good when you fucking
especially
land
when you're
a
next to a wall and you just smash his head.
Yes.
And
Boom. Just give him a little bit of business.
dude, that when that guy almost shoved your hand into the shard of glass in
Oh,
Pittsburgh,
yeah.
and you put him around, you're like, nope.
Fuck you. You go in it.
Anyway, so
Yeah,
then
you like it.
so we get back to Joel. You hear people outside. She's like, well, I gotta get out of here. She gets out of there, and then there's a whole ordeal where she gets caught eventually.
Yeah, and this is where it gets
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah, so she's in jail, in a jail
Pretty
cell.
much.
You see
Yeah,
him
cage.
chopping up a body there, and you're
Yes.
like, well, they're gonna eat me. And goes out there. David comes back acting like kind of caring, like he tried to be like, I see like you're loyal and this and that. And then Ellie grabs his hand and said,
No. He grabs her hand first. It's like,
she's resting on the bars,
straight.
and then he gets that very sensual kind of.
Yeah,
and then she grabs his hand back, and then
and then that's when she tells him because the whole thing she doesn't know her name, and he's just like, my name's Ellie. Tell everybody that a little fucking girl broke your hand. It's like, oh, it's so good.
But yeah, so that's where it gets into the creepy thing, and especially what I find the creepiest and most effective of that is he has a line towards the end of that segment where she's like, you were constantly bullshitting, you're just a sleazy person from the beginning. She's like, I have been nothing but genuine with you the whole time, and that I felt was the most skin crawling part of it because it was true. Throughout the whole thing, he was being genuine about his intents throughout the whole thing. It's just it was always under that kind of double layer of what he was saying. He genuinely wanted her to be safe. He genuinely wanted to make sure she was taken care of and to look out for his own pleasures. And that was just a perfect skin crawl fucking moment for me, where I was like, all right, but yeah, no, again, a lesser studio would have handled that so much worse in so many ways.
So
but,
then you get that boss fight where essentially you're kind of following him around, which is terrifying when he sees you, though, and he just comes
because he just like shoves a machete right in your back if he catches up with you.
Yeah, and you see him just running after you, you're like, oh god, and you're just fucking running for dear life and trying to dodge anything, and yeah, they get knocked out, and then you have a blood rage Joel.
Yeah, Joel, my boy's back. He's feeling better. He's like, all right, where's my daughter, surrogate? I gotta find I gotta find new daughter. Where is she? Yeah. And
new Sarah. I'm here, new Sarah. If you start calling her new Sarah,
Sarah too.
Sarah too.
This is definitely the turn, like we were kind of talking about earlier, where we really have come to a point where Joel now really does genuinely open up to her. His heart's open.
This is the part I was talking about earlier when I said this is one of my favorite parts.
He dragged his ass on a horse to save him, like all this way. Like, fuck yeah, it's ride or die now.
Yeah, exactly. And there are some motherfuckers that are gonna die. We already talked about the scene already, but man, that tense fucking scene where he's got those two bandits left, and one's tied up in the chair, one's tied up to a radiator. And he's like, "All right, you're gonna point to where on this map they are,
and it better be where your buddy pointed at."
Yeah, because he stabs him and then puts the knife in his mouth or whatever, a shiv or whatever, and then he's just like, you better label it with your mouth, which is great. And if it's not the same thing, I'll fucking kill both of you. And then he just kills that dude, and then kills the other dude because he believed him.
Yeah.
He just wanted to scare him. He wanted to scare him to the point where he will definitely tell you the truth.
Joel, like, at this point is fucking just like.
He does something even more badass later, which I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, he's just like, you will tell me this and I will find her. And and then we after a whole thing, he finds her and he finds her like mid destroying the shit out of David.
Yeah, like, yeah, and this is the part I was talking about where she's just fucking going at him with a machete, just destroying. And we don't even see the aftermath.
No,
so
you're like, I'm glad, fantastic.
Yeah. I mean, you'll see any other motherfucker in the game get exploded and get their head cut off, but stuff like that, you don't need to see what a little girl did, especially a character you like, what like just grotesque shit she just did. So like everything else, when it comes to violence, it makes sense story wise. Here it wouldn't have made sense if they showed it. But like that's one of my favorite parts where that's really solidified the relationship right there to like. Joel definitely caring about Ellie, where he keeps calling her baby girl. So right, and she's like fucking freaking out. It's so good. I love that scene. And then that's another hard cut to the next scene.
Giraffes.
Again, another fantastic cut.
Yeah.
Now we get to Salt Lake. This is where we see we have a little bit of quiet moment. We see the giraffe, which is a beautiful scene.
Yeah. Classic scene.
I kind of like that scene because it kind of really shows Earth is taking everything back, now.
Yeah, and they built up to that scene too, especially even with the monkeys. Remember the monkey scene earlier? Like they build up to stuff. Right. It's not just randomly this giraffes. Yeah, it makes sense. There's a zoo nearby for the monkeys. I think that's why they're there. And the giraffes, I'm assuming the same thing. But oh god, there was a zoo at least.
No, Dave, what'd you get of that scene? Because that's one of the more popular scenes.
The giraffe scene?
Mm-hmm.
It just felt like the perfect kind of capstone to really let you just breathe. Because like you guys said, you can just sit there and wait as long as you want. And I actually took a good solid minute and a half to just kind of breathe from all that.
It felt nice because, like I said, like even though everything's fucked up, it's like you see the world kind of rebuilding, and then there's giraffes just walking together, like hanging out.
Yeah, and you have that scene where you just like watch them leaning up a thing and just watching the giraffes. Yeah, you can leave it as long as you like you said.
Yeah, and it's just a very beautiful and kind of poignant moment. And like you said earlier, the music is the most uplifting track that exists in the whole fucking soundtrack, honestly.
That is like the one piece you will get that is uplifting.
Yeah.
Yeah, and no, it was that perfect moment, and it really was the turning point of, okay, no, this is family now. This is truly a father and daughter right here. And I feel like it also perfectly helps to set the tone for everything else to come. Because it's like, okay, no. After all that crazy shit, we have this one serene moment. We get their last bit of real happiness. Mm-hmm. And this is the last time they're ever really going to be happy for the rest of this game. And man, holy fuck, what a ride after that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then we get into, so you go into a whole sewer thing.
You fight about 4 fucking bloaters. I remember that.
Yeah.
I watched a playthrough too. I was watching a playthrough with no audio. I mean, no audio. That'd be weird. No commentary. So I was just see if I remember any of this shit. I was just like, oh, is this the part where 2 fucking bloaters show up and it sucks? I watched this guy playing it and he just fucking destroys them immediately. I'm like,
I got to that scene. I got to that part of the game and I'm like, I know what's going to happen if I flick that generator on. It's going to spawn a bunch of bullshit I don't want to deal with.
Right.
Can I just do this without doing this? And it's nope, got to do it. And that was actually the one time in the game I actually chose not to fight everything and I just fucking bolted. Because I don't know how you guys played it, but up to this point, I usually try to kill most things before kind of continuing on. If I was really low on resources, I'd eventually say it's not worth it. Fuck it. I'm just going to hold on to what I have and move on. And then that scene shifted my style of no, I'm only doing stealth or I'm only bolting, which kind of actually I feel killed the tension of the last part of the game for me, because by the time I got to that very last segment of the game, I was loaded like a fucking armory.
No,
because
I killed everyone. I still had everything. I was like set. I was playing as I was pretty much consistently.
I don't remember running out of ammo.
Yeah, once you get good at it, you kind of just have consistent ammo.
Okay, so it wasn't just because I got really stingy. It's just genuinely
because what I'm gonna say about the last part is I called it the hospital blood rage. Where
that is no stealth. Fuck that.
Yeah, no, exactly is literally you learn. They're like, all right, we're gonna sacrifice Ellie. Like she's not gonna live, and Joel's like, what? And you're like, yeah, get out of here, and then kills that guy. And from then on, I'm like, all right, we're gonna go in.
You know what really upset me there? What really like at that point, Marlene, I was just like done with completely. Is like she says like I don't remember the line, but she pretty much says like this is your reward, you leave, right? Like you don't die, pretty much is what she insinuates.
Yeah.
Like no, I was like, where the fuck are my guns? How about that? Huh?
Yeah. So
asshole.
Like, but then you get everything back, and then, dude, I was loaded up. That's when you still get a new gun. You get the AK at that part.
Yep.
But
which kind of sucks. I remember that.
AK,
I remember that gun.
AK feels badass.
I was watching that playthrough. I was just like, ooh.
AK feels badass though. You know, it's like you are playing like for it looks badass. I should say, because you're just going out there and you're gunning it down. But dude,
I remember still using the shotgun.
Dude, I saved a lot of my flamethrower stuff at the very end. So I was loaded up on flamethrower stuff. So bloaters died. There was no bloaters were just fucking instant, like done. But I'd never used a flamethrower until that very last part with bloaters. So I had a lot of ammo. And I went in there, I'm just fucking torching shit. I'm just fucking going in there, like, just lighting the place up, throwing. I had full nail bombs, I had full Molotovs. I was like, bitches, give me fucking Ellie, dude. I'm going here.
Yeah, because that's the other thing too, is I love that whole build up where Marlene's like, I thought of all people you'd understand, the sacrifice of one life to save all of humanity, and Joel's just like, no, I don't understand it at all. And then that kind of
honestly, fuck humanity. Like this world sucks now. Everybody's killing each other. Like all the bandits. Like that's all. Almost all the NPCs you fucking come to besides like Bill and I guess Sam and Henry, but they're dead. Everybody sucks. They're all like murderers, pedophiles, fucking. Just all this shit. I'm like, fuck this world. This world sucks.
And it's not even guaranteed that it'll fix it. They're just like, oh,
exactly.
We're gonna kill her, and maybe we'll find something out.
Fuck it.
Yeah. So,
But when you find her though, and you go into that hospital room like we mentioned, this guy pulled out a knife. I'm like, you're just dead. You don't do that to me. Yeah. And two people there, and that's when you either if it's your first playthrough and you're invested as you should be, you just see red.
Yeah, that was me.
All you see is red, because if you didn't notice, those doctors are hiding their faces, saying, "Please God, don't." Oh no, the one is. The other one said, "You're fucking crazy."
They're nurses.
The nurse said, "You're fucking crazy." I shot her, and the other guy, the guy's like, "Please God, don't."
Yeah, no, I saw him bang. I'm like, "Nope, too late, asshole." Because that's why I was so surprised that you could actually just not kill those two. Because I'm like, well, Joel's in a blood rage right now. Fuck, I'm in a blood rage right now. I'm taking my daughter back. We're fucking leaving. What? Well, you are the fuckers that we're going to tear apart? No, you don't get to live. You're not innocent in this. Shut up.
In my eyes, my Joel, the way I played him, at least the first time, I did not kill those nurses. I'm pretty sure I killed that first doctor. I think you have to. I'm pretty sure I just shot him in his face.
He walked up with a knife, and I'm like, no, you're dead.
You know what? I want to say maybe my second playthrough I just threw a bomb in there, which I think I might have just seen someone do that.
Yeah, with Ellie in there.
Yeah. Well, I don't think you can kill her.
No, you can't. But just the idea, like, all right,
fuck it. I want to actually see it. I'm pretty sure I saw that or I did it. I don't know. Well, it might have been me because I used a lot of those fucking nail bombs, man. I back then and now when I was playing it now, when fucking Bill gives it to me, I'm like, oh, fucking finally. I love those things. Whenever I had enough scrap to use one, I'm like, all right, fucking wait until this one gets a little bit closer so I can kill 3 of them. Fucking throw a bottle at it.
But yeah, no, because like for me, it was just one of those things that after that whole torture murder scene back at the Bandit Village there, I was like, nope. I know what Joel is like when he's angry, and
dude,
this motherfucker's not letting anyone live. And
you see how he is. You see how he is in the beginning of that sequence, because this is another badass. This is the best I can't say the word interrogation. I was gonna say negotiation. It's not a negotiation. It's an interrogation. Where he's like, he grabs the guy that keeps telling him like, "Fucking go" or whatever. "Get out of here. I'll kill you." And he just grabs that guy's fucking gun. And then he's just like, "All right, where is she? You know what? Fuck this," and just blows his dick off. Which that's
I don't got fucking time for this shit.
Yeah, and then the guy tells him, and he just shoots him.
Yep.
I was like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and that's when you feel though. You're like, bro.
Yeah, blood rage, bro.
Blood rage.
But I still don't think the nurses needed to die.
No, they needed to die. They were
well,
complicit.
yeah. Well, if you throw a pipe bomb, then fine, or whatever.
They were
So-
complicit. They died.
So we get away with her. It's an awesome scene where you're running away with her. You go down the elevator, and there's convenient Marlene chilling down there.
That's what I was talking about earlier.
Yeah, she's chilling down there.
She's just there. She's like,
I love.
and she knows what's happening already.
I love
like,
the interweaving they did though, where it was like it skipped past what happened. You see her in the car, and then it kind of comes back to show you what actually happened. That was cool.
Yeah,
It's
what
like
actually
the
happened.
gun underneath Ellie that he was hiding.
Yeah.
But then we get to the end, which is pretty much like you go back to Tommy's. You decide. You get to the end, and this is the part, David. I don't know if you knew, is that all the test audiences that they gave the game to, everyone hated this ending. Apparently, they did not want this
Really?
ending. They did not want this ending. And
Really?
but Naughty Dog was like, nah, fuck that. We're gonna keep this ending.
Yeah, test audiences. I don't know if you know this, are dumb fucks. So, like, they don't know anything.
Fair.
So
I mean, clearly, at least in this instance, because this was such a powerful
a lot of
fucking
instances.
ending.
Yeah,
Holy
so
shit.
it's such a crazy, like, the very end, like you have this bond as now father daughter, you know, and
Yeah.
everything, and all she does, and you kind of see it in her eyes too, which is great in the remaster. The remaster looks fucking phenomenal still. You see it in her eyes, she's like, and you can tell she's been thinking about this, you know. She's like, hey, was all that stuff you said, the Fireflies and how they were just like, there was a bunch of it, is that all true?
he's
Or
like,
do you
"Yeah."
swear it? He's
I
like,
swear.
I swear.
And she's like, okay. And then
Because what's even more
Another
poignant
good
to that is before going up there, you know, you're having this kind of additional conversation with her of like, you know, Sarah, because this is also the first
You and my
time
daughter
it
would have
really
been best
opens up.
friends. Like,
Yeah,
that's fucking
you
nuts.
and Sarah would have been best friends, and you know, I think you two would have really liked each other. And this is the first time in the entire game Joel really opens up about his daughter, his first daughter, at all, and especially let alone to Ellie. And she's just very quiet throughout. It's like this moment that you would think it's like, okay, this is what she's been wanting. She's been wanting him to kind of open up and kind of learn more about his actual life. And he's finally happy. He's yep, this is family now. And she's now the one withdrawing and just kind of be like, I don't know. And then that whole, are you sure that happened the way it said you did? It's like 100%. Just so straight face lying to her.
And cut.
Yep.
Yeah, no, a lot of people did not like the ending, which is funny because when you look at it and if you're watching this the day we just got we didn't, I guess, Last of Us Part 2 is leaked. There have been some details. David has read the spoilers in full. Gore's caught some of the spoilers. I caught some of the spoilers. We haven't looked too much into me and Gore avoiding them. David doesn't really care. But the general consensus is a lot of people do not like this. Gore included does not really like
what I read, I do not like.
But I think it goes to show that if people didn't like this ending, but the way they built up to it worked out, I think that should give some confidence in that, like, maybe there's something that Naughty Dog can bring to the table.
But if this ending was written out to me, I would say that's a pretty good ending. Like this ending.
We
right
know
here.
that in hindsight, though.
I like a good. I like a good. Well, no, even first time playing it, I didn't think it was like unsatisfying.
No, I loved it. I loved it though.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, even written out, I think this ending would be great. I'm assuming the test audiences had like some like a what did they have, like a shitty version of it, or was it like
they just didn't like the ending. It's like I Am Legend. Remember how that?
I know, but I'm confused on what the test. What did the test audiences see? Do you know that?
They played the game.
Was it just okay, a tester? I'm thinking test audiences for like movies and shit.
No,
where like it's months before the fucking movie even comes out, so they can fix it. Okay, they played the game. Okay, so just the tester, the quality assurance people, I guess. Okay, all right, yeah.
But yeah, no, absolutely powerful ending, very poignant. And I know a lot of people, based on the spoilers, we touched about this a lot during the podcast. Well, not a lot. We try to be as vague as possible. But we did touch about it a little bit on the podcast proper. But I am very excited. Based on the things I read in the spoilers, I know there's a lot of people that are just like, nope, this is stupid, don't like it. Whatever their reasons or logic behind it, I feel that it is a very fantastic continuation of where this left off at. I'm really excited to see it play out. As long as the writing is as strong as it is in here, which I don't see why it wouldn't be, I know I will absolutely love the second game. Honestly, probably even maybe more than the first, if only just because it had the first to give it the weight of what's going to happen. And I'm excited for it. But no, this was definitely a game, as you guys mentioned. This is a recurring theme for this podcast here of Games Gone By, where you guys are like, hey, we're going to play this game. I'm like, fuck you. I don't want to
it's a recurring theme of me telling you you're going to like this game. You're going to
because like even Inside, I was like, I don't know.
Oh, was that Inside? Okay.
Yeah, because Inside I was the same way. I'm like, I don't know. There's like no real gameplay.
I guess he did.
Watch Dogs 2, the gameplay was.
I didn't tell you to like the story. I never said you liked the story. I said you liked the fun gameplay.
The fun. Yeah, and I did have fun watching other people kill each other, and then I go clean up after.
I should say, I feel like Gore's gonna be hitting himself another home run here when he plays a certain game that's to his left.
Huh? I'm sorry, what? I blanked out for like the last 10 seconds.
I said, you're going to hit another home run here when you play a certain game that's to your left.
Zelda.
I should be a dick. Yeah.
But no, I will say the same thing I have said about all these games.
No, I have a BioShock Infinite poster here. You guys can see. Daisy Fitzroy poster. Maybe I'll pick that one though.
I'd be okay with that. It was a phenomenal game.
Oh, never mind. Well, I ain't picking it then. Now I can't put this away. Shit.
Whenever you put your blinds out, it looks like it's fucking 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Well, it's because the light.
I know. It
shining
looks
on me.
It looks like it's fucking daytime.
Well, it's not. I don't know if you know this, but.
Oh no!
Why do you have lights in front of blinds?
This is how the fucking don't even talk. That's how the fucking
came this way. I don't know. I didn't.
It did come this way. It did.
I don't know how to take blinds down. I just fucking.
Why not? I like them because
anyway,
that means nobody can see me.
We're running very long, so.
Yeah, well, I mean, what are you gonna do? I figured that considering what the game was.
We're gonna touch on Left Behind a little bit.
Yes.
I guess we kind of already did.
No, we touched on it a lot, so we don't have to go back to it too much. It's a great side story, interweaving the part where she is protecting Joel, and going back to moments with her and Riley. A lot of cool moments. I love the arcade scene together. I knew David would love that scene. The second I hit that, I was like, oh yeah, I forgot about this, and David's gonna fucking love it.
And I did. That was absolutely fantastic little bonding moment between them. And I thought it was even cool how it brought up like the fighting game kind of graphics to it and went along with the story of it. That was just such a great piece between those two, both aesthetically and just in terms of the conversation that was going. It was absolutely beautifully done. Loved that.
Right. You get the part where they're dancing. They're having a good time. They're hanging out. They did the jokes. I went to the fortune teller, went through like 9 or 10 of them before I walked away.
I made sure I kept doing it until it stopped, and just partially because I fucking loved all that dialogue. It ended on a stupid no, are you a butt face? No, all right. Yes, you are. Cool. All right, and then it just stops, and I'm like,
I liked it. They're still fucking 14 years old.
Fair.
But I loved all those. It was like, what was it? It was another one. It was
You just said, "Are you a fuck face?" I remember there. Considering.
The one is she asked, "Am I gonna ever grow boobs?"
I've seen the trailer for Last of Us Part 2.
Sorry, the fortune was right, Ellie. Sorry.
Well, that was the thing. Is like basically all those fortunes were kind of right.
Yeah.
Well, I meet a grizzled guy played by Troy Baker later in my life. That's weird.
I guess, but I don't know.
A really weird fortune.
But yeah, no. So that was super awesome. The dance scene, and then sure enough, they get caught, and you kind of know what's gonna happen, because they've always said it in the thing. You knew if you saw it through her backpack initially, you knew where it was going, and she even said it actually. She said the ending.
Yeah. She's like, I was with my best friend.
We had some Romeo and Juliet moment, and it just never happened for her.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you didn't see that part. It still leaves that part, like how exactly it went down, like what exactly happened after they just sat down together, knowing they were both bitten. You don't know how that happened. Yeah, but you leave it to the imagination, which
you can envision it.
Yeah.
She probably turned. She probably had to fight her off.
Yeah.
And then she wondered why the fuck she didn't turn.
Yeah. So Left Behind, awesome. Another piece of DLC that's just fucking awesome. I mean, we should get more single player DLCs in games these days.
Well, we might for Last of Us 2. I have a feeling.
Yeah. But all in all, I also
Max Effect 3 ending.
Hey, guess what? Doom Eternal has some fucking single player DLC. It's
Hell
coming,
yeah.
and it's gonna be really emotional. So,
Are you kidding?
yeah. What? Well, it's gonna be emotional. I'm gonna feel all kind of like what's a good emotion that makes you feel good?
Hate.
Happiness, hate.
Hate.
Happiness and hate. My two favorite
H and
fun
H.
emotions.
Anyway, so
I
we'll
hate
wrap
these
this
demons
up.
and I'm happy they're dying.
We'll wrap this up because Gore and I are gonna play A Way Out for like an hour or so after this.
Yeah.
So last thoughts.
Man.
Last thoughts for me. Again, the gameplay is the weakest point of this game. There's certain parts I feel like didn't age well. The checkpointing system is bullshit. But the story, absolutely phenomenal. I'm almost kind of glad I didn't give the game a full chance back when I did, because kind of like what you were saying, you know, there's so many games you wish you could go back and experience for the first time. Like Doki Doki is one of those games for me where that's part of why I push so many people to give it a try, even if I know it's not necessarily in their wheelhouse, because I like seeing those initial reactions as people go through it. And this was definitely that game for me where it's like, you know, I'll probably come back and I'll get an itch to go through the story again, but it's not going to have the same weight as the first time around. It's wonderful. Absolutely love the characters in it, the good and the bad. Bad and good characters, not like in terms of like, you know, there's bad writing or anything like that. But I mean, the villains, fantastic, creepy, skin crawling in their own ways. And yeah, no, cannot wait for Left 4 Dead 2. Or like, God damn it, did it again. Last of Us 2.
Same game.
Yeah. I wish that was the last thing that was said during this
discussion. Fantastic
Wait,
game.
Left Behind 2. Wait, I'm sorry.
It's still...
You think they'll do a Left Behind again? Like it'll be called Left Behind, but it's like no, it's not continuing. It'll be like something else.
Yeah,
I mean,
no, she's just called Left Behind 2.
Left Behind again. And then it starts out. It's like Home Alone 2. It's like, how do they keep leaving us behind?
It's such a good game. It still resonates to this day, and dude, some of the stuff hit very close to home. Like even now, where when you were in Billstown and you were reading that kid's notes, and he was like, Dad said, or Mom said the quarantine's bullshit, or Dad said the quarantine's bullshit. Mom's kind of worried right now. We're not supposed to go out anymore. And I'm like, huh? That's crazy, man.
That's weird, bro.
Yeah, it was an awkward time to be playing this game.
Yeah, that's why when I got to that moment, I was like, I wonder if this might be why it's delayed, just because it's like kind of like a fucked up moment right now. That we because people have been bringing up
David would know. He read the entire fucking plot.
People are bringing up Rainbow Six Quarantine. They're like, well, I guess they got to change that name of that game.
Rainbow Six, not Quarantine.
Rainbow Six, we all hang out.
Rainbow Six Freedom.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
Patriot. Shout out.
Oh no, Patriot Siege.
Remember that one?
Yeah. With the story thing where you're like you're with your wife and then they just strap a vest on and you explode.
Yeah.
I'm like, wow.
And then we didn't hear about it, and then years later Siege came out and you're like, what the fuck?
And you're like, oh, cool, another Rainbow Six game. This one doesn't have a story. Oh, shit.
Anyway. That was exactly my reaction. It's like, yeah, I love Rainbow Six. This isn't fucking single player. What the fuck?
Where's Dingo Chavez? My favorite Rainbow Six character. That's a real name, by the way.
Phenomenal game. It still sticks to me, and I'm excited to bring it up more. Hopefully, by this time next year, when Last of Us Part 2 is settled down, I'm going to see where it lands in my top 5, if it still sticks true, which hopefully it does.
Yeah,
Gore?
it will. It's not gonna. I don't know if it'll be in my top 5. It'll probably be in my top 10 somewhere. It's fantastic. It's one of the best games out there. Some AI problems is the least of my concerns, really. I mean, not concern. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. Yeah, at least remember. There you go. Thank you. And I'm having a hard time here. And yeah, it's I'm worried for Last of Us Part 2. I really am. The last couple of days I've been really worried. But Naughty Dog has yet to make a bad game, I think. And I'm excited. I'm especially excited for that HBO show. Actually, I think of all video games out there, I think Last of Us is perfect movie and TV show candidate, especially TV show. TV show that I could see it working. I know some people probably aren't excited for that, but hey, it's HBO and it's being directed by the same guy, so Why not Neil Druckmann?
Just put Nolan North and Troy Baker in the roles.
Nolan North could be
they're
Ellie.
kind of feuding right now, so let's not do that.
And Ellen Page is Ellie.
That's all the better.
Oh, that's true.
Ellen Page
They are feuding IRL, so.
Yeah, well, then I'm sure they're feuding, but not like I'm gonna murder you with a shiv bat or whatever. Like Joel. To be fair, Joel and David don't even really meet at all. So.
Yeah, well, I mean,
they don't even need to be on set.
One meets post life.
Yeah, well, you can get body double for that.
So there you go. That's that. Next in 2 weeks, stay tuned for Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons.
Another very fun game.
There's happiness all around with Gore the Movie God, you know?
Yep, happiness.
Dead
what do you
Space,
want? Yeah,
Dead
Space.
Space.
God of War. What remains of you?
It's just fucking happy.
That was a really
man.
happy game. Well, yeah, I mean,
Doki Doki was happy for a little while, at least.
Yeah. I was laughing at the end.
Barkley made me sad too, so David's there.
So did Street Fighter Cross Mega Guy.
Nocturne makes Gore sad.
Well, I haven't even played it yet, and I'm already crying.
The blob thing and Inside made us confused.
The blob thing?
Sexually confused.
Oh, the blob? Are we going to play that in the future?
Shout out to David's new pick, The Blob.
Yeah. It's a movie about... never mind.
All right, goodbye.
I don't know. I was going to say it's a biopic about himself.